Check. This is the Lake County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on September 23rd, 2025 in Board Chambers, Administrative Building, Tavares, Florida.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, we're about to start. I gave him the thumbs up, so we're about to go. There we go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this September 23rd, 2025 Lake County Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we appreciate your attendance today. We will start our meeting, as we traditionally do, with an invocation, which we do. We ask pastors and leaders in the community of faith to join us for these invocations. And so we put an advertisement out. And if you have a pastor or someone who has never done this who might want to participate, please pass that on to them because we welcome that participation. This morning we have Pastor Reverend James Morey of the Union Congregational Church, and he will give our invocation, and then we'll remain standing, and we will have our Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Creator and sustainer of all life, in whose image and likeness we are all created, and whose holy breath gives life to all of us, we lift the members of this commission to you this morning. Give them wisdom and understanding in their decisions, that they may make those decisions for all in our community, that we may flourish and experience the abundance of your life and grace. Help them to be mindful of your cherished children under their care, who experience the challenges and struggles in life. Bless our commissioners and their families who support them, their staff, and all who enable them to perform their duties. Watch over our first responders, our firefighters, our law enforcement officers, and keep them safe as they serve our communities and embrace their families who, in faith and love, send them to their task to keep all of us safe. May we all be mindful of our connectedness as your children, and may we ever strive to lift each other in ways that realize your kingdom of love for all. In your blessed name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll call on Jennifer Barker, our county manager, for an agenda update.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. First, we have added tab 28 as an addendum since the agenda was first published, and we're asking that that be included with the consent agenda. Tab 9 has had an updated easement document added to the agenda item. And I'm requesting that we pull tab 11 and move that to the Board of County Commissioners meeting scheduled for October 28th. And finally, I'm asking that we move tab 2, which is recognizing 4-H week, to immediately follow the recognition of the emergency dispatchers here today.
Okay. All right. Noting those changes, we will move on to our special recognition of the Pride in America poster contest winners. And I'm going to call on Mr. Powers with the Historical Museum to make our presentations.
Good morning, Commissioners. I hope I have some help from Commissioner Parks, too.
I'll come down.
Okay, you come down. The Lake County Historical Society and Museum, over the summer, we decided to sponsor an art contest for kind of a test run to see how it was received, and it was received really well. We worked with elementary through 5th grade, had 3 categories, and we asked the students to express their pride in America with art. And we have the 3 winners here. We're hoping to really expand this because next year is the 250th anniversary of the country. And we probably need you guys to help us. That's going to be a pretty big project. So with that, the three winners that we have, and I'll let Mr. Parks present them. We have Sadie Chatham, we have Brecklin Young, and we have Noah Hurst. And their artwork is here.
Commissioner Parks, before you get started, can you explain a little bit about what Pride in America is and how we even got started with this? Because it was your idea, and I think it's fantastic.
Well, why, thank you, Commissioner. I would be happy to talk about Pride in America. Thank you very much. This is something that we do, we've done for, I don't know, Commissioner, maybe 3 or 4 years now. We are the only county that does this that we know of in all of America. We celebrate all that's good about America throughout the month of July. And so as Ray has indicated, this is one of the activities that we did this year. There's, lectures and some things that we do. We do the Liberty Tree that all the commissioners this year, really every year, have participated in, planting Liberty trees at a school in the north part of the county, a school in the south part of the county. And again, the point is that we're trying to celebrate all that's good about our country, and also kind of pass that on to the next generation as well. So thank you very much. Always appreciate the opportunity to do that. And this commission, your support, I know, Commissioner, you go to all the Liberty Tree events and everything, so I really appreciate that. And it's great we have a good turnout for this today, actually. So just happy to be a part of this. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess we let each one come up with.
Yeah, so Sadie Chatham. Let's give her.
This is hers. She did a fantastic job. Okay. We got, I guess we got everybody here. Brecklin? Brecklin here.
Brecklin Young.
Which one is yours? Did you come to? Very good.
Noah Hurst. So we will make sure that Noah gets this.
Yes. We'll even let the preacher show up. Come on. Yeah. You support all of us.
And next year is going to be even
Bigger.
bigger, 250 years old. So this will be a big event. I think we had 60 participants this.
60 participants, that's great.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, these were also displayed in the Historical Society, in the museum for about 3 weeks, correct? So if you hadn't had an opportunity to see them next year, we'll make an announcement early because some of these things were absolutely fantastic.
And we're not allowed to participate, so the commissioners.
Guys, thank you very,
Thank you.
very much for allowing us to get these kids in here.
Yeah, thank you, Historical Society, for taking this on, and we look forward to next year because, as
It's gonna
indicated,
be
it's going to
big.
be huge with the
Barney would say,
250th anniversary of our country.
As
So,
Barney would say, really big. So, thank you.
thank you, Ray. Are we going to take the poster down? The easel. Can you help us? All right. Next on our agenda, very special event. I'm going to call on Chief Kilberry, Public Safety Director. He's going to make some introductions and explain what our next presentation is about.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is David Kilber. I'm the Public Safety Director, and it is my honor to introduce the President of Lake County Fire Chiefs Association for our recent Insurance Services Office ISO evaluation that was conducted. And for those in the room, you have a rare treat. The team behind me in dark blue are the voices behind the phone on all 911. So they are truly our first responders. They're the first ones that get notified of your emergencies to contact the teams that respond out. So with that, I will introduce Chief Kevin Carroll of the Groveland Fire Department, who currently serves as the president of Lake County Fire Chiefs Association. Chief Carroll.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Ms. Barker, and everybody on the dais here this morning, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, because it's not about me and the city of Groveland or anybody else. We're here to recognize and celebrate these amazing Lake County 911 dispatchers who, as you know, are in an office about a block from here. They sit in a very dark room all day with just the glow of computers. But what they do for this community, they're often very much forgotten. As Chief Kilberry said, they are really the first responders. They are the ones that have the first interaction with the community. God forbid there's an emergency. And it's because of them that we get all the information, the heads-up information that we need while responding or even on the scene. They're the ones calling for additional resources when we request or ask for them. I cannot thank you or thank them enough. Before I start, though, I just want to let you know that the relationship that we have with Lake County Fire Rescue and all the municipal fire departments throughout Lake County is absolutely astonishing. That's the reason and the purpose of the Lake County Fire Chiefs Association, is for all of us to get together, come up with best practices, how we can work better together, how we resolve issues before they even need to get to you folks. So, and we all do a very good job of that. And I'll only be the president for the next few months, and Chief, well, there'll be a new chief coming in, but I do appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and let me get to the meat and potatoes here because it's extremely important. So I'd like to give you just a little bit of a high-level view. This is a 60,000 foot view about ISO. Some of you may be aware, but also for our members in the community. ISO really looks at four main areas, and they come about every 5 years, and they evaluate the 40,000 plus fire departments throughout the United States. And they give them a score. That score is called the Public Protection Classification Rating. Why is that so important? Well, the numbers go from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst, if you will. And what that does is that helps your both commercial and residential liability insurance companies determine what your rates will be. It has a direct effect on the wallet of the people in the community. So it's important for all of us to strive to get the best score possible. Sometimes it's not easy, depending on your resources, depending on your community makeup, more rural or more urban, but we all do the best we can to support each other and try to get the best scores possible. We could not have achieved anybody in Lake County. Many of us were reevaluated this year. I believe Lake County, Chief Kilberry, is next year, correct? So this was 5 years since we were done. We were just done this past April, just got our score, which will go into effect November 1st, and we did improve. We improved in part because of the emergency 911 dispatchers. So let me tell you a little bit about the ISO, again, from that high-level view. They look at four main areas: community risk reduction, the water system's capability, very important. We don't have water to fight fires. How are we getting it there? Through the hydrant system? Are we bringing it via tankers, or so on and so forth? The fire department overall health, that has to do with personnel and training, how well we're keeping up on those things. And what we're here to talk about today is the emergency communications, vitally important. So there's three areas of emergency communications that they really look at. The first one is emergency reporting, and this area evaluates the ability to receive and process those calls for 911 that come in and how well they achieve and they do that. The second area is the telecommunicators themselves. This item is the number of available telecommunicators, how well they answer the calls in transfer and processing, dispatch protocols, and telecommuter training. How well are these people trained? That's evaluated also. And then dispatch circuits. This is the available dispatch circuits and transmitting of alarms, types of circuits, available monitoring for the system integrity and emergency power supply, which this facility has a backup power supply. In saying that, let me tell you where the folks behind me ranked, not only compared to their peers here in the state, but nationally, and what their overall score was. So the first area, emergency reporting. The amongst their peers and state group was 2.14, and nationally all the way up to 2.5. So you have that range at 2.14 to 2.5, with the highest score being a 3. Our Lake County emergency dispatchers earned a 3 in that area, the highest level. When it comes to the telecommunicators themselves, amongst their peers, state and nationwide, that range is between 2.69 and 3.23, with the highest score being a 4. They received a 4.
Wow.
For dispatch circuits, again, amongst their peers and state group, it ranges between 1.79 and nationally 2.29, and with the highest score being a 3, they earned a 3. So in the end, our Lake County emergency dispatchers, who you know serve all the municipal fire departments and as well as Lake County, they earned the total 10 out of 10 points.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
We could not do what we do without these folks. And again, as I stated, often we're the ones who are out amongst the people, we're out amongst the community, so we're the ones that are often recognized, and these folks, Chief Stevens and her telecommunicators here, are often forgotten and lost, throughout that process. So glad to be here as president of the Lake County Fire Chiefs Association to recognize these folks, and thank you for the opportunity to do that. And I believe Chief Azell, Claremont Fire Chief, has a few words to say.
Good morning. I'm David Ezell, the Fire Chief of the City of Claremont, also the Vice President of the Lake County Fire Chiefs Association, and I just want to reiterate what Chief Carroll shared with how well the dispatching center did. One thing that's really important with this, in addition to the insurance savings for the community, is the fact that you're having an external validator come in and look at the operations within the emergency communication system, and they're basically saying that you're doing everything correctly with what you're doing. And I want to just offer my thanks. That would not happen without the support of this commission, and we appreciate everything you're doing. And I can tell you, in our case, had they been with the national average or even the state average, we'd have been an entire classification lower. So it made the difference between us being where we are and where we would have been otherwise. So, and it's probably true of just about every agency in Lake County. It's helping getting that perfect score helps push everybody, over that cliff in a good way. So I just want to say thank you. We appreciate the support, and we look forward to seeing a perfect score on the next round. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll give them a chance to head back to work. We need them to head back to work. I'll remind everybody right now, if you've got your phone on, if you could silence it, just in case you haven't thought about that yet this morning. It makes for much better decorum in our meetings if we can keep the phones silenced. We're now going to move to tab 2, which is a presentation of a proclamation declaring October 5th through 11th, 2025 as National 4-H Week in Lake County. So I need a motion.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, and I will present that. Let's see, where is Dallas? Here we go. Dallas, you're right in front of me. If you will come up to the podium and... Whereas the Florida 4-H program has been positively impacting children's lives since 1909 and has celebrated over 100 years of service. Its mission is to create a supportive environment where diverse youth and adults may reach their fullest potential. And whereas 4-H is an organization open to all children, 5 through 18 years of age, 4-H reaches over 6 million youth nationwide, with Florida having over 230,000 youth members and over 8,000 adult volunteers, and with the Lake County 4-H program boasting over 1,890 club members and over 140 volunteers, with over 6,600 youths participating in school enrichment programs. And whereas the Lake County 4-H program is part of the Institute of Food and Agricultural Services, IFAS, at the University of Florida, and is a program where young people learn by doing through programs such as the Lake County Fair, traditional 4-H clubs, and 4-H after-school programs. 4-H members also participate in projects such as science and technology, consumer education, horticulture, aerospace, entomology, public speaking, and animal sciences to develop leadership, citizenship, and other life skills. And whereas 4-H members working with educational learn-by-doing projects put into practice new skills in science as they strive to make the best better, the motto of 4-H. And whereas 4-H provides a unique opportunity for young people to develop life skills through hands-on learning experiences, including educational workshops, project work, presentation experiences, camps, conferences, before and after school programs, and other events at local, county, district, state, national, and international levels. And whereas Lake County encourages the people of this community to take the opportunity to become more aware of this special program and to join us in recognizing the unique partnership between our county and our university system. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida proclaim the week of October 5th through 11th, 2025, National 4-H Week here in Lake County, Florida. Welcome.
First and foremost, I thank you guys for your continued support, Lake County Commissioners. Without your support, this would not be possible. Studies show that 4-Hers are 4 times more likely to give back to their community, and they are 2 times more likely to make healthier lifestyle choices. The kids that we reached this year, over 8,000 youth, those are our future leaders, and we are helping make the best better, as stated by our motto. And without your support, as well as the heartbeat of the 4-H program, which is our volunteers, this would not be possible. So I just really want to thank some of our 4-H volunteers in the room, as well as you guys for your continued support. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move back to our ARPA update, then our minutes approval. We'll have citizen comment, and then we'll move into the agenda, the rest of the agenda. Let's see.
Good morning, Commissioners. My presentation won't be as exciting as the previous ones, but that's okay. We'll make it through it. For the record, Sean Baudet, Grants Program Manager, Parks and Water Resources, here to provide an update, American Rescue Plan update. This will include brief background information, 2 updates, and conclude with requested action. During the May 20th, 2025 meeting, the balance of $1,557,308 from the Town of Montverde projects was reallocated for a new water main line to service the future Veterans Transitional Housing Project. Since that time, a culvert or equalizer pipe that runs under Tammy Drive within the Venetian Village community began to fail, leading to serious public safety concerns. This resulted in Public Works having to utilize existing stormwater funds earmarked for the Lake Amos Flood Mitigation Project at a cost of $280,595, and staff is requesting to reimburse the stormwater fund. Here is an aerial of the neighborhood and exact location of the culvert for your reference. As a result of this emergency work, staff recommends using available funds from the water service line portion that was allocated in May. This will leave a balance of $1,276,713 from the utility portion alone and will not impact the funds set aside for the building construction. Further, staff is also recommending to add an accompanying sanitary sewer line to the scope of work. Lastly, as a reminder, since we are now past the obligation deadline, excess funds can be reclassified or reallocated to another qualifying project. The replacing and resizing of culverts does qualify under the infrastructure expenditure category. Here is the most up-to-date project list, which includes the new Tammy Drive project if approved. And in conclusion, requested action is to approve the reallocation of funds within the project list as presented.
All right, any questions for Sean? Do we have a motion to make those changes?
Move to approve.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. Moving then to, thank you, Sean, appreciate that. Minutes approval, Mr. Cooney, our clerk of courts.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, and I have 2 sets of minutes for the commission's approval.
Move approve.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving then to citizen question comment period. We have a lot of comment cards that apply to 2 other items later in the agenda. Actually, I think 3 items later in the agenda. So the cards that we're going to call on now are the ones that are not items on the agenda. And I will also ask that anyone that is online, you can press the *9 button to virtually raise your hands. If you want to participate, you'll need to click the raise hand button to let us know that you wish to speak. I'll start with the cards that,
Chairman, if I could, just real quick. So because it's so many people, so many items, so many cards, and everybody's pretty busy here, a lot of working class people here in Lake County who have jobs like myself, can we allow people who cannot stay 3, 4, 5, 6 hours to maybe speak at the beginning on the item? I know it's a little unorthodox, but not everybody can be here for 6 hours, right? There's probably a lot of people here who want to speak on one of the 3 items, but literally can't stay 5 hours. So
well, I don't think we're going to be here 5 hours.
okay, but we're going to be here many hours, I think. So I'd rather them be able to speak a little bit earlier. Are you guys okay with that?
Well, the problem is, I think that we might be able to move up some cards when we get to those items, if people will give preference to those that need to get on their way. But we've already got, just on our regular citizen comment cards, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and do we have anyone online? Okay, and we don't know yet whether those 3 are for items later or for just regular comment. Okay. Yeah, so that's if that's 3 minutes apiece, we're gonna, yeah.
Okay, but if we get into substantive discussion on items in the middle or even later in the agenda, wouldn't that put off the comments on the later items till even further? I just feel like.
What
it's
I'll
just a
do,
suggestion.
let's just go through these cards. I'll take a look at the rest of the agenda to see if there are items that are going to be time-consuming, that maybe we'll take those items and push them later in the agenda, and then take these that we have citizen participation on and move those up. And that might be the way to handle it. Okay, all right. So I'm going to start with Lee Boresk. This is regarding crosswalk, and I'm reading the comment, and it has to do with the 44B bypass in Eustis, an area that I drive every day. So I'm happy to see that you're here commenting on this issue.
Hi. Yes, I had come about a year ago. Fortunately, I've not followed up as often as I should. But the area, I think everybody is hopefully aware, at Orange Avenue in Eustis, where the 44B cutoff is, that goes, and they have that new development there, Bright Water, maybe, I can't remember the name of it. And then they have Tony's Pizza, the new 7-Eleven, and the Citgo, or the Circle K. Eustis won't finish the sidewalk from the end of the school zone, that's off of Bates, the end of the sidewalk needs to be finished somehow from there to the end, is what I'm being told by the county. And the city is telling me that the county is supposed to be doing that. So I know it's a joint effort. I just need to know how to get forward so that we can get this done, because the city manager keeps saying that it's the county. I understand you guys have to actually put in the crosswalk, but you can't do that until you have a sidewalk to go to. So how do we solve this? We now have a beautiful new community with this wonderful, beautiful crosswalk that goes right in front of it, but any kids walking home from their middle school games that live on the west side of Orange Avenue have to, or no, south side of Orange Avenue, have to cross that over there.
Right.
It's completely dependent on traffic. No way for them to stop the traffic. I've had children in my neighborhood. I live off of Washington. I've had children in my neighborhood come beg me because they've stood there up to 45 minutes after practice at night trying to just get across that street. I met with the City of Eustis Police Chief yesterday, and he was again told that it was a county problem. So I need help figuring out how do we get together with Eustis and get this solved. Thank you.
And I don't know if Jeff is here. Jeff, if you could come talk about this particular issue or even meet with Lee outside to tell her about where we're at. It's something we've been working.
And they said that it's all taken care of, but then I was told it was a different.
Well, it's complicated because there's right-of-way that we don't have, that we would have to purchase or use eminent domain to acquire. We've had, even when we did the flashing light at Bates, and the bypass, that was really difficult because we had property owners on the corners that didn't want to participate and allow the county to have right-of-way. So it gets very complicated when you don't actually have the right-of-way to put the sidewalks in.
Is that public knowledge for the, who owns those properties? Can I get those?
It's all on the
Okay,
property
I guess
appraiser's
I'm-
website.
I'm just trying to solve.
You might be able to go and beg and plead with them.
I will start.
But Jeff Earhart, our engineer, county engineer, public works director, can step outside with you and kind of update you on where we're at as far as trying to get that connection made.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Our next one is Dan Mathis. This is regarding Commissioner Parks' report. Is this, and I'm not sure.
Dan's over here, yes.
Oh, till you get down to.
Yeah, that's about Hartwood Marsh Road and a continuation of the discussion, just so everybody knows, it's a continuation of the discussion that we had a month ago about, well, the project that was just mentioned and Hartwood Marsh, so.
Okay. And
That's up on my agenda a little bit later.
Vincent is here, so are you willing to stay through the meeting till we get to that discussion about Hartwood Marsh? All right, go ahead. Why don't you come on up and do your comment on Hartwood Marsh?
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Chairman Campion, for letting me speak early. I do have other appointments later on. My name is Vincent Nemec. I live in Claremont. I guess 3 out of the 5 councilmen know exactly who I am. I've been coming here for the past 8 years, complaining about the same project, Hartwood Marsh. Okay, from Commissioner Smith, Campion, Commissioner Parks, Anthony Sabatini. I know through your reputation of being a Republican. And Mr. Tim Morris, hello, how are you, sir? You probably saw me here when I was fighting for the crosswalk along Hartwood Marsh, and I thank you again for granting that for the public safety reasons for our children. Okay, I'd like to show you just a little diagram, if I may. I know which one, there you go, perfect. On the top, you'll see 2007, that's the top picture on the top. That, in 2007, we were approved to have Hartwood Marsh widened. As you can notice, you could see all the other properties around it. 1, 2, 3, and they're just developing this. This is vacant, vacant, it's all vacant. If you scroll down to 2025, it's all occupied by our developers. Some of it we had to annex from Lee County. Okay? The reason why I'm showing you this is because it's just Claremont is growing and growing and growing. Hartwood Marsh happens to be a main vein into Claremont. I know that some of you have taken Hartwood Marsh, okay? This was in 2020 when we were told that it was going to be starting the project in 2022. Then it got pushed back to 2024. Then it got pushed back to 2026. Guess what? We're up to 2028. So somebody kept kicking the can over and over and over, all right? I know it can't be my commissioners up here because you've been listening to everything the citizens of Hartwood Marsh wanted, and we've been working hard to get it. Okay, as you can see, we're developing more along Lake County with the 331 homes that's been developed. The 661 homes by the Lake County side, and that's not including all these other ones that were built. Okay, this is just to show you an aerial map of the traffic along Hartwood Marsh, from all the way from 27 to all the way to the 90-degree turn on Hartwood Marsh. This is taking a photograph from my vehicle coming home off of 27. This serves a public safety matter. All right, we have a fire station located right on the top of that hill. So if they, oh geez, if they have to get to the emergency, it's going to shorten time. I'm sorry, I only have 3 minutes, but what I'm asking you to do is be a little lenient if you can, if you have to take a vote later on. We've been asking for this project to be pushed through. Help us out, support us as we support you when it comes to election time. God bless and have a good day.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Parks, do you want to talk about Hartwood Marsh now, or can you?
I mean, we can wait, but I'll just say in short what I'm proposing later on. Again, it's a continuation of the discussion that we had 2 months ago, I believe, when we were talking about transportation. There's a way to start construction, as I understand it, in the summer of 2026. We could start this coming summer in combination with impact fees that are collected and DOT money. The DOT money, just lack of a better way to describe it, it's as frustrating for us as it is, I'm sure, for everybody in the audience, will only be paid out yearly starting in 28 to 29 to 30. It may be an additional year. But the point is that we can get that money, but obviously, you know, contractors like to be paid right now to build the road. So let's build the road. If we need to do a short-term loan, that will last within that would be paid out within 2 to 3 years, or in 2 to 3 years when we get the money from DOT, I think we could do that. And I think it would, time value of money, I know there's always concern about interest on loans like that, but time value of money and the increasing cost of construction, you know, asphalt alone is now 300% more than what it was 4 or 5 years ago. So if we keep waiting and putting it off and waiting for the DOT money, the pay-as-you-go approach, which is very financially prudent, fiscally prudent, in this case, I think it'll be more fiscally prudent to go ahead and do that now up front and then just get the construction going this summer in 2026.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Parks. I also, listen, we're all involved. I happen to be the advocate and the spokesperson for Hartwood Marsh in my area. That's why I joined the MPO committee, and I have been asking and asking. And it's not that we're falling on deaf ears. I know how economics work. I also know how politics works. But as you saw in the photos I showed you, we were approved in 2007. I know you're pushing hard for this, Mr. Commissioner Sean Parks. Commissioner Campione, I know you're tired to see my face talking about this, and also you, Commissioner Smith. All right, Anthony Sabatini, if you could please help us out on this one, I would appreciate it, sir, and so would the residents of Claremont. You too, Commissioner Morris. Thank you for letting me speak and have a little more additional time.
Thank you, Vincent. All right, Joe Famasi, and then after Joe is Richard Johnson.
Commissioners, good morning. I'm here to talk about Wellness Way. There's a water workshop going to be put on by the Claremont to talk about reclaimed water, converting it to from sewer and other options. I'm hoping that Commissioner Sabatini and Commissioner Parks can come down with St. John's Water and encourage them to do a policy change and expand their operation, which will help the Wellness Way and all of Claremont. Also, the ponds that are located inside, they call them infiltration ponds, inside of Lake County that are run by Orange County. If we could make enough reclaimed water, we could actually put water back into the aquifer to recharge it, which I think that would be beneficial for the city of Claremont and Lake County, that we're moving to a more economical and also environmental change. But I need you guys to come down here and help be part of this park workshop, because also St. John's offers up to 50% grant money to help support those kind of projects. And we're going to need your help to convince them to give the city 50%, which would probably make them more driven to do it. So your support, Mr. Sabatini, need you to be there. Commissioner Parks?
We'll be there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Richard Johnson, and then after Richard Johnson is Jason Graham.
Good morning. My name is Richard Johnson. I purchased a home in 2013 at 14345 County Road 455 in Claremont. We have an 11-acre farm that we run. And in the first 5 years of the property, our horses and cows were fine. And then 2018, we found out a resident at 14227 County Road 455, which is just south of us, has purchased the property and started filling in the wetlands. We contacted DEP and Lake County. We had Lake County go in and fix where he had taken the drainage and raise it to flood the area so we could float a boat in. We got that fixed, then they started flooding, filling in the area with 1,000 truckloads of dirt. And I know Lake County has nothing to do with DEP, but Lake County issued him a permit for grading of the property. And in that grading permit, it states that he is not allowed to impede the natural water runoff from surrounding properties, which is myself. So we've had to shut down the farm because of the foot rot on the horses and cattle. So, and recently we had purchased the 10 acres that's in between us, which has nothing on it. The only reason we purchased this property so nobody can further build on it and cause our property to flood. Last year when we had that hurricane, we had to run a 2-inch pump up into a neighborhood in front of us to keep the water out of our house. So I'm just asking for Lake County to help me to get this water around to go into the Army Corps of Engineers built a moat system around it due to there was a dump site, Tower Chemical. They put a moat system so all that water could go out to Lake Proper. But now that that original owner had filled in some of that moat system, that water can't go. It has to raise so high to flow over the existing wetlands to get into the moat system to exit. Our land just stays flooded. And like right now, when I leave here, I'm going back home to mow probably 3 acres by weed whacker just to get my property mowed. I don't know what else to do on this. Something needs to be done just to alleviate the water off my property so I don't lose whatever investment I got now into 2 properties, because I borrowed off my 401k to buy this property, this other 10 acres, so nobody would develop on it. So I'm just looking for a little help to figure out how to get this water to move off so we all can have actually a better property values. Thank you.
Do you know, is there a DEP case on it?
The case, yes, and they closed it. I opened up another one because I found out in mowing the back part of this property for the owners that just sold this. It's been sold twice in 9 months, so they could get back there and see the new dumping. The person that owned it prior, that developed it, he must have been working into a construction company. He's dumped concrete, pavers, piping, all into the wetlands, all around it. So now the water can't flow. It will flow, but it has to get so high to get around all this debris. And every time somebody comes out and looks at it, they say, well, the original owner said this was all here prior to him buying it, which is a lie, because if you look on Lake County's website, the aerial pictures, you can see the property from 2005 to now, where it's all trees, it's low, and all of a sudden he comes in, you see him cut the trees, the dirt starts piling, and just 1,000 loads. So if you go at the road that was there at ground level now is 6.5 feet tall from my new property. So there's no way for the water to go around it. And
Recommendation?
So I've got staff coming down to meet you in the rotunda to get some more information and to see what we can do to assist. So if you'd like to step out to the rotunda, they'll be happy to help.
thank you so much.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention. All right, Jason Graham.
Good morning, Commissioners. To introduce myself, I'm Jason Graham. I am the president of the Professional Firefighters of Lake County, Local 3990, and I promise I'll keep this very brief. I just wanted to thank each of you guys for prioritizing our department and investing in its employees. The raises that you're going to approve today, they're going to make a real difference for the firefighters, the EMS workers, and their families, and it shows that you recognize the difficult and vital work that we do every day. We've seen a lot of really positive changes the last several months. The morale in the field has improved, and we've seen a noticeable increase in retention and recruitment. And I believe that the step that you're going to take today is going to only build on that momentum, and it's going to carry us even further forward. So I truly appreciate your support and your commitment not only to strengthening our department, but also to prioritizing the safety of the community that we serve. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here today, and certainly appreciate those comments.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, online, we'll take our online callers, and we just want to make sure, we'll see if they get into content that's later in the meeting, I'll let them know.
Cynthia Doyle, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Yes, hello, my name is Cynthia Doyle. And my comment is about naming the road for
Cynthia,
Charlie Kirk.
we're taking that up later in the meeting, after we get through the rest of our agenda. It's a little bit further down. So if you could hold on.
I have one other comment.
Okay, another type comment that's not on the agenda.
Yeah, exactly. My comment is about Anthony Sabatini.
Thank you.
I believe he should not be sitting up there.
Okay.
I think you, Mr. Sabatini,
All right.
are terrible.
You know what? You guys, we don't do clapping in our meetings, even when, we just don't do clapping in our meetings. So if we start doing clapping in our meetings, we'll have to ask anyone that's doing that to leave. And I'm going to let you say your piece, but our goal is to maintain decorum at our meetings.
I'm
And
not saying any bad words. I'm just making a comment about Anthony Sabatini's comment. If he's allowed to comment, I should be allowed to counter his comment. May I continue?
What's that? Yeah, I don't know if this is, it sounds like this is about tab 24.
No, it's not. It's about a comment he made publicly on Facebook.
All right, well, it's citizen comment. You're allowed to speak.
Okay. I find you, Mr. Sabatini, a terrible example of someone in public service. You have been divisive, and you also make horrible calls for violence against those who you should be representing. You really should be ashamed. Real men are not bullies, so we know what category you fall into. You griped about Ilhan Omar defaming Charlie Kirk, but in the same post, you wrote that Corey Mills, who defended Ilhan Omar, and he is a Republican, you said he is an American last piece of trash. I find that extremely defamatory. You called for the death penalty for both the accused murderer of Charlie Kirk and his partner. His partner, who is cooperating with police, is transgender. So he should die because he is transgender. You also said to hang Charlie Kirk's murderer's body in front of the White House for 90 days. Your fantasies are not welcome here in Lake County. Mr. Sabatini, Lake County doesn't need no stinking ignorant bullies on our commission. Thank you.
All right, next caller.
Terry, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Terry Lewis. I'm from Claremont. My comment is about the renaming of the road, so I think I raised my hand too early.
Too early. Okay, just stay online. Thank you, Terry.
Okay.
And we have a third caller? No. Okay, so that's it. All right, moving then to our Clerk of Courts consent agenda. Mr. Cooney.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, I have 11 items on my consent agenda for your approval.
So moved.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Consent agenda tabs 4 through 20 with the elimination of 11 and the addition of 28. All right, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, those items on the consent agenda pass, and now we're moving into our public hearings. Our first public hearing is tab 21. I'll call on Jeff Earhart. This is with regard to a resolution to vacate 2 drainage ditch right-of-way easements. The closest municipality is the Claremont municipality.
Good morning, Jeff Earhart, Engineering Director. This is related to a vacation on a subdivision that's down on south of 474, down in the Four Corners area, related by the Park Square Enterprises and designed by McIntosh and Associates. It is down in the Four Corners area. It's on the south side of 474. It's in Commission District 1. It involves the vacation of 2 drainage easements. You can see the one small one on the left and the longer one on the right, a little more closer up in the aerial. You can also see those that the one on the smaller one is going to be totally vacated. The one on the right is going to be replaced with another easement that's going to be associated with the development that's coming through. So with that, there was no objections to it. There was initially, Duke had an objection because I thought their easement was going to be vacated, but that is not the case. That's going to remain. So there was no objections, and Public Works has no objections. So open back to public hearing.
Okay. All right, it's a public hearing. I don't see any speaker cards on tab 21 on this vacation. If you meant to fill one out, please raise your hand. All right, otherwise I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. Moving now to tab 22.
Okay, this will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, amending Section 141100 Lake County Code, Appendix C, Land Development Regulations entitled Minor Lot Splits and Family Density Exceptions, adjusting the requirements of the family density exception, reinstating the agricultural lot split process, amending Section 140702 entitled Plating Required, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. If you choose to approve this today, it'll become ordinance 2025-45, and I would request that you approve it with the suggested changes that were included in your packet.
Okay, all right, we have 2 cards. Do we have anyone online on this item? No. Okay, all right. First card is Raleigh Rollerson. And the second card is Cindy Newton. Just so you know, you're in the batter's box.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Raleigh Rollerson. I'm here to speak on behalf of Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Florida Farm Bureau is the state's largest nonprofit general ag organization. We represent more than 133,000 member families and over 300 ag commodities in the state, with 2,371 of those member families residing right here in Lake County. Protecting private property rights and ensuring Florida farmers and ranchers are and continue to be economically viable are top priorities for Florida Farm Bureau. As many of you know, ag faces a variety of unique challenges which can lead to devastating losses. During tough years, ag relies on their most valued asset, their land, to help them survive during those difficult times. Farmers and ranchers across the state need the value of that property to remain high in the event that they need to borrow against that value as collateral for reasons such as to cash flow, planting a new crop, buying fertilizer, feed, and seed for the next year, or to buy additional acreage to expand their current operation. Restricting their ability to split ag lots or parcels into smaller lots reduces the value of that land and diminishes their private property rights. For these reasons, retaining the ability to break ag properties into smaller agricultural parcels is necessary to ensure agriculture remains viable and sustainable in Lake County and throughout the state. We appreciate Lake County's efforts to reinstate Section 140013 entitled Ag Lot Splits of the Land Development Regulations that was repealed last August 2024, and we urge you to approve this ordinance. We are especially thankful to County Attorney Melanie Marsh for her willingness to work to address our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Newton?
Good morning, Cindy Newton, District 4. I'm requesting that a reference to the Wild and Scenic River Act of 2000, Florida Statute 369.3057D, which requires the parcels of land adjacent to the Wekiva River system not be subdivided in a way that interferes with the environmental protection as part of the lot split regulation. In Lake County, this includes the Blackwater Creek, which is 17.9 miles from the Wekiva River up to Lake Norris. I believe that including this in this particular regulation will help ensure it's brought to the attention not only of staff as they do administrative approvals, but also for applicants as they're looking at whether or not this would pertain to them. And it may even save staff some time in the process. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Melanie, just a question on the Wekiva River Protection Act and how it affects lot splits. Are the density requirements still intact?
For minor lot splits, yes, they still have to comply with the underlying density of the future land use. For family density exceptions, the only exclusion is the green swamp. So in the Wekiva area, they could theoretically still do a family density exception so long as it is a minimum of 1 acre upland, I believe.
Okay. And that has to stay in the family, is that 10-year?
Correct, it has to stay in the family for 10 years, and as part of approving this ordinance, they would no longer be able to get that family density exception with an agricultural classification. They would have to actually build a house within 1 year.
Okay, all right. I think that creates a legitimate limitation, so they're not just dividing lots and then waiting time and then selling. They literally would have to build a home for a family member. Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think my question's answered, but it's the Wild and Scenic River Act that was referenced, that's probably, that part of it was aimed at subdivisions, for larger subdivisions than a lot split.
I would assume so, but I haven't looked at that act. We can certainly go back and look at it, and if we feel another amendment's necessary, we can bring that forward.
I mean, they're still going to have to adhere to the comp plan with the exception of this change, but then the LDRs as well.
Correct. The only time they would have a density exception is if they do the family density split.
Yeah. And the Wild and Scenic Act, if you think about it, I mean, it covers Seminole and Lake with the river running through our two counties. And on the Seminole side, you have a lot of subdivisions that existed a long time ago. And on the Lake County side, there's very little. We don't have a way, there can be no subdivisions in that area under our comp plan. The only thing that you could do would be if you owned family property, you could divide it for a family member. You can't even use a minor lot split to make something smaller than what the allowable density. And around the river, I think it's 1 to 40. Yeah, 1 unit to 40 acres. So, I mean, we've got a lot of protection there. So I think that we've got it covered. Okay, any other comments? No, there were no speakers?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0.
And Madam Chairman, just to clarify for the record, that did include the proposed changes.
Can you just clarify on your motion, that included any changes that were listed in our packet?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, moving now to tab 23. I'll call on Jordan Salinger. Public
Madam
Works
Chairman, if I can
Operation.
read the title first, and then we
Okay.
can have the presentation. So this will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, providing for the levy of a 5-cent local option fuel tax in Lake County, providing that the imposition shall be effective for a period of 10 years, beginning January 1st of '26, providing for administration of the fuel tax, providing for the fuel tax proceeds to be distributed among Lake County and the municipalities, providing for notification to the State of Florida Department of Revenue, providing for amendments to Lake County Code, Chapter 13, Article 2, entitled Gas Taxes, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for severability, providing for a conflict cause, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. If you choose to approve this today, it'll become ordinance 2025-46. And as a reminder, a supermajority vote is required.
All right, very good. Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair. For the record, Jordan Salinger, Public Works Operations Director. So the purpose of today's presentation is to provide some additional information for board consideration of the adoption and execution of an ordinance providing for the levy of a 5-cent local option fuel tax to be effective January 1st of 2026. So this presentation looks similar to last month's presentation, but today we'll specifically discuss gas tax a bit more and what it specifically means for resurfacing. And then we'll open it up for board discussion and direction. So we're going to talk about funding sources. And so to talk about the funding sources, we need to talk about the funding need. So with respect to funding, we have to look at the 3 buckets that we need. We have 3 separate buckets that need to be filled. So we have operations and maintenance, which is our everyday maintenance. These are the potholes, the shoulder drop-offs, the roadside mowing, the tree trimming, signs, signals, striping, and preventative road maintenance. Then we have capacity projects. Capacity projects are development related. They're the new roads. They're increasing capacity. They're widening roads. They're intersection improvements, and they're safety upgrades. And then we have resurfacing. Resurfacing is the repaving of our existing roads. So we'll discuss how each of these buckets gets filled because there's rules, right, that we have to follow with each of these funding sources. So first, we'll talk about impact fees. Impact fees are a non-tax source of funding. So they're one-time charges that are assessed on new developments. This is residential, commercial, industrial projects. The fees are paid for by developers to offset their impacts to our roadway network. So growth should pay for growth, and that's the intent. These fees can only be used in their designated impact fee districts. So you can't take fees from one area and use it for, say, resurfacing on the other side of the county. It doesn't work that way. So there's 2 important things to note with impact fees, that this revenue source can only be used for capacity projects, and it can't be used for maintenance activities. And then also, these the increases to these fees, they have to follow very strict rules. There's caps, and there's phased increases that occur, in cycles every 4 years per state statute. So the next opportunity to increase the impact fees for the West District is October of '27, and all other districts were already levying the max impact fees possible within their cycles. And the next increase would be January of '28. And then we have sales tax, which this is a consumer's tax. So it's a 1% tax on goods sold in Lake County. Sales tax is used for lots of purposes countywide. It's split by thirds between the school board, the municipalities, and the BCC. Approximately 17% of the BCC share is distributed to public works. What's important to note about sales tax is that it's similar to impact fees in that this revenue source also cannot be used for maintenance activities. It can only be used for capital expenses, and for public works, that means resurfacing and capacity projects. And then here we have the gas tax pennies summarized. I think this is a little easier than explaining the pennies individually. So there are 3 pennies that are state imposed, and we collect 100% of those pennies. There are a total of 7 local pennies. One of those pennies applies to gasoline and diesel, and we only collect 50% of that penny. The remaining 6 pennies are split with the municipalities, where we get about 2/3, and then the other third goes to the cities. So gas tax, in general, is Public Works' main source of funding for maintenance and operations. So this is what funds your everyday road maintenance and the administrative roles that support that maintenance. And in red, you can see here that there is an additional 5 pennies that have not been implemented. This tax has been available since 1993. That's 32 years. And the majority of Florida counties already levy this tax, especially in Central and South Florida. So here we have a few other funding sources. We have MSTU, which is a property tax line item that is levied against homeowners within unincorporated Lake County based on the approved millage rate. This revenue is then shared between stormwater, parks, and roads. Then we have general property tax, which is levied across all properties within Lake County. So it's a larger pool than the MSTU, and it's also based on an approved millage rate. Because there's simply not enough gas tax to fund resurfacing, we have to supplement with MSTU and the general property tax. And then lastly, we have service fees. Service fees are charged for services provided for development activities such as plan review and site inspection. Again, we want that growth to pay for growth. So this revenue pays for the public works staff that's performing these services so that the gas tax is preserved for its intended use, which is our roadway infrastructure. And then I'd like to note that there is one other funding source that's not shown, which is the MSBUs for new subdivisions. So recently implemented, all new subdivision residents pay into their own MSBUs for that subdivision specifically. So this ensures that maintenance of that new subdivision is also not a drain on the gas tax. So not only are developers paying for impact fees, but new subdivisions are essentially paying their own maintenance long-term as well. So this is what the compilation of these funding sources looks like for fiscal year 26. On the left, you can see the stacked dollars associated with each category. It totals about $37.5 million. So these funding sources are assigned to those 3 buckets that we discussed: the capacity, the resurfacing, the maintenance, and operations. So on the right is a pie chart that gives a little bit of a different visual. Capacity projects are funded with impact fees and sales tax, and it takes up about 37% of our $37.5 million. Operations and maintenance takes up about 43%, and that includes gas tax and service fees. And then we have resurfacing, which is a compilation of multiple funding sources because gas tax can't support it at this time. So right now, resurfacing is made up of sales tax, MSTU, and general funds. So the majority of resurfacing right now is funded through a property tax mechanism. So we know population is growing, and like most of Florida, we're going to continue to grow. Population has doubled in the last 25 years, and it's going to increase another 35% over the next 25 years based on a medium growth scenario. So in theory, as population increases, there's more gas consumption and more pennies are going into those maintenance buckets. But there's a few complicating factors, because while we are collecting pennies for more people, fuel efficiency reduces the number of pennies, and then the value of those pennies are impacted by inflation and increased construction costs. As this chart clearly illustrates, the rate of increase in construction costs has significantly outpaced the National Consumer Price Index, or inflation. This trend directly diminishes our purchasing power. So when it comes to resurfacing, the cost has increased significantly, severely impacting the number of miles we are able to resurface with those same pennies. And then during this time frame, the users of the road have increased by nearly 105%, but the gas tax has only increased by less than 36%. And you might say it's because of electric vehicles. However, electric vehicles only make up about 2% of Lake County's registered vehicles, and then the hybrids only make up another 4%. So that really doesn't explain that huge gap. So when you factor in fuel efficiency, though, more people are working remotely, so there's, less driving in general, and the electric vehicles, then it starts to add up and make sense. None of us are really contributing as many pennies to the pot as we used to. So now we're going to look specifically at our resurfacing needs. This chart shows the annual miles of Lake County roads that have been resurfaced since 2014. And as you can see, the miles fluctuate because there really isn't a consistent funding source from year to year. You see that the miles jump in 21 and 22 because we had a resurfacing loan that came to fruition during that time, but then immediately after that, the miles plummet again. So in more recent years, additional funding has been allocated to resurfacing. So you see the resurfacing miles start to climb, but it's difficult to get back to pre-COVID miles since the cost of construction really never came down. This is what our roads look like going back to 2018. These are the road ratings. Green signifies good roads that are rated 7 or better. Yellow is our danger zone, where this is where the roads start to rapidly deteriorate. And then red is simply where we don't want to be. These are roads that are in a critical state of repair. So as you can see, over 8 years, the needle really hasn't moved much. We're barely treading water there. The concerning part is you see that the yellow is starting to trend higher, which means that roads are going to deteriorate quicker than we can empty that red bucket. So here's a closer look at where we are present day. Resurfacing is tied closely to maintenance. When resurfacing is deferred, the cost of maintenance increases, both due to economic factors, such as inflation, but also the fact that rebuilding a road from the base up is 4 times as expensive as preventative maintenance. We currently have a $90 million deficit in our critical resurfacing need. So it's kind of like not changing the oil in your car. You eventually have to replace your whole engine. So if with regular oil changes and preventative maintenance, you can get 200 to 300,000 miles out of your vehicle. But if you never change the oil, you might experience critical engine failure at just 50,000 miles. And the roads are exactly the same way. We're not really able to maintain them because we're more reactive. We have to focus on the roads in these red buckets that are in a state of failure. But if we were to transition eventually, if we got rid of our red bucket and we transitioned to preventative maintenance, then we would end up saving taxpayers a lot more money in the long run. So when we're talking about our red critical roads, what exactly are we talking about? Which roads? So it's completely understandable for our residents to not want to be taxed for new development. So it's important to differentiate the impacts from development versus just our existing aging infrastructure. So here's a jigsaw puzzle of Lake County, and every road depicted here are the red roads. So we broke them up into 2 categories just so you can visualize a little easier. The collector roads are in darker red, and the local roads are in orange. So as you can see, there are significantly more local roads that make up our critical road category. 80%. 80% of that $90 million deficit are local roads. That means those are roads within neighborhoods. Our Lake County residents in the older neighborhoods with the older roads would be the biggest benefactors of the 5 cents gas tax. So our department averages well over 100 complaints a month, and the vast majority of those complaints are pothole and shoulder work complaints. And delaying the resurfacing will just continue to increase these complaints. So here's a closer look at an example of what one of these, red category roads are. So in District 1, here we have Catherine Circle in the Groveland area. This is a neighborhood that was developed in the 90s. Here's an example from District 2. Adam Court in Montverde Hills. This is a neighborhood, again, from the 80s. District 3, Dorawood Drive. This is a neighborhood from the 80s. District 4, Seagrape Avenue and Royal Trails. Homes here were built in the 80s, 90s, and there are some newer homes today, but these are not new county roads. And then District 5, this is Leesburg Boulevard in Fruitland Park area. These homes were built in the 70s and 80s and a few in later years. But as you can see, these are not new developments. And new developments typically are not increasing the traffic within the local neighborhoods. So these roads that are being left behind due to the lack of funding, and it's the resurfacing of these roads that would be paid for by the 5-cent gas tax. So here's a snapshot of the resurfacing funding for the last few years. The county recognizes that road deterioration is an issue, so we've been trying to dedicate more funds to resurfacing in more recent years. Fiscal year 24, we were up to 5.1 million, 25, 8.1 million, and fiscal year 26, 7.5 million. And we're hoping that that trend will continue. If we can maintain an $8 million annual budget for resurfacing, this is what our 10-year outlook could look like. It's definitely better than where we are now, but it doesn't get us out of the red, and it doesn't significantly reduce our yellow categories. And the yellow category and preventing the green from entering the yellow category is where we would be saving the most significant amount of money with preventative maintenance and extending the life of those roads. So should the 5-cent gas tax be implemented, we could achieve a $12 million annual resurfacing budget. The goal of gas tax is to place the least amount of burden possible on the Lake County residents by sharing that burden amongst the users of the road as a consumer tax. The 5-cent tax applies to everyone traveling through Lake County that stops for gas. It's a much bigger pool of contributors than the general property tax and MSTU, which is what is currently funding the majority of resurfacing efforts right now. So I believe that over time, if we can get ourselves out of the red zone, that we may be able to transition away from general fund for resurfacing purposes, which is a much larger burden on residents than gas tax would be. And here's a glimpse of what a 12 million budget could look like for us. You can see that we've gotten completely out of the red, and we have significantly reduced our yellow danger zone. So in this scenario, we would transition to a proactive preventative maintenance approach, and that's where we would see significant savings over time. So now we'll look at precisely what the 5-cent local option means for us. So here's a snapshot of Florida. Out of Florida's 67 counties, 39 out of 67 already levy some portion of the additional 5 cents. That's 58% of the state right now. 35 counties already levy the full 5 cents. So Seminole County is highlighted in yellow because they are the most recent county to have levied this option, and they did that last month at their August meeting with a majority board vote. Now, this graph is super interesting because it shows how we compare to our immediate neighbors with respect to the gallons of gas sold versus the revenue that everyone's receiving. And the counties are organized from largest population to smallest, for reference. And Seminole's revenue here is highlighted in orange because it's an estimated amount for when their 5 cents is implemented, just so we have a better comparison. So there are 2 outliers here. And each of them have not implemented the 5 cents, and that is Orange County and Sumter County. So Orange County, they're both unique because they have much different funding sources than we do. So Orange County receives nearly 5 times the amount of sales tax as we do because they have amusement parks, right? And Sumter County, they have the villages. So they have their community development districts, and they're responsible for roads, sidewalks, water, sewer, drainage, et cetera. The homeowners are responsible for paying into special assessment bonds, right, that helps pay for their infrastructure. Some of these bonds are average $50,000 that can be paid all at once or monthly over time. But that's a substantial revenue source for their infrastructure that we simply don't have here. In all other cases, all of our neighbors are collecting significantly more revenue from gas tax than us because they're simply charging more pennies per gallon. So Osceola and Marion are most similar to us in population, and both of them nearly have doubled the revenue that we do. All right, so this is a look at the average gas prices, and here's a snapshot that we used in last presentation from last month. The graphic on the left shows how many pennies each county has implemented, including the state-imposed and the locally imposed, that total a maximum of 12 pennies. We kept Seminole here at 7 pennies because they haven't quite implemented it yet. It's not yet effective. So on the right, it shows the average gas prices, red and darker oranges being the highest average gas prices. So if we look at Bradford, Bradford levies the full 12 cents, yet they have the lowest gas prices in the region. Orange County, they levy less gas tax than us at only 6 cents, yet they're 5 cents higher than us. We have Sumter County. They levy the same gas tax rate as us, and yet their gas prices were 4 cents higher. Hernando, they levy the full 12 cents, and they have the same average price as us. And then we have these neighbors here, where there's 2 counties with the highest gas prices in the region, yet one levies only 6 cents, and the other levies 11 cents. So they're kind of on opposite ends of the spectrum. And then here's a snapshot of present day. This was just a matter of days ago. So this looks a lot different than the last map that we just looked at. And this is only a 1-month time frame. So you can see that just in 1 month, there's huge regional fluctuations in gas prices. So you can look at all these examples again, but you have a bunch of examples that tell the same story. Gilchrist was one of the highest priced, now it's the lowest. Putnam, lower average gas prices, but they levy the full 12 cents. Alachua, same gas price, they have the full 12 cents. St. John's, slightly higher gas prices, and they levy less tax than us. Polk, close to being the same as us, they have the full 12 cents, and the list goes on. But Sumter, last month Sumter was higher than us. This month, they're significantly lower. So it's not that we've, levied any taxes since then. So this tells me that the gas prices are really a moving target, and there may be little to no direct correlation with the taxes that are levied on the back end. So why is there so much fluctuation? The price you see at the pump is a direct result of several overlapping cost factors. So while taxes do play a role, distribution and marketing, refining, crude oil costs, all combined make up a significantly larger portion of influence factors that drive cost. Additionally, the 5 cents would only be a portion of that 17% you see in this picture. So that 17% includes other state and federal taxes, so that 5 cents is very just a small drop in the bucket compared to all the other cost factors. And then here's a look at the fuel prices at the state level. So over a 1-year period, there is a 36-cent difference between the highest and lowest gas prices. This is driven by, again, economic factors that don't relate to gas taxes, because the taxes don't fluctuate like this from year to year, and certainly not month to month. So the average weekly fluctuation is about 6 cents per week, and a higher month-to-month shift of about 8 cents. All right, so this is a look at the gas consumption by residents versus visitors. So per Visit Lake, we get close to 1 million visitors a year, but that's from known sponsored events. So this doesn't account for private events or commuters or anything like that. So we believe that the actual number of visitors is significantly higher than that. In 24, there was 176 million gallons of gas sold, of regular gas sold, not diesel. So to determine how much is attributable to visitors, we had to do some reverse engineering here, and I used 2 methods. So the first, based on the specific county demographics, we calculated the average number of miles driven by age group and average fuel economy. So if every resident of driving age drove the average annual number of miles, then they make up 85% of the gas sold. And of course, this is an overestimation because we know that some residents don't drive or don't have vehicles of their own. And then the second method uses the actual number of registered Lake County passenger vehicles and trucks. And again, assumes that everyone driving is driving the average number of miles. And we came up with 78%. So therefore, anywhere between 15 and 22% of gas tax revenue is from non-residents. And I think both of these calculations could be a bit on the conservative side, and fuel sales attributable to visitors could potentially be much higher than that. And then finally, while there is plenty of evidence that shows little to no correlation between the fuel prices and the 5-cent tax specifically, we can evaluate what this would look like if the 5 cents did directly increase the price of gas. So assuming your tank is completely empty, these are the potential impacts of the average size gas tanks in each vehicle category when you fill up all the way. So for sedans, 70 cents. For an SUV, $1.05. And for a good-sized truck, $1.55. However, when you consider the average size tank, miles, and fuel economy, the annual average impacts for sedans is $23.10, $31.50 for SUVs, and $40.30 for trucks. And that is assuming average gas consumption, average miles driven, and this is also making the big assumption that the 5 cents will directly increase the price of gas at the same rate. So, the 5-cent local option fuel tax, it can be authorized by a majority plus one board vote or a countywide referendum. However, it must be levied before October 1st to be effective January 1st if we went with the board vote. Proceeds from this tax would not only benefit Lake County, but it would also benefit our municipal partners that also struggle with transportation expenses just as we do. So now I'll hand it back to the board for discussion and direction. I hope that the revised presentation answered most of the questions you all would have, but if you have any additional, I'm happy to try to answer them for you.
I had a quick question. We were always told at MPO meetings that the state gas taxes are indexed for inflation, but municipal and county gas taxes are not. Is that
I believe
correct?
that's accurate, yes.
Okay. So they just are flat?
So for instance, if it was like sales tax and it's a percentage, then it would, increase with inflation, but these are just a penny. It's a penny. No matter what the gas price does, we still get a penny.
Mhm.
And those pennies just don't total as much as they used to.
And that is an issue legislatively to get.
Yeah, there's a lot of legislative issues, and I think that's one of the things that needs to be focused on as well, is that we're not getting a whole lot of help from the legislature when it comes to taking care of roads in our county. Okay, all right. Moving along then, we've read the ordinance, we've had our presentation. Any questions before we go through speaker cards? We have a lot of speaker cards. And we always ask, whenever we have a lot of speaker cards, if you feel so inclined that someone has already said what you intend to say, you could get up and you could ask that, you just be recognized as supporting what someone has already said, or that you're in agreement with the prior speaker. So,
Can I just say one more thing on that? Yeah, so one practice that's very popular in Tallahassee and the state capitol is exactly what Commissioner Campion just said, which is somebody comes up, they make a really substantive argument. Usually the person comes in behind them, if they did a great job, they say, I waive in support, or I waive in opposition, meaning they waive their comments. But it's very emphatic, it's very effective, and it's just not popular in other places other than our state capital. So I hope people will maybe adopt it, but it works very well. It's not like we're trying to reduce anyone's time, but obviously it's popular in some places, not others. So that's all I have to say about that.
yeah, and a lot of people will do that. We've seen that happen here. So we'll just ask that you would consider doing that today, because we have a lot of cards to go through. All right, I'm going to start with them just in the order that they were handed to me. David Miles. And Igor Emery will be next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm sorry for the frog in my voice, but I would like to read a letter. I am one of the council members from the town of Howie in the Hills, and our town manager, at the direction of the town council, sent this letter to the board on the 15th of September, and I'd like to read it into the record if I could, please. The Town Council of the Town of Howie in the Hills supports the BCC's adoption of the local option gas tax, LOGT, by supermajority vote. Lake County is facing a documented $710 million transportation infrastructure deficit, which places a growing strain on our ability to maintain safe and reliable roads. Without new revenue, critical projects ranging from routine resurfacing and bridge maintenance to major capacity improvements will continue to fall further behind. This shortfall directly affects the quality of life for residents and the economic vitality of the county as a whole. The LOGT is an established tool under Florida law and is already in use in full or in part by a majority of the counties across the state. Because it applies to both residents and visitors, it distributes the burden more fairly than property or sales tax alone, ensuring that those who use our roads help contribute to their upkeep. The projected revenue would provide a stable, recurring source of funding that can be planned against responsibly, rather than relying on short-term or uncertain funding streams. Further delay or placing the matter on referendum risks an outcome that fails to address the problem at all, leaving municipalities and residents to contend with worsening traffic, deteriorating pavement conditions, and escalating repair costs in the future. The need is clear, the tool is available, and the responsibility now rests with the board to ensure that Lake County has the means to keep its transportation system safe and functional. The town respectfully urges the board to act without delay and adopt the LOGT by supermajority vote. And I might add 2 points. I've lived in Florida for 35 years. I've spent 12 years in Palm Beach County in the 1990s when they enacted this tax while I was there. And in addition to that, we have exactly the same problem you do with our town roads, and we get to pave about 2 blocks worth a year. So we're looking forward to you passing this extra funding source. Thank you.
Igor and then Dan Mathis.
Commissioners, Igor Emery for the record. I live in District 4. I hesitate to say it, 30 years before the commission advocating for transportation issues, we have talked many times about funding. There needs to be more attention from this commission on funding going forward. This cannot be the only solution. But I come forward this morning to speak in favor of adopting this gas tax. As you know, in the planning that you guys have seen and the long-range transportation plan is currently being looked at, we have long-term substantial issues brought about by the growth we've seen and you apparently continue to expect. So please adopt this and all other methods that come before you. Please fix our roads. Thank you.
Dan Mathis and then Sandy Moore.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dan Mathis with the City of Claremont, Deputy City Manager. Our City Manager, unfortunately, was not able to be here today. He fell ill, but I'm here to tell you on behalf of himself and myself that we are very much in favor of this gas tax, and we hope you do pass it. So thank you.
Sandy, and then Glenn Spurlock.
Good morning. My name is Sandy Moore. I'm the president and CEO of the Leesburg Area Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of our board and member businesses, I'm here to voice strong support for adopting the 5% local gas tax option. Lake County has grown faster than anyone expected, as you know from the presentation, so I'm going to skip all of that. But unlike our peer counties, Lake County has not used the diversified funding strategies to keep up our roads safe and economies strong. Those counties combine local gas taxes, sales, surface tax, mobility fees, and grants to build sustainable funding. We have to rely on bonds just to pave roads, and it's not sustainable. As business leaders, we know that good roads are good business. Workforce mobility, freight reliability, and quality of life all depend on solid infrastructure. The 5-cent gas tax is a fair, unbiased solution. It ensures everyone who drives on our roads, including visitors, helps pay to maintain them, along with dedicating at least 8% of the general fund, general revenues to transportation. This will show that Lake County is serious about investing in our future. Doing nothing will only make the problem worse and more expensive. On behalf of the Leesburg Area Chamber of Commerce, we urge you to adopt the 5-cent local gas tax and move Lake County forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So Glenn Spurlock was next, but I see Bud Dorman's here, but you're after Glenn. So if you want to just stay up.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Glenn Spurlock, and I live in Lake County, obviously. Staff did a great job of explaining why there's a need for an additional revenue source. My question for today is, it's called a fuel tax on the agenda, but we talked about gas, we talked about fuel, we talked about gas. So is it a gasoline-only tax? Doesn't include diesel. Okay, if that's the case, how is that fair and equitable across the board for all road users? Diesel vehicles, especially larger trucks, weigh more. They do more damage to the roads and the infrastructure, requiring the tax to be levied. But we're not including them in this particular tax. Second issue is electric vehicles now represent 2% of the vehicles on our road. Electric vehicles do not use liquid fuel. How are we gaining the revenue required for their use and the damage they do to our infrastructure? Those are my two questions, just looking for clarification. Thank you.
Right, and I can at least answer the one on the diesel. It's not diesel, it's only gasoline. And that percentage is, I think we calculated based on what we think are Lake County electric vehicle owners. We don't really know people coming from other places, but that was our best guess. So, all right.
So electric is
I spoke with our local delegation today, and they are looking to bring something in Tallahassee to address the electric cars, possibly by adding a fee onto the registration that's in the county. So they are going to try to address it, because they use the roads just like everybody else.
We heard that last week at the Florida Association of Counties as well, yeah. And the statute doesn't allow us for the diesel. I mean, obviously, they tax that differently.
Right, I was just going to clarify that. This tax can only be levied in the manner in which the state allows us to levy it, and this tax does not include diesel per state law.
Yeah, they collect the taxes on diesel through another statute, another method.
All right, Bud Dorman and then David Colby.
Hi, I'm Bud Dorman, White Aluminum and Windows. Worked there for 46 years. We put 20 vehicles on the road every day. I'm happy to pay the extra gas tax. Safer roads, more efficiency, quicker to job sites, salespeople working more efficiently. To me, it's a no-brainer. I believe that all of you are highly professional people who have been voted into your positions because of your ability to make tough decisions. And I think this is a decision that doesn't need to go to referendum. We need a supermajority today so we can move forward with this tax that's going to make it a better life for every citizen, including all your constituents. So please vote yes on the gas tax today. Thank you.
After David, then Adam Edgington.
David Colby, President and CEO of the South Lake Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of my nearly 1,000 business members, I would also like to support this ordinance. We think it is very necessary. Our quality of life, as well as our economic prosperity, is directly linked to our roads, and we feel that this needs to move forward at this time. Nobody likes a tax. Residents don't like a tax. Businesses sure don't like a tax, but in this case, we think it is very necessary to move this forward, and we appreciate all of your support. So thank you for your time. Thanks for your service to our community. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Adam, and then Andy Price.
Madam Chairman, Board, thank you guys today. Thank you to all our staffers, Jordan, for putting on all the pertinent statistics that we need to review here. And it does pain me as a conservative to say that I would like to pay additional taxes, but I would also like to not sit in traffic indefinitely. I do have to agree with the previous gentleman who discussed the electric tax. There are multiple different ways in approximately 28 different states that collect taxes on electric vehicles. I certainly, as an owner of one, believe it is the right thing to do. The last time this came in front of the Board of County Commissioners was 2018. It was pulled over the Parkland shootings, correctly so. That being said, if we do not do this as a supermajority today, it will be another year at least minimum. That puts us 8 or 9 years from the last time we discussed that. Just using some general numbers, that's about $50 to $60 million in road resurfacing that has put us behind. We're approximately 90 million behind. So to me, I think it's a no-brainer. This is our most equitable. It's the only tax besides beds and heads that we're going to get to help us, with outsiders helping paying in. So with that being said, I think it's the lowest hanging fruit. It is the easiest one for us to adopt. We get to tax other people's citizens. That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys. Please vote yes today.
Andy, and then Janet Nowak.
Hi, I'm Andy Price, a resident of Lake County. I will waive most of my comments. A lot of my statistics will be redundant to the proposal that we saw at the beginning, but I just want to say I am in full support of the gas tax. My time in Lake County, the biggest complaints we hear is growth and roads, and I think this is obviously the fastest and quickest way for us to address this problem. Thank you.
And Janet, and then after Janet, Cindy Newton.
Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for listening to all of us today. I'm here on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Lake and Sumter Counties. We have well over 200 members of our association, and in the state of Florida, over 9,000. And we all believe that this is the correct way to fix this problem that we have. I know for most of us who drive these roads every day, we experience those long traffic lines. If you've ever been on Highway 27 going and trying to get into Leesburg, you can get hung up there at the McDonald's. So quite interesting. So we are asking you today to please vote for this 5-cent tax, which we think will really help. And let's do the right thing for all of our citizens of Lake County. I thank you so very much for your support.
Cindy Newton, and then Jimmy Nussbaumer. Oh, you're waving.
Jimmy Nussbaumer from Groveland. I'm here on behalf of the Lake 100, a coalition of businesses and community leaders committed to the Lake County's long-term prosperity and economic development. We're asking you to approve the 5% local user fee instead of sending it to referendum. Lake County, I'm going to skip all the statistics. They gave me a nice list of statistics. Your staff did a wonderful job of pointing out to it and making it pretty clear the need and where it needs to come from. The 5% user fee is a consumption-based fee that is the fairest funding mechanism dedicated to the repairs of the existing roads. Again, more statistics about the other counties that do it to maintain our roads in the situations we're in. But sending this decision to a referendum delays the action at least another year, if not another decade. This results only for The results only further deteriorates our roads, rising repair costs, and greater frustration for our citizens. We understand that leadership is making tough decisions and for sound policy. I think on behalf of Lake 100, we urge you to vote in favor of this user fee. Now we'll jump into Jimmy Nussbaumer, taxpayer. I live in Groveland. If any of you hit on Highway 50, you know the problems with the traffic. However, the roads are deteriorating. A user fee is the best way to do it. My 88-year-old father that sits at home doesn't need to pay more taxes on his property to pay for the road that I use and everybody else. The second thing I wanted to bring up real quick is that we need the roads for my business. I'm a business owner, you guys all know that, and I need to build. But more importantly, the guys that you recognize that are standing back here in the back of the room need these roads in good condition to get to your family member when they need their services. I mean, the bottom line is they need to, your family member has a heart attack, you want them to get there. The roads aren't there, they're not getting there. This is a user fee. The best way to put it out there, let's let the people that use it, whether they're passing through or those businessmen, every business association here is standing up and saying, do the right thing, pass this, don't kick it down the road, don't send it to referendum. Let's get this done so that our people can have the services that they need. Thank you.
Shane Gerwig, and then Cheryl Blanca.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Appreciate everybody's time today. My name is Shane Gerwig. I reside in South Lake County. I've lived in South Lake County as a homeowner for the last 20 years or so. First and foremost, I can appreciate the fiscal responsibility that this group helps the citizens of Lake County out with. Generally speaking, you all really watch out for the taxpayer's dollar. You want to be able to spend it well, and we appreciate that. But just like Mr. Nussbaumer was speaking a little bit about earlier, this isn't a tax. This is actually a fee on the services that we receive and that we use. There's no other options. There's no other options out there that really dials it into this directory. So from what I can tell from what staff presented a little bit ago, we're looking at 20 to 25% of this particular fee actually being paid by folks other than living in Lake County. I have looked at different reports by different commissioners and different papers by different commissioners and looked over things. I didn't see a proposition or an example or an idea of where we would actually have 20 to 25% of this fee being covered by folks that don't live here. So I really believe that this is a good option, a good alternative. I appreciate that the willingness to not add additional taxes to the citizens of Lake County. However, this is not a tax. This is a fee for using a service that's out there. I would definitely encourage you and urge you to support this as a supermajority, and let's go ahead and start with the funding in January. Thank you.
Cheryl Pavlaka from Mineola. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to voice my opinion. But most importantly, thank you for reading my emails. I sent each of you one after the last meeting, and you all responded, and you all gave me some good input. And it was reflected in the presentation today, which was much better than what was originally on the website. So thank you to the young lady who presented that. However, I am still opposed to the 5-cent gas tax, and here's why. The Homeowners Builders Association and the Affordable Housing Impact Statement, both of them referred to this tax will be used for road improvement projects, capital projects. That is not the case. We're not adding or expanding the road, like the young lady said, for Highway 19 there, going off into 561, or Highway 27. This is for resurfacing only. That's my understanding. I also believe that a lot of the reason why resurfacing hasn't been done has been lack of a real project plan. The first time I saw something in red was when the young lady presented today. If we know what roads are in critical use, let's prioritize them. Let's explain how much money it's going to be. We are putting 7.5 million this year. She said we will get 12 million from the 5-cent gas tax a year, and only 15% to 22% is from visitors. So it will burden us. It will burden those that are driving to work, that have to take their car to get to work in the low-income category. I believe we can gradually implement a tax a cent at a time. Why not start out with 2 cents and see how well we do against those roads? Why don't we, I disagree with the 2% ratio of electric cars. Just driving here today, I saw more Teslas than I did regular cars, and more hybrid cars. So I do think we need to address our legislature and voice our opinions about electric vehicle tax, as well as the Department of Transportation not being a penny for penny. As Chairman said, it needs to be addressed as looking at inflation. So those were some of my ideas. I think that I will support whatever this board does, and I agree that a user fee is a good way to go about it, but I do think we shouldn't jump to 5 cents. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone online?
Cassandra Brown, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
I am Cassandra Brown. Can you hear me? Hello?
Good morning. Is this for the gas tax discussion?
No, my apologies. This is for tab 24, please. I'll
Okay,
stay on
yeah,
hold. Thank you.
we're not there yet. All right, no more callers. Excuse me. All right, so here we're back. We've got all of our speaker cards. I wanted to clarify something I think Cheryl just said. This particular tax would raise $4 million for the county, and $3 million would then be distributed among the cities. Okay, so when we talked about $12 million in the presentation, that was the effect of adding 4 more to what we're already allocating from the general fund that would then total $12 million a year, correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, just wanted to clarify that. All right, for board discussion. You guys want to start in order? Anybody want to just jump right in?
I'll go after you.
I'd be more than happy to start. I've said this in the past, that this has been an ongoing situation since I've been on commission, and we've started doing things to help out. One of the things that we have done was the MSTU, which is a tax on property in the places where individuals, neighborhoods where they use their roads solely themselves. I don't think it's fair for all of the property owners of Lake County to pay solely the burden that is used throughout the county. As Mr. Nussbaumer said, this is a user fee. Someone that drives 18 miles a day should not have to pay the same price as someone that drives 200 miles a day on our Lake County roads. I believe that this is a fair consumption tax or user fee. It addresses not only some of our deteriorating interior roads, but it also does safety, if I'm not correct, if we can do some safety improvement projects with this. Sidewalks, we've heard about sidewalks. And what it also does, we have implemented extraordinary circumstances 2 years ago, which raised the impact fees to the highest maximum amount that we could raise them on our builders. And we can't move that for 4 years now. We're 2 years into it. We got 2 years left. So in another 2 years, we can look at it again, but we can't do anything for 2 years on impact fees. No matter what anybody says, we have to abide by that. Now, as far as resurfacing and new construction, If we add this tax, this user fee to the pot, then we're using some of our capital money on resurfacing. Maybe we can move all of our capital money from resurfacing back to just capital and utilize this user fee for our resurfacing. I think this is a fair way to do it. I'm in full support of it. A lot of the businesses here are in support of it. It's good for our economy. It doesn't put the full burden on the citizens of Lake County solely. It puts the burden on people who use our roads. So I'm in full support of it.
Well, I know Jennifer's probably tired of coming down to my office and explaining why we can't get more money out of the budget to do roads. But I came in November thinking that there was a pot of money out there that we could move it around, move it around, move it around. That's not the case. It really isn't. The budget is lean. We do a good job of managing the budget. This is a user fee. I don't have an issue with it at all. I've got, like Jimmy, I've got 10 trucks a day I run. And it's just as easy and just as cheap to fuel in a county that's got the 5 cent on it as it is in Sumter County. So I don't have an issue with it at all. I think it's time that we need to do something, and it's going directly to what we need to have done, which is the roads. So I'm in full favor of it.
Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I am, I appreciate it. First of all, I appreciate everybody coming today, really being a part of this process. So, like many that have expressed, probably all of us in the room really, nobody, nor am I, passionate about a user fee or a tax. But I'm very passionate about making the right decision. As has been said, you put us out, you put us up here, we serve you, and we do this to make tough decisions. I know what things that we do today, there's going to be some people who are not going to be happy with me or other people on the board. But this is something, I've done a lot of research on. We've talked about it now for years, but in particular this past year, doing a lot of research on this. And I do think it's the right decision to do. I think there's a lot of questions that have been addressed. And let me just start by saying, not to forget to say to Jordan, that was an incredible presentation. So Jordan, thank you so much. You will probably all be happy when I say it literally, her presentation is cut like 15 minutes off of what I was going to say, because I'm just going to reference, yeah, everybody clap. I'm going to reference her when I'm asked about why I made this vote. I'm going to reference in large part her presentation, but also to the businessmen and women that are out there today that are giving up a lot of time and money to be here. I mean, some of them I'm happy you're here. I'm surprised you're here and you're speaking in support of this. So that certainly weighs a lot on me as well. And it weighs into my decision. Yeah, I think it's time that we do this by a supermajority vote. It's not perfect. There's problems that are still out there with this. This is a first step in a few things that the commission, I think, has to do in the future here to get caught up with our roads. We'll talk about general fund and everything when we get into the budget process this coming year and what we can do out of that, and work with the cities with better joint planning agreements to have road funding agreements put in place before development occurs. But this will free up more money for resurfacing projects, many of which were showed in the pictures, direct impact on all of you immediately. So I am in support of it. I think it's time we do it. I think it's incumbent upon us. It shows good leadership. It's tough, but it does show good leadership. And I know that we've had some discussion on this, and I know that it requires a supermajority vote, and there was questions from Commissioner Campion, Commissioner Sabatini as well. We need a fourth vote for this. So I will put something out for you for a question, knowing how serious this is and what I think, and trying to be solutions-oriented to get this done. So if we're worried about, rightfully so, about user fees and taxes and things like that, which I think is good, and I appreciate the comments about us being fiscally prudent, We are, with the exception of Sumter County, not explaining why this is true, we are have the lowest millage rate of all the counties around us, and we've done a good job at budgeting to keep it that way. I have a proposal that I will put out if this gets us the fourth vote, where tonight we lower the millage rate, and that's a whole discussion, and you know what our discussion about having the concerns over reserve and the impact on the lowering a millage rate is on reserve. And there's a wonderful graph that Jennifer has that, you know, she will show us tonight where our millage rate is kept at a curve, a curve like this, but the expenditures that we all have to constitutionally support go up like this, and that gap keeps widening every year, and there's no ability, as
I think we can cut another $500,000 out of the budget.
yeah, so to get right to it, let's cut $500,000 out of it tonight. And Florida statute 336.025 allows, in a case where we might need the gas tax, if we enact it today, this statute 336.025 would allow us to use out of reserves the gas tax to address a concern that might come up with roads related during a storm or some kind of.
Yeah, a washout.
Yeah, so that would address our concern. I know your concern about reserves.
Road.
About
Great
reserve.
example.
Exactly.
And I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't bring this up. It's my hope that once we get our roads taken care of, we can continue but lower the impact on our citizens every day through their property fees.
Yeah, and this proposal then, I mean, if you think about it, it's you're going to gain the revenue over the next 10 years or however long this is enacted for resurfacing, which frees up more money from other sources. And I don't believe the state is going to help us any more than what they are going to do, what they've done this past year, despite them saying they have money in reserve. Projections show at the state that we'll actually be in a deficit in 2 years. It's amazing in Florida. So I think that is, I think we have to put more skin in the game. So we're able to do that with this proposal. We're able to show the residents that we're trying to be sensitive to property taxes as well, take it very serious. But then we do have a reserve ability to use the gas tax in a reserve situation, in an emergency situation, according to this statute. And I just think it's a good solution. And I'm hoping one or both of those with questions will do that. But I understand both sides of this as well. I'll say that too.
I appreciate that suggestion or offer. Commissioner Sabatini?
Just first, I want to follow up on, tonight I'll be making a motion or seconded somebody else's motion to reduce the millage by another $500,000. So I think that's a great idea, and we've already cleared that it's not going to have a direct effect on roads. So I'm opposed to this. I'm opposed to new taxes, especially taxes that are regressive, that hurt working class people more, people who work every single day, 9 to 5. That's my definition of working class. And so I'll be voting no, but I appreciate the conversation.
So a couple of thoughts from my standpoint. I think one of the best things that this board has done is put the MSTU in place for any new subdivisions that come through county approval, so that a new subdivision actually, within their subdivision, they capture the funding to be able to resurface the roads inside their subdivision. So I think that's been a super positive thing. I feel like the slides that showed the pictures of the roads that are degrading and indicated, I think in most of them, they were subdivisions built around the 80s, is an extremely compelling reason why the voters of Lake County would probably vote in favor of a referendum to do this. If we showed that the money was going, 80% apparently, based on the presentation, would go to neighborhood roads. They would go to neighborhood roads. They wouldn't, this fee or tax wouldn't change whether you wait in line at, 44B in Donnelly. It's not going to change that at all. This is strictly for resurfacing. 80% of it will go to resurfacing subdivision roads, most of which were built in the 70s, 80s. So I guess from my standpoint, I feel like this is something that voters would support, especially if you showed them that your neighborhoods are going to get resurfaced. The roads in your neighborhoods are going to get resurfaced. I don't agree that it's fair, and I guess everybody sort of agrees that it's not fair because electric vehicles aren't paying it. Diesel isn't paying it. Diesel are we know that a lot of the roads in my district are torn up because of large trucks. And they're important. I mean, it's commerce. They need to be there. They're doing work. But that doesn't seem fair. I do think that, and I appreciate the comments about, you're elected to make hard decisions. You got to stand up, be a leader, do what's hard. And sometimes, I mean, some of the things that we have to make decisions about are very difficult because we do make half the room happy, half the room mad. Rarely, never do you make everyone happy, right? And I appreciate the fact that so many people from the business community are here today supporting this, and I appreciate you all getting together and deciding, this is good for business, let's do this. I just, from my standpoint, I never ran on a platform of raising taxes. Never. That's never anything I ever told people I would do as a county commissioner. Unilaterally make a decision to raise their taxes. And when there have been times when we've had to make tough decisions with regard to millage rates and so forth, I mean, my goal has always been to keep the taxes as low as possible. I get that this falls into that category of kind of being like a user fee. But again, I think that we could sell it to the residents of Lake County to support this in a referendum. And so I would go that route. I would ask the voters to support this if this is what they want us to do in order to resurface roads and make it really clear. This is not going to build new roads. That's not what this is for. It's strictly for resurfacing. And so we could take that to the voters and see if they would support that. But I'm not.
So what happens if they don't? What's your answer if they don't, if they vote it down?
We will continue to do what we've been doing, which is using a combination of our MST.
Can I jump in though?
Wait a minute. We had issues when people were yelling and doing things. I mean, we don't do that. So I don't think that's appropriate for people to be.
There's 38 counties that the county commission have made the decision to do that.
And maybe those commissioners went out and ran on that platform. And maybe that is part of what was, in the community support for it.
So it doesn't look like we're going to have, I want to go ahead and call the vote and see where everybody stands now and not put it on a referendum. Maybe we'll bring it back in a year when the political environment changes or something.
Yeah, and I would second that. And I mean, I have discussions, I respectfully totally disagree that it would not help people that are waiting in traffic at 44B and Hammock Ridge Road and all these other roads, because as was clearly discussed, we are using what money we have now for resurfacing. It's going to free up money for projects for us to be able to use more out of general fund for capacity projects. The state is not going to do anything different. We are going to be in the same frustrating scenario at MPO meetings saying, why is my project that's been on the LOPP been there for 10 years and it's not even funded? Well, they're going to say, because you haven't put money in the game, it's not cost feasible. This is a first step to get us to be cost feasible. It has a totally direct impact on how these other capacity projects. It's just doing something that we should have done. I didn't run on trying to raise taxes either, and I don't think any of us did. But I also ran on trying to be fiscally conservative and knowing that these roads that are going to be 5s and go to 4s, it's going to cost them 10 times more, let's just say 4 times more than it would be to actually resurface it. So I don't want to put them in a situation, or myself, where these roads, where I mean, in my neighborhood, I'm seeing rock base coming up right now. And I just know enough to know that's expensive to fix that road. It's no longer just a simple resurfacing. And I just don't want to put them in that position, us in that position of repaving roads with new base where it's more costly as well. So, I mean, I understand it. I understand your concern about that.
I don't understand it, but go ahead.
I'm curious, Anthony, what is your answer?
Well, first of all, let me ask you this. If you put it on a referendum and the voters of Lake County say no, you're okay with trying to jam it down their throats anyways?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
I'm a little surprised by that. I know that the voters of both Lake County and the state of Florida have both either embraced or rejected tax.
So my question is, how are we going to fix the roads? How would you fix the roads now?
Your definition of fixing the roads is very different from mine,
Okay.
and I'm not on the firing line here. You've called the question. I think Kirby seconded, so let's have our vote.
Well,
We do have a first and a
Sean
second.
seconded, but I fully support it.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's the question. This is part of a plan, you know, that,
So here's a couple of things that,
I think we've already had the debate. I'd rather just see the vote get recorded.
so here's a couple of things. Diesel come up. Diesel pays about 60 cents more a gallon currently today than gasoline. Another thing that came up was, do we have a list of roads? Well, we've got 8 pages of roads that are 4s and 5s that need to be redone. The third thing that's come up is, we know up here that we use a lot of our capital money to resurface roads because everybody's complaining about roads. If we have this user fee, now, I didn't run on raising taxes. I'm a full conservative. I want to keep taxes as low as possible. However, I'm a fan of heads and beds because that's visitors paying for some of our marketing and some of our infrastructure to bring in visitors. I'm a fan of this because it's not solely on the backs of Lake County citizens. There's no other way to do this other than putting it solely 100% on the back of Lake County citizens other than this fee.
I agree.
And I'm not in favor of making my aunt who drives 3 miles a week pay the same as somebody who owns 10 trucks that drives 1,000 miles a week pay the same amount. It's just not right. So we have a couple choices. We can either put it 100% on the backs of the Lake County citizens, or we can do the proper thing and have everybody who uses those roads and fills up their gas pay their amount that should be paid. We have roads that are listed. We know that we use capital money on resurfacing currently today. We can transfer that back to capital to help 44, to help Heartwood Marsh, to help all these roads that have capital needs. We have already charged the developers the highest we possibly can for another 2 years. We can't charge them anymore. Even if we wanted to, we can't. It's against the law. So we have to wait 2 years on that. So this is the only option we have. We either have a user fee or put it solely back on the taxes of the citizens of Lake County. I'm not willing to do that.
So since we're having a debate, though, I do want to point out the fact that we do resurface roads with sales tax money. And sales tax money, 1/3 of the sales tax money comes from people who are buying goods in Lake County. So it's not 100% that our other sources are only property taxes. We do use sales tax.
But when you want to free up sales tax for capacity projects?
Yeah, no, it's always a juggling act. I mean, everybody in this room, I'm sure, our home budgets, we always wish we had a little bit more. We always have things we wish we could do more of. We have needs, not wants, but needs that we need more money for. We're always juggling, and that's part of what we do, and I think that's part of what, I think a lot of what people in Lake County expect us to do is to understand that we can't do everything. We have to work with what we have, and they expect us to be fiscally conservative. We don't do that. We would be here all day long and night. But another thing I want to point out is I want to keep coming back to this. 80% of these roads are in subdivisions. We're not talking about our major collector roads and arterial roads. We're talking about the fact that I do think that people would support it if they knew that we were going to be working on getting neighborhood roads resurfaced, and that's what this really, the majority of this tax would go to.
But I would say, I'm sorry.
Just a minute.
Okay.
On the other issue with regard to the legislature, I really think that we should push the legislature on allowing us to use tourism tax, hotel taxes that come in from people staying in Lake County to pay for road needs. And I think that should be across the board in the state of Florida, considering that we are a tourism economy. That would make so much sense to allow roads throughout the state of Florida to be either maintained or built using hotel taxes. So I think it's something important. I do think legislative issues, I think we have to keep putting the pressure on for additional legislative sources. But we've got a motion, we've got a second. We know where everybody's going to vote.
Well, we got more comments, too.
Yeah, just a little more, just a few more.
I mean, really? Really?
Yeah, no, I think this is important to have it on the record.
Who are you trying to persuade on the five-person board at this point?
I'm trying to persuade one of you two.
Okay, well, I'm not persuaded.
I'm just, I get that, I understand.
And by the way, respectfully, they did a good job. I mean, listen, there's things you're radically opposed to, there's things you're opposed to. I'm opposed to this. I'm not radically opposed, I'm opposed.
Yeah.
With that said, they've made their arguments, you've made your arguments. I'm just a little curious why we want to dwell further.
Well, I'm just trying to make it clear then, I guess, maybe it is being repetitive, that, again, so everybody understands, that you're seeing the 80% of the local roads, but we use general fund and sales tax right now for resurfacing. So if this is approved, the resurfacing frees up money for other capacity projects. I mean, I don't understand, I just don't understand that argument, but, yeah, and again, about being fiscally conservative, I think that's a point that, why we're supposed to manage these roads and their liabilities. I'm not going to let something at my house go where I could be doing routine maintenance, and the reference was made where, it's going to cost me and my family something because of my irresponsibility, 10 times the amount. So I just don't want to be in that position. Again, it's tough. I offered a solution, I thought, maybe to offset that a little bit with the general fund millage rate so that it could be palatable to do that, meaning that you can literally, from this statute, use monies from gas tax for reserve occasions, disasters, and, that being that we are concerned about our reserve and what we do with the millage rate affects that. Here's a solution for that, so.
You make good points.
All right. So we've got a motion, we've got a second. Did you have any more comments or discussion?
We just implore you to vote for approval.
And again, I think I've said all I can say. It's just not something I'm going to support. I think the voters of Lake County might support it. I would certainly go to bat and try to put that out there and see if we can get that support. But I'm not going to vote in favor of adding a new tax in Lake County right now. I don't think it's the right time to do that. I think that everybody is, it's tough as it is with the property taxes, but it's, we all have a lot of expenses, and I'm not going to go there.
So if we have an
a motion.
opportunity to approve this and lower the property taxes, you forgot?
I'm in favor of lowering property taxes
No,
tonight.
that's the
100%.
solution that
That's what I
Parks put up.
proposed.
I hope you'll still stand with that tonight, so.
Well, there's no way to use this. I won't, because you can't, our reserves are already down. I mean, this provides a tool. I mean,
When
we had that discussion.
when we took out the loan a couple years ago to do resurfacing, we couldn't even use the entire amount that we had because it was impossible to get enough contractors to get the work done. So if you raise $12 million a year, there's no guarantee you're going to be able to actually do your resurfacing of $12 million a year.
carry it over.
I just think that's a bad argument.
Well, I
That
just
is
think,
a bad argument.
I think it's a practical reality. It's a practical reality.
I mean, that's like saying, we have the money now, but nobody's going to come and resurface our roads. I mean, you still collect the money, and but actually, if you have more that you're using, you're actually going to draw contractors, those in the business.
Well, the whole argument is you're going to get this much done over this much time, but if you can't actually get that much done, then why would you collect any more than you absolutely could use? So that's, I mean, we all have our reasons, and I don't think that it needs to be, I don't think that it needs to be what it, kind of feels like it's getting a little personal here. Everybody's got their convictions.
Everybody's made great arguments.
Everybody's got their convictions. We've stated our convictions. People know where we stand, and there we go. All in favor?
I just want to make one more statement. It's just not for county roads. It's also for city roads as well, because cities get part of this funding.
It's true.
That's just,
So we have a motion, we have a second. The motion is to go forward with the 5-cent additional gas tax. All in favor, say aye.
aye.
All opposed, say aye. Aye. All right. We're going to take it's 20 after 11. We're going to come back in at 11:30, and then we'll pick up our next item. And I do want to move up. The tab 23 is a short item. It's the Okahumpka Community Center, so I want to move that up so we can talk about that
Agreed.
first.
Yeah, definitely.
Release valve.
Back in session, and we're going to pick up on tab 25, which I believe should be a relatively short presentation, although I have several speaker cards. I'm assuming that the speaker cards are all here to say that they're in favor of this project getting done. But what I'd like to do is we're going to have an overview by Maria Abdul Karim, and she's going to kind of go over kind of what's happened up to this point with regard to the funding sources and progress of the Okahumpka Community Center.
Good afternoon, good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Maria Abdul Karim, Director of Housing and Community Services, here for the presentation for discussion and direction on the Okahumpka Historic Rosenwall School Restoration and Community Club Project. So this project came to the attention of Housing and Community Services initially back in May of 2022 for an application for the construction of the community building. The initial project cost was over $500,000, and at the time, the county could not fund that project. So we met with all of the community club members, and they then submitted a second application for the fiscal year 23-24 Community Development Block Grant, which outlined 3 phases of the project. The first was the structural stabilization of historic school building. The second was the historic restoration of the original school building. And the third was construction of a new community building with ADA-compliant restrooms. The application noted funding that was committed from other sources, which included the State of Florida African American Cultural Historical Grant, as well as the National Trust Grant, in the amount of $599,890 combined. For the second application, the original budget request for the CDBG funding was in the amount of $287,310, which was the amount needed to fully complete the project at that time. And you'll see the construction acquisition project line item budget form, which is attached onto the slide. To date, the State Bureau of Historic Preservation reports that of the $499,890 awarded through the state grant, $124,972 has been expended, and they are reviewing a reimbursement request for $249,945. The state was not aware of the additional $100,000 National Trust Grant award, and at this time we were not able to receive information on the available balance of that award. So I have a timeline here if you'd like to just take a few minutes to review, and I can summarize while you're doing that. We did have an annual public hearing for the funding through the Department of Housing and Community Services, which the applicants participated in. And then we received the second application in May of 2023. In November, we hold a mandatory workshop for applicants that are being awarded funding so that they can understand that this is a reimbursement fund grant, and also so that they can review and understand their reporting requirements as part of that grant. Again, initially the application included 3 phases, but prior to the execution of that subrecipient agreement, the applicant condensed the project to 2 phases upon the direction of their architect. And then the county entered into a subrecipient agreement with a project completion date initially of August 13th of 2025. The mortgage was recorded as required by the county for projects involved in real property. Here you'll see a timeline which mainly contains the information through the Planning and Zoning Office. And again, the project began in April 2024. The staff comments were submitted by May 2024. The applicant then changed the architects and staff and met with new architects in July of 2024. The applicant submitted a new pre-submittal plan proposing substantial changes in January of 2025. And a new site plan was submitted at the end of July of 2025. Staff comments were returned to the applicant in early September of 2025. So key points regarding that timeline is that, again, the project began in April of 2024, and the applicant is still not in compliance with the site plan requirements as of September of 2025. I'm going to go back just a little bit. In January of 2025, the applicant submitted another pre-submittal to Planning and Zoning. And again, staff comments, a staff comment letter was provided to the applicant. I believe that the site plan is still, was still pending review. In May, the Office of Housing and Community Services received a request made by the applicant for the county to pay the awarded CDBG funding to the applicant upfront instead of on a reimbursement basis as the grant is required to do. At that time, the applicant had mentioned that currently they did not have available funding to pay the contractor. In July of 2025, a full resubmittal of an updated application, site plan, and deeds were sent to development applications instead of the assigned case manager. The correct project number and name was not referenced. I believe it was called the Virgil D. Hawkins Community Center. It was then forwarded to P&Z case manager in the Planning and Zoning Department. It was reviewed for sufficiency and taken into the number you see listed here, and the project was kept open as a courtesy to the applicant. This past August, a meeting was conducted with the applicant, the Office of Housing and Community Services, the County Attorney's Office, and the CDBG consultant to discuss project expenditures and timeliness, which resulted in the applicant advising that benefactors are available to assist with cost overages. In September, a staff comment letter was sent to the applicant, again by the Planning and Zoning Department, and a resubmittal was requested to be required. Again in September, public media outreach by applicant to solicit additional funding led to a meeting with the applicant, Planning and Zoning, the County Attorney's Office, and the Department of Housing and Community Services to discuss next steps on the project. Planning and Zoning had received confirmation that the applicant received the most recent staff comment letter and provided clarification to the applicant that Mr. D'Amico is listed as a primary contact on the application. And also in September, and actually to date, the renovation of the historic school building has not received a certificate of occupancy. The project still has several rough inspections to complete, as well as all of the final inspections. So in conclusion, the county facilitated multi-departmental reviews of the applicant's requests to allow for input from the county attorney's office, building services, planning and zoning, and housing and community services office. The applicant has requested the county to enter into a contract with the lowest bidding contractor, although this bid is higher than the CDBG award. A contractor has not been selected to date, but there may be some changes to that. The county suggested to the applicant that this award be rescinded and the applicant can apply for the next funding cycle, which will be in the spring of next year, although there is no guarantee for an award. HUD does have specific performance measures related to timely expenditures of grant funding. The grantees are not exhibiting timely expenditure of grant allocations, risk jeopardizing all future funding for the county, as well as affecting any current phase of CDBG-funded projects. This second contract that we entered into should end December of 2025. This project has been flagged in HUD's system due to zero funding having been drawn down to date. The options that we discussed during our last meeting with the applicant was available state grants, whether historic or legislative, or reducing the project scope to construct restroom facilities to serve the historic structure. The community center could be a future phase with successful fundraising efforts as well. And I will hand it back to the commissioners for any questions or comments and direction.
All right, we have speaker cards. The first one is Bobby Rhodes, and then we have Malcolm Jones. Bobby, would you like to talk first?
Hi, my name is Bobby Rhodes. I'm the president of Eco Construction Group. I'm the contractor that is assisting them with Phase 1. Thank you very much for your time, commissioners. And I want to speak on kind of two behalfs, one as a contractor, but more importantly, one as a person, as an individual that has been involved with the Okahumpka community. This has been going on with them for, I think 5 years now. And the amount of just care, effort, and commitment I've seen from this group is has really been just an awesome thing to be a part of. I'm honored to be involved with this project, any support would be greatly appreciated to assist them in any way possible. Thank you.
And after Malcolm is Charles Fields.
Good morning, Malcolm Jones. I'm the principal architect of Modular Architecture and Design, and I was the architect brought in place of the previous to help with Phase 2. Myself, along with the partnership of Little Diversified Architecture, which is a very reputable architecture firm in the state of Florida, we have come together to support the Okahumpka Community Club as much as we possibly can by reducing our fees greatly in order to support this project. We've spent a lot of time coming to know these individuals and have echo Bobby's sentiment in just growing an affinity for the work they're trying to do. And we're prepared and willing to take any measures or make adjustments to the plans to come up with alternative solutions to reduce the current cost of construction. And if that requires more pro bono efforts, we'll do just that. And so if any possibility of further support to come out of the county, I would hopefully definitely encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles, and then Barbara Nason.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're at a crossroad, and I've been before you all a number of times, as well as other members of our organization. And I won't belabor the point in terms of our obvious support to complete this project. But this community project represents another crossroad. It's a crossroad that intersects three significant individuals that really don't get enough credit for uniting the community, uniting America during the 1900s. Those individuals would be Julius Rosenwald, Booker T. Washington, and Virgil Darnell Hawkins. We all know their significance and their contributions because those three gentlemen literally changed America for the better by enhancing educational opportunities for those individuals who would otherwise not have that educational opportunity. And it is an act of perpetuity that continues from generation to generation. The most important thing right now with this crossroad is that we're at another crossroad, a financial crossroad. And we have a plan that I think, well, first of all, we have a plan that other board members will present to you today that, in my view, is very compelling and towards leading a pathway how we can get this project done. On September the 9th, I spoke briefly before you all and indicated during that time, we're right there at the finish line. We've been messing with this thing for a long time, and we need to try to get this thing pushed across that finish line at this point. And I think some of the changes that have been proposed might help us at least go a long way into accomplishing that particular mission for us. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. And then Barbara. And I'm sorry, I realize now you have this specific order because you knew how you wanted this done. So I think I'm on track now.
You're good, that's fine. Good morning, Commissioners, thank you very much. We very much appreciate the time for you to take with this and put us on the agenda. We're very grateful for that. We have many members and supporters here today. Can you raise your hands and the folks that are here in support of our project today? I have to echo, when I became involved with this project, I was overwhelmed with who these people are and their values and the significance of this project. So today we're here to request your help. We have 3 points for you to consider today. We request Lake County public money to complete the Virgil Darnell Hawkins Community Center. We believe our community center meets the qualifications of a clear public purpose. Counties often use their spending powers to support local services. Funding for community centers is usually permissible, as these centers typically provide services to the greater community. The Hawkins Community Center will provide services to residents, local school groups, and tourists. Economically, this is an important and significant project. Clarification is needed in writing on the CDBG grant distribution of funds. Additionally, extension is necessary to complete the Hawkins Center. Number 3, please consider the major site plan requirements that have increased the cost, specifically parking, fire truck access, retention pond, and the berm that separates the surrounding homes from the community center where they have had long-term access to the property. This is due to being a commercial property in the middle of a residential area. We plan to answer all your questions that you may have today, and we look forward to your partnership. Thank you.
And Danny Watson. And then after Danny is Chip D'Amico.
Good morning, County Commissioners. Before I go home with my message, I just want to commend the County Board for honoring the 4-H Club this morning. Both of my boys were raised up in the 4-H, and they turned out to be real good gentlemen. One is a doctor, and one is a graphic designer. Okay, my name is Danny Watson. I was born and raised in Clearmount. I heard a lot about Clearmount this morning in the 1950s. So, you know, I've seen a lot of changes around here. I attended Lincoln Park High School, 1st grade through 11th grade, in which I go home every once in a while and I see that the school is still standing, and the name also has been changed back to Lincoln Park. So I commend you on that. Thank you. I'm a part of history of Lake County. I'm one of the students that in segregation time was integrating the schools during the segregation. I'm one of the students that had to make a change from going to one school to another. And I'm also a veteran of the military. I went in the military right out of high school, and I served one tour of duty in Vietnam. When I come from Vietnam, I fell in love and married my wife from Okahumpka. So that's how I got involved with the Okahumpka Community Center. When I first moved there, you know, it was just a building being used for community service. Then we renovated and we made a senior citizen site out of it. Then we turned it into a Meal on Wheels site. And then it sat idle for a while until the Lord sent us one angel, which was Chip Domingo. He was looking for artifacts, so he wanted to use the community center ground to look for artifacts underground. But as he looked up, he saw an artifact on top of the ground, which was the old school. And so we've been working on this situation for a long time. A lot of the members who wanted to see this happen are all dead and gone now. I'm about the last man standing. So I'm pleading with the county to fill our hearts with what we're going through to try to make this project, you know, successful. And we thank y'all for your undivided attention, and we hope y'all make the right decision on what we need to do to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate your service, sir. Chip D'Amico.
Sorry, he does that to me every time. I'm Chip D'Amico. I am a retired law enforcement officer from New York State. I spent 20 years wearing the badge and followed in the footsteps of my father, who was 25 years on the job. I learned how municipalities function and developed a deep respect for the responsibility of the public leadership, like all you have. Commissioners, I was raised to help and protect the elderly and those who can't protect themselves, to speak for those who have no voice, and to give people a hand up, not a handout. Because a hand up will help them for life, a handout only fosters continued dependence. There will be those that say what we are asking for tonight is a handout, including some right here in this chamber. The community club is trying to give a hand up. Okahumpka needs a lot of things to raise it out of the Lake County's dark shadows. They have no municipal water or sewer, They have no dirt roads in places where fire trucks still can't get to in certain homes. I'm sure of that. There are many elderly people, many who don't have air conditioning or a safe place to go in a storm. Beyond basic trash collection, there are really no municipal buildings or services to support them. What Okahumpka and Lake County do have is a national landmark. They have the restored Okahumpka Rosenwald School, 98% restored, coming soon. Because this historic school needs the community center, the historical significance of the Rosenwald School is immense. Since 1938, Rosenwald funds schools, and the story behind them is probably the greatest American story that no one has ever heard of. A private citizen developing a program and helping fund the building of 5,357 schools and related structures. That's a long time, and that's a lot of schools. Over a 20-year period, he did this in 15 southern states prior to 1938. Today, 85 years after the Rosenwald program ended, there are only around 4,000 accredited universities in this country. This is not a fake news. This is real history. It's right here in Lake County, in Okahumpka. The people that live in and around Okahumpka are Lake County residents who need a hand up. Help them have a place to exist, to learn, to teach, to talk to visitors about the rich history of Okahumpka, Lake County, Julius Rosenwald, Booker T. Washington, and Virgil Hawkins, Okahumpka's own citizen. I am a transplant here. I am doing my best to help. You are Lake County. You are Okahumpka's stewards. Please cut through the red tape, extend deadlines, and help us bring this worthy project to completion. It benefits everybody in Lake County. Thank you. And I'd like to respond to, if I may.
Yes, I mean, I think the key is if you're offering up like a path, maybe a particular recommendation.
Barb Nason recommended what our Okahumpka Community Club is hoping that you will do. Extend our deadline on the CDBG grant, because most of that is nothing that we can do about our own self. It's always delay, delay, delay. You have to bid, you have to put it out. I have to send the things through the state, and the state does know about the National Trust Grant. They also know about the other grants that we've gotten, small grants for like the interior and stuff. I have records all over the place back there. If you need me to look them up, I'll find them. I have a big box back there. We've had many delays right here with just the county staff. She mentioned meetings. Some of those meetings were 3-4 weeks, called for 3 or 4 weeks later. We have a new architect. Our original architect, I had to let go because he dragged his feet so long that it was costing our funding. We can't as a group move any faster than what the people around us are doing. 18 months to build, to restore a community center, or to restore the school and build a community center, that's impossible. I mean, it's just impossible. I've had the state grant since 2021. At the time, it was enough to do both. We didn't ask for COVID. We didn't ask for building expenses to go up 600%, like he just said. I mean, every step we got more money, the cost went up. And it's just going to keep climbing, like your road problem. We can't raise the money fast enough to jump that hurdle.
I understand. Okay. Appreciate it, Chip. And we've got two other cards, and Joe Branham and Ray Alfrauza White. If you're speaking in favor, let us know if you want to. Okay.
Hi, I'm Joe Branham from Okahumpka. Okahumpka became my hometown in 1940 when I moved here from Washington, D.C. as an 8-year-old Yankee. I was the first Yankee that ever been in the Okahumpka Consolidated School, which was the white school, and I didn't understand what a Yankee was. I wasn't at all aware of the War of Northern Aggression, as it was called here, and I didn't understand segregation. Luckily, I have Bug Springs in my front yard, and it was the local fishing and swimming hole. And when the white kids weren't there swimming with me, I was pleased to have friends in the black community. I didn't understand why they didn't come to the white school. Of course, I do now, but the thing has that issue has struck me all my life, and I have been concerned about developing a understanding of the importance of Okahumpka. The black students went to the Rosenwald School. It was founded strictly by public support rather than state support, and it was a change in the life of the young people, young black people in Okahumpka. Many of them succeeded. You just met some of them. One is a retired FBI agent, and others are have prospered and done very well because of the Rosenwald School. It's been a goal of mine for a long time to restore that school. My family used it as a community center during the time when people went for Meals on Wheels. The building fell into disrepair, and people like Danny Watson, who just spoke to you, did a great job of building it back into a community building. It deteriorated, and our efforts to get money for it didn't work until Chip D'Amico arrived from New York to get us a nice grant. The school itself is almost completed now, and I think it's very important that it become a museum to explain to people that don't understand how serious segregation was in this part of the world. Forgive me for pausing. Old age is
You're doing great.
clouding up the words a little bit, but the school did a great job, and when Chip showed up and got us the grant to get it repaired, it's now pretty well done. But what we need is a community building to go with it to serve as an entranceway to the school. Now, Chip from New York got us a grant for a whole lot, and he has devoted 24/7 hours, all his time here. He's only been here a few years, but he took this job on and did a marvelous job, and we're so proud of him. But what we need is help in getting the community building so that the community will be here despite the fact that the villages is just about to surround us. I hope that this museum will be an attraction to the people in the villages and the center, so that this really important old community doesn't disappear. Incidentally, Okahumpka is the oldest community in this part of Central Florida. It was founded in 1913, when Florida was still a Spanish colony. It was the chief village for the Seminole Indians, and therefore it was an important place. It was the home of Micanopy. Micanopy was an owner of 160 African slaves. They were removed to Arizona in the Trail of Tears, and the black people that went with them are buried in places like Brackettville, Texas. The ones that remain became the Buffalo Soldiers and the Tuskegee Airmen, and some of these people are their descendants, and they deserve a museum to recognize the importance of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And Ray?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Alfassa White. I'm a private citizen who's here to express my support for the preservation of this very important piece of history in Okahumpka, Florida, located in Lake County. I'm of the Jewish faith, and interestingly, today is Rosh Hashanah, the first day of the Jewish New Year, meaning the head of the year and a time to make efforts to make the world a better place, which is also known in Hebrew as Tikkun Olam. Julius Rosenwald, a Jewish man, demonstrated the true meaning of Tikkun Olam. He was the CEO of Sears and Roebuck, in case anybody in this room besides me is old enough to remember that, and the catalog that came out every year that you flipped through the pages and lovingly wished you could have all those things, or maybe used it as a booster seat, like we did in my house. He and Mr. Booker T. Washington, a man of color born to an enslaved mother who became one of America's foremost African-American leaders in the late 19th century and early 20th century, to form a partnership to build the Rosenwald schools. These were schools built to give children who otherwise would not have an education in the South. You've heard the background of that. The Rosenwald School in Okahumpka is only one of a handful of schools still standing that this group is diligently seeking to restore and preserve. And your continued partnership is desperately needed. In Lake County here, the Okahumpka School served thousands of students. And I'll reference my Jewish faith here again and talk about very briefly that in the Jewish community, we've worked very, very diligently to preserve Holocaust history, and much of that involves getting oral histories from survivors. And here we are today with very few survivors still alive here with us. And like that, similarly, here in Okahumpka, you have very few students still alive who were part of the Rosenwald School. I think it's critical that you preserve their histories while we can have them here to tell us what they experienced. And I'm asking for your continued participation and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so Maria, if you want to help us understand if it's an extension that we would grant, if I think a request was made, the public dollars, was that different than CDBG dollars? Was that the difference between the total amount needed and to finish the project?
So the total amount that's needed, I believe, is significantly more than what has been awarded. And I believe that there are still some items that are outstanding with the Planning and Zoning Department. The Director of Planning and Zoning is here if you have any specific questions for him. I think they'd have to overcome those obstacles before we could reach out to our HUD representative to see about an extension.
But that would come from us, the county, as the applicant for an extension versus what you talked about in your presentation, something about reapplying. This would be try to keep this particular application alive.
Yes, to keep this allocation alive, we would reach out to HUD. If there was an instance where they needed additional funding, we had requested that they then reapply for funding in the spring when we reopen the application. Normally, projects that are close to $500,000, we do in a phased approach. That way, it doesn't affect the county's funding with other projects. So there's an opportunity for them to apply again in the spring as well.
You had mentioned before the possibility of doing something like a bathroom facility so that it could be used for the museum, and then you do the next phase to complete the community building. Is that something that you've
That was some of the discussion that we had, yes, in our last meeting. But again, I think that there's an obstacle with where they're at currently and what's needed in planning and zoning.
And what's needed in planning and zoning are site plan related issues? Is that, I'm just trying to get this narrowed down as much as we can to understand what it would take to get it across the finish line.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. Yes, Maria is correct that there are still outstanding items for the review of the site plan for the community center. And I'll say that the planning and zoning staff appreciates and respects the heartfelt interest the community has for this project and the value that they hold on it. Nevertheless, the staff must take an objective approach in reviewing the site plan for its compliance with Lake County regulations. So we have a staff comment letter that their engineer has in his possession that lists, I won't bore you with the details. The Planning and Zoning Department has 11 comments that are outstanding for the site plan to be in compliance with our regulations. Landscaping review is still outstanding. We have not received a landscaping plan. The Public Works Department has 10 comments that have gone unanswered, and these all relate to parking, stormwater, ADA accessibility, impervious surface area, all the same stuff that we would review and approve on any other project that we would have before us. The capacity encumbrance letter for any impact fees associated with it, additional informational comments, environmental review, public works informational comments, building services informational comments, and it's my understanding that the building permit for the museum portion is still underway and has not received a CO as of yet.
But it sounded like we might be getting close to that. We might be close to the CO based on what was said today. So issues like landscaping requirements and like paved parking, I mean, is that something like that they could use grass parking? Are there ways that we could lower the site development cost? I mean, I understand stormwater becomes an issue because if you build a new structure, you've got to have a place for the stormwater runoff to go. But has anyone considered using grass parking as opposed to, and does our code absolutely require it be paved? And is that something that we could waive or they'd be interested in doing?
We can look at this as creatively as possible, but we still need the engineer to submit the plan for us to review. For example, the landscaping plan is still absent from our review. And as you could see from the timeline that was before you, this has been going on since April of '24, and we have yet to have a complete package before us that we can approve.
Yeah, maybe you could help us with the landscape issue or.
So it's quite a bit, and this is more so speaking of timeline and just loss of time. So this is my first time submitting with Lake County, and my understanding was that you guys have a digital permit portal available. And so I originally went through the building portal. I received a note back saying that I need to go submit a site plan amendment application, which we did the initial site plan review as the pre-app stated when you saw the timeline. So I went into the zoning portal, and then I tried to submit there, and then I received another notice saying you need to do the actual document and then email it off. And so then I coordinated with the Oklahoma Community Club, got all the necessary documents. Now, my understanding that was just simply for the site plan amendment review. Now, I did fail to include the landscape plan in that initial submittal. However, that was in July. I never received any sort of confirmation of receipt of our submission of our packet, which typically I would assume I would get something like dealing with other municipalities. I've at least said, you know, I got an automatic message. So I called quite a bit trying to get a hold of the Planning and Zoning Department, and every time I either got voicemail, actually every time I got voicemail, or I didn't get a voicemail, it just rang for a very long time. One day I finally got a hold of somebody in the building department, and I can't remember the woman's name, but she was very helpful. And she was able to go over to the Planning and Zoning Department, and then that's when I was told that, oh, it's in review, and you would be getting some comments within the next week or so. And then that's when we actually ended up getting a response in September. So mind you, we got it in July, and then we got the litany of comments in September. But not only was it site plan comments, but it looks like it went through every department, which also then further confused me, because my understanding was it was a site plan amendment review, because I would have submitted all the drawings at the same time if I would have known it was going to every department. So that may be on my naivete and understanding how Lake County operates, but it was a little bit difficult just to kind of figure out the proper, you know, steps forward, and then also just not to hear back anything in July, and I had to wait till September to get the list of comments. It makes it difficult to move forward in a, you know, quick pace.
Okay, all right. You got a comment or a suggestion?
I have just a question. And you sort of touched on it. You know, what can we do as a board to waive the berm requirement for landscaping? Seems pretty excessive. Could add to the cost. I know you.
And I wonder whether they'd be satisfied to use grass parking or at least something
yes.
like that. And then I also wonder about this whole concurrency thing. It just seems, I know that you've got to look at every application, like every other application, but seriously, I mean, it's like concurrency. I mean, it's a community building of people that are in the community, going to a building in their community. We ought to be able to help get through these kind of things, I feel like.
Madam Chairman, I can jump in on that. So as far as the landscaping and the parking, the code allows the staff, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but they can do up to like a 25% variance administratively on landscaping.
Correct.
Parking, they cannot. So if they want more than 25% on the landscaping, or they want significant parking variances, they have to apply for a variance, which goes before the Board of Adjustment. That process is, you know, from the time you submit it to the time you get in front of the board is, you know, 3 to 4 months. Could it be expedited by the staff? Potentially. As far as the stormwater, as you know, with all of the flooding issues we've had in the county, I'm not sure that the Board of Adjustment would approve any type of stormwater variance, but, you know, they could certainly apply for that. And the key with the variance is they have to show that they're meeting the intent of the code in another way. So if there's some other way to do the stormwater or the parking or whatever, they would put that in their application.
Madam Chair, we did have some residents online who would wish to speak on this, too.
One other quick question, too.
And I've got a question.
What was the cost difference between what they got versus now what it's going to take?
So I can jump in on that. The information that's been provided, I believe Commissioner Campione obtained the information. Their bids were coming in between $900,000 and $1.1 million just for the community center. Okay. Our funding right now is at about, I think, $287,000. Not sure what they would have left over from completing the renovation of the historic structure. So you're looking, I'm assuming, about $7. Mr. D'Amico's giving me fingers there.
We're going to have about $410,000 left after the restoration.
That you need.
Is also for the site plan. Everything else for the site plan.
One other quick thing so if there's some commitment from the county to make up some delta on that, it's going to come from general fund? Or can it come from tourist development tax?
It cannot come from tourist development tax.
Even for a museum?
You would have to do a study to show that this museum was going to bring in X percent of tourists, and then you could do a percentage allocation out of that. We've done that on other projects, not museum related, but other projects, and typically those studies don't come in showing a very high percentage of tourism use. This may be different because it is a historic structure, but we'd have to have a study to decide what percentage of tourism tax you could use for that.
But it does sound like you could get costs significantly lower with reduction of some of the site plan requirements. Okay.
Well, I'm a little, maybe I'm a little confused on some things. When this was first brought to us 4 years ago, and Maria, maybe you can help me out, this was just for the historical refurbishing of the actual school, correct?
It was for the restructuring of the school.
Of the school. So when did this community center come about?
It was combined. It was in 3 separate phases, but that was initially listed as part of the application. We reviewed the application. It was for over $500,000 initially at that time. And because it didn't have any additional funding tied, and we're always looking for, in our applications, some additional source of funding to carry these projects through so that they're not, with cost increases, left without being able to complete the project. We were not able to fund it at that time due to the amount and no additional funding. So they reapplied again for the 23-24 cycle and did have those additional sources of funding through the 2 additional grants that they had received. And for that reason, the amount then was reduced to the 287, I believe, or 284 that we were able to award. And just for clarification, because the project has started, this wouldn't be considered a phased project approach. So what we awarded in this specific funding, if they've started the project, which they have, we wouldn't be able to award additional funding for the completion of the project. We would have to look back at the application and look at the scope to ensure that everything was completed under that scope before we could address awarding any additional funding for a second phase of the project.
So I have absolutely zero problem with fixing up historical Rosenwald building the way it was originally presented to me by Chris. You presented just a school to me. And so I was in favor of preserving history. However, when we start talking community centers, I believe there's one down in Four Corners that needs this community center. Bassville Park needs a community center. And we're talking, doing quick math, over $600,000.
And Madam Chairman, just to clarify as well, with the variances, and Maria, correct me again if I'm not stating this correctly, but if they get variances, I believe CDBG rules are going to require them to rebid. It's not a matter of negotiating with who they currently have. They have to, I believe, start that bidding process over again.
It's this whole CDBG process that makes it so much more complicated than if it was just a, grassroots but when you've got the CDBG involved, it's like you can't do anything differently without getting them to authorize it.
And doesn't this affect all of our grants?
It affects the county's funding, yes. So whenever a project is not within its time frame, it will be flagged in the HUD system, the IDIS system. And currently it is flagged because it was due to be closed the end of December of this year, and no funding has been reimbursed or expended. So that would continue until the project is completed, keeping in mind then that HUD, during our review, will look at those projects that are flagged because it does determine whether or not the county is doing a good job or being a good steward of the funding.
Okay, Chip, do you have something really helpful to add?
She asked for over $1 million. You were just handed a copy of part of my application.
I did not.
It asked for $287,310, which is exactly what we got. And
So-
the application listed a checkbox for community center and historic building.
So just to clarify,
It asked for both, community center and.
So it was on that application.
On the application.
right, but just to clarify, the over $1 million, I think, was a reference to the bids. Maria didn't say anything about them asking for $1 million.
Yeah,
First
it was-
application was for over $500,000. The first application that was denied was for over 500, close to $600,000, I believe.
Okay, so here's a thought. Okay, as much as I think we all would want to do variances to help lower site plan cost, it sounds like if we do that, even if we could give all the variances possible, it would affect the CDBG grant itself. So just getting an extension isn't going to unless we stay the course and build it the way that, per code, no variances, then that would be the only chance we could keep this current application alive. One other possibility would be you do something like you reapply, we get the variances, we get the price down as low as we can, then we reapply for the CDBG grant.
Yes, and it would have to be for a different scope of the project, because the project has already started, so an environmental review would have to be conducted for that new scope.
Okay.
So if they were to do, for example, the bathrooms as part of the facility upgrades and use this funding source, we'd have to start the process again, but they would use this award for that specific bathroom facilities, for example, and then in the spring reapply for whatever the new scope would be on that facility.
Okay. All right. Last comment.
First, one thing that the planning and zoning seems to be not.
Yep.
One thing the planning and zoning seems to be not following is the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines on the treatment of historical properties. They allow for specific guidance and changes to be made to keep the historical reference of the property and the building. This was a schoolhouse. It was all schoolyard. That's all it was. The schoolyard. It's going to now have this huge landscape berm. It's going to have a big hole in the ground where for rainwater that doesn't exist there. It drains away as it is. It never floods.
But I think what you're hearing is that we're amenable to like waivers that would address like a berm that really shouldn't be there, or if the stormwater issue, it's not about the old schoolhouse. It's about building a new structure, then you have to have a place to put runoff. If you don't have parking and it's grass parking, then arguably the stormwater area goes down in size. So we're just trying to figure out how to get from point A to point B, and in the interest of time and everybody's, everybody else's time, I would ask if maybe your group that came today and anybody that wants to be there, myself, Maria, county attorney, county manager, let's set a meeting this week and all get together and try to come up with how we can get from point A to point B. Because it is very complicated with the CDBG side of it. And while the National Trust grant or the state grant, that might allow a certain amount of leeway, if CDBG doesn't give the same leeway, then we can't use that to our benefit. So I think it would be smart, because we're not going to figure this out here.
I understand.
But I think
There
you
is a-
hear that you've got a lot of support for trying to get this across the finish line.
I appreciate that. There is something in our contract, the CDBG contract, that says that the monies can be extended if they were in our hands. If the money was in our hands. They've got a mortgage on our property and the money isn't in our hands.
The CDBG program is a reimbursement program, and typically during our workshops, we emphasize that so that all of the applicants understand that you're supposed to pay the costs up front, and then the CDBG grant will reimburse you.
So that's where that rub is, unless, yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, the only other, and you can't, if from a reimbursement standpoint, it's, a county can't say, okay, we're going to pay for it, then we're going to turn around and get ourselves reimbursed by CDBG?
No, when we met with them at our last meeting, we had discussed payment to the contractor directly.
Right.
As the costs were incurred. So we can do that, pay the contractor directly.
Okay, all right, so that could be a potential solution. But as far as doing waivers, like if the site plan changed, you're saying that the CDBG application would change?
Yes, we'd have to look at the scope of the initial application to ensure that it matches and meets the, what was submitted to HUD. Every application or project is then submitted to HUD so that they understand where the funding is going, so.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, though, if what was submitted to HUD didn't go in such great detail that it showed where a retention pond was or where landscaping was, that
We can
that would
review.
give us some leeway.
Good.
Okay. All right, okay. Thank you, everybody. Our goal is, it's Tuesday. Let's see if we can have a meeting by the end of the week, if we can get everybody together. and then we'll go from there. Thank you for all your time and support, and I think you've heard from all of us that when we... Oh, we do have people on the phone. Do the people on the phone want to weigh in? I'm going to give you the option.
Cassandra Brown, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Commissioners. I thank you all for being in agreement to continue this project. I do want to say that I am actually the niece of Virgil Hawkins from Lake County, and it's through his hard work and dedication. I am a proud graduate of FAMU Law School because of the work that he did, and as far as getting Black people admitted to law school. So I really do appreciate the fact that you are willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that this project goes forward. It has served our community well for many years, and so any red tape and those things that we can try to get over, we appreciate your efforts here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there another caller? No. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So this will conclude this item, and we'll move now to our next item. Thank you all again. Appreciate it. Let's see. We're going backwards now to 24. Okay. All right. And I have a whole lot of cards here, so let's give everybody a chance to clear the room here.
But just to be clear on this item, I think we should, I'll make the motion, I think we have our discussion, then we hear the cards. I don't think it's good to start with an enormous amount of comments before the board even discusses the item. Is that how, we go back and forth on how we handle it?
No, it's hard
Okay.
to know what's the right way to go, but
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think everybody can agree something as simple and as good as this totally deserves to have board discussion, comment, motion before there is a public comment, because the
yeah,
public
no,
comment, if it's
I don't
even.
necessarily disagree that
Sure.
it doesn't hurt to have some, it doesn't hurt to have a board discussion and then call for comment, because it does frame the issue from the standpoint of the Board of County Commissioners. So we have a lot of cards, and what we're going to do is we're going to open up discussion by the board first, and then we're going to call on speaker cards. But I did in preparation for this agenda item, I did have something I sort of wanted to preface a discussion with that I think is important, because I think that it's important to say a few things. First, there's a phenomenon in American partisan politics that has become the norm, and that is essentially, at least it feels like the norm. If one side characterizes someone else on the other side as one of the really bad labels, they call them a racist, a misogynist, a bigot, something like that, then anyone who tries to have a discussion about that person or to bring honor to a person, then they're labeled. And even worse, this idea that if you even have a discussion, then you're being divisive. And it's a really effective way to shut down a dialogue by saying, if you even talk about this, how could you even talk about such a thing? And I just want to lay the groundwork with that we should be able to talk about these things, and we should be able to talk about them calmly, and we should be able to express our feelings and our positions. And it shouldn't be that we're not allowed to have a discussion, because if we even have such a discussion, then therefore we're doing something divisive, okay? So I just wanted to sort of lay the groundwork with that. So,
Yeah, if I could, since it's my motion resolution.
yeah, and I think it is really important that we've said it before, in our board meetings, we do not clap. If we have clapping, we're going to ask you to stop, and if you don't stop, then you have to leave, because we don't, this is not like a rally. So you, Commissioner Sabatini brought this up, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Thank you very much. So as you all very well know, something very horrible and tragic happened in this country 2 weeks ago. Arguably one of the most famous and respected members of my generation, Charlie Kirk, who's one of the greatest Americans who's ever lived, and is already, just within hours of his death, been announced as a recipient, soon to be recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, something that only 680 Americans have ever gotten. I think it's only appropriate that he deserves national recognition at the state, local, and national level. And so he has, if you don't know, and a lot of people don't know who he is if they're much older and they're not involved with sort of civic life at a younger generation, the largest youth leader, I'll just leave it at that, largest youth leader, I would say, in the history of the country. Certainly the largest amount of, he's led the largest civic revival of any American in the last 50 years, without any comparison. He's registered more voters to vote in American politics than anybody in the last 50 years. And these are, of course, the qualifications of why Donald Trump has awarded him already the Presidential Medal of Freedom. 1,200 high school chapters of the Turning Point USA, 900 at the college level. He's somebody I knew pretty personally. I spent quite a bit of time with him. And so I don't think that any normal, sane person would ever speak out against naming a significant road after somebody as great as Charlie Kirk. It's not even a debate. If the debate is which road, I'm obviously more than happy. We have thousands and thousands of roads in Lake County, and I think a debate about geography and which road is obviously a healthy one. But I think it's very sinister that we received through our emails, the five of us, because we were copying most of them, emails from a coordinated radical left political campaign who sought to defame this young man who was slain down based on his political views, mercilessly killed, assassinated, leaving 2 children behind, literally days and weeks after he was killed. And I think it's, I just have to say, because today should be a positive day of remembering somebody great, somebody who just on Sunday had, I think, what's now recorded as the largest funeral, largest memorial gathering in the history of the country. Had 90,000 people there, 20,000 in a nearby stadium, 20 million watching. It's only appropriate. So the question of what road we name after Charlie Kirk, obviously, I think there's going to be some more discussion on that. I chose a prominent road. I chose a prominent road that many people in Central Florida know well and travel every day. And the reason why is because Charlie was, at one point, a Floridian, had an enormous effect over Florida, and started dozens, if not hundreds, of college chapters of Turning Point, even some here, right here in Lake County at the high school level, and changed the lives of countless Americans. On top of that, additionally, he's one of the greatest evangelical Christians of his time, brought more people to Christ, and led a larger spiritual revival than anybody. Again, I mean this sincerely, I'm not trying to be sensational. I can't see how anyone
All right,
could
listen,
ever.
I don't want to interrupt, but
Sure.
we don't do this. And if you're going to blurt stuff out and you're going to, carry on like this, I'm going to have to ask you to go. If you wanted to sit here and listen, and then you have a chance, you can say what you want to say. But this isn't the way that things are supposed to work.
Again, it has to be said, how a person could be opposed to naming a road after somebody of such national significance, one of less than 700 people in the history of the country to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom, it's announced, but it's coming in the following days, is beyond me, especially when you have thousands and thousands of unnamed roads in this county and throughout the state of Florida. He was a great American. He was a great Christian. He was a great leader. Obviously, he's more than deserving of this honor. And I'm hoping every county steps up, and I'm hoping every city steps up to name some place or road after Charlie Kirk. He truly was, in my opinion, the greatest member of our generation thus far. An absolute American hero whose life will never be forgotten and whose message will never be cut down because of political violence from the radical left. And that is just absolutely disturbing that anyone could be opposed. With that said, I would move to approve this resolution.
right, we have a motion to approve a resolution. We don't have a road, though, designated.
Wellness Way.
Okay.
And if somebody wants a different road and they want a second for discussion, more than happy to have that conversation.
And Madam Chairman, if I can just clarify, the road's not actually going to be renamed. It will remain Wellness Way for addressing and title purposes. This would be a memorial designation, which is like the brown signs that you see on the side of some of our roads.
Okay.
I'll second for the discussion. The Schofield Road, though, would be preferable.
Well, yeah, happy to have the discussion. I like both roads. Obviously, I choose the more prominent road because I think it's more important as a road. I think it'll get more eyeballs, people from around the state who can look and see that this is a county that stands up to embrace and honor great Americans who were slain down mercilessly. And just more people, more eyeballs, more attention, more people realizing that this is the right thing to do. And that's what we do. That's what we do here in Lake County. We're a statewide leader. This is a county that loves American ideals, American patriotism, and embraces it, pushes it at the forefront, and never backs down despite a loud, angry minority that's willing to mock a dead person literally days and weeks after they die. And so, obviously, I think this is very appropriate.
All right. We have a lot of speaker cards. Me personally, I would have handled this differently. And I'll probably get people saying nasty things about me. But I've been following Charlie Kirk for a really long time. When he was 18, he came on the scene, and his big focus was talking about American exceptionalism and what makes America great. And what he did was he went out on college campuses and he debated young people. And he actually tried to instill in them an appreciation for all of the good things about America. He didn't pretend that we didn't have blemishes. He didn't pretend that we didn't have problems in our history. But he focused on the fact, see, and I'm going to keep talking. I'll just keep talking. Because I have a right to talk, just like you have a right to talk. And I feel that this is important and it needs to be said. His approach to working with young people on campuses, high school and college, was really important. My kids were about that age when this was happening. And so I watched the impact that he had on young people. And now, and I think it's really important to note that at that time, our textbooks, our professors, our teachers were really trying to make people feel bad about being Americans. They were trying to make you feel bad about America. And this was that pushback to that movement that was going on in our country. So I can appreciate it from the standpoint that this was going on when the kid was 18 years old, and here he is 31. And one of the things that he did all throughout this time was he would go on college campuses and he would face-to-face meet people that looked at things differently than him. And they would get into it, you know, and they would have, it was almost like a Socratic method where they would ask questions back and forth, and it's really fascinating because it forced people to think about why they believe what they believe, how they got to the place where they believed it, and whether they could stand that belief system up with reason. And this is very important, and this is part of being an American, is open dialogue and actually analyzing why we feel how we feel and what we believe. So when I started to, and then jump ahead to and now he did get into podcast and stuff like that, and I've read some of the stuff that's been out there, and I did cringe at times because I knew things could be pulled out of context, and I knew they would be, and they have been. And there are memes all over Facebook, there are memes all over social media that completely pull out of context things that this man said. And so, and it's really disheartening to watch what has happened on social media because it's been, it's too planned. I mean, it's like the information that's been put out there, the memes that have been put out there just to incite, hatred and anger after a man had just been shot because he was speaking on a college campus. How can anybody think that it's okay that an American was on a college campus speaking about the issues of the day, and he was shot. And then we all started to see what was happening on social media. People were actually saying things like, just terrible, ugly things. Me personally, I probably would have waited 6 months and said, okay, let's talk about, let's talk about, should we name a road? Should we do a memorial? Should we do something? I mean, I've seen a statute that somebody put together that was actually young people sitting at a table talking. There are ways to, to honor people, and while apparently some of you in the room and some people that have written emails to us disagree that he should be honored, I am one that believes that somebody like that should be honored. And the fact that you talk about policies that you may believe are racial policies that are actually somehow make someone racist because they bring up a topic, this is America. You should be able to talk about policies. How do we get better as Americans if we cannot talk about what's wrong with policies that we have in place, that we may have had in place for a really long time, that need to be discussed? Or how do you talk about some of the issues that are impacting us nationwide? And then I do want to mention the fact that he was a devout Christian. And some of what he was able to do was actually inspire people to become more connected to their religion. So I'm not, I'm gonna do what we have to do, which is open up the podium, and you can get up and you can say what you want to say, but it blows my mind that I could say that a man is a devout Christian, and then somebody who also considers himself a Christian shakes their head as if they get to make that judgment. That blows my mind. But that being said, I think that there are a lot of people in this county who want to honor what this man did, what he stood for, what he was able to do by having dialogue with young people. And I think there are a lot of people that want to honor him. And I know that there are people obviously here and that don't. But it shouldn't be that one group, gets to say, no, we're not going to do this, and we then ignore the many, many people who want to see this young man honored. So I think that, that's kind of where I'm coming from. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I am like you. I think I'd have done this 100% completely different. I would have waited a little bit. To me, when this first came out, it seemed like more of a knee-jerk reaction. But thank goodness there was weeks, involved in this. Charlie Kirk was a devout Christian, most of all. He spoke the Word of God every time he spoke about anything, and he was as truthful as someone can be. I'm just upset that some of the emails that we have received, first of all, they're form emails, and they take his words so far out of context that it's not even recognizable, which is absolutely despicable, to my opinion. If people would listen to the entire conversation instead of taking what they hear from somebody else off of Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or whatever, and do your own research, you would see this guy was a true Christian just trying to help America. That's all he was doing. So that's all I have to say. But I would have done this, as you said, a little bit differently.
Comments?
When I first saw this coming to us, it was a reaction, and I don't think that we need to react. We should act. So I agree that we should have waited to see the flavor of what needs to be done instead of reacting to what happened. It's a tragedy, okay? Just absolutely a tragedy. The other thing is, I don't think from this dais we need to be doing political things. I don't want to do a Republican or a Democrat thing. We need to do what's best for everybody. So that's my take on it. I mean, you look at Martin Luther King died the 1st of April 1968. The first road was named the same month in Chicago after Martin Luther King. And there's over 1,000 Martin Luther King roads, 37 in Florida. So I see both sides.
Well, right, and Martin Luther King, he was a Democrat and he was a partisan. So was Ronald Reagan. He was a Republican and he was a partisan. So the fact that someone's a partisan doesn't disqualify them from being a great American or being honored by a community to say, hey, this guy was doing some really important work. And to me, the most important things that he did was he talked about the greatness of America. And despite all of the problems, it's the greatest country in the world, the greatest system of government in the world. Are there things we can fix? Yes, but we can't fix them if we can't talk about them in a civil manner. And to me, that's what he stood for. And then his outreach as a Christian, wanting to spread the gospel, he was able to inspire people who hadn't been to church for years. He was able to touch hearts in ways that no one has done in this country, probably since Billy Graham started his big evangelical movement. So, I mean, there are a lot of really beautiful things that have come out of his life, but I see him as someone who really, most importantly, stood for the First Amendment. And that is a right that we have as Americans, and the idea that we would try to not even have a discussion here today because we're afraid that someone's going to be offended. I mean, that's like 2 deaths, you know, it's the assassination and then let's shut down his legacy. No, let's talk about his legacy and let's talk about what he really stood for. And as Commissioner Smith said, if you look at the whole context, you see that some of these difficult issues, while he might have gotten a little rough at times, and I guarantee you if he could go back and he could fix a few of the things that he said, he probably would. But he was delving into issues that are important issues that we can all agree that we might disagree about. But we should not shut down public dialogue. And to me, that's what he stood for, and I think that he's worthy of being honored. All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Jacqueline Arndt, and then Janet Mailer.
Before I begin, my name is Jacqueline Orange. I live in Mount Dora, and Lashana Tova, since this is also a Jewish country, not only a Christian country. I'd like to express serious concerns about Commissioner Sabatini's proposal to name a road in Wellness Way after Charlie Kirk. It will set a troubling precedent and contradicts the principles that should guide our community's approach to public honors. First, consider the divisive nature of this choice. Road names should unite our community, not divide it. Charlie Kirk is a polarizing political figure whose rhetoric frequently inflammatory and exclusionary. But public infrastructure should reflect shared values and broad community consensus, not partisan politics. When we name streets after controversial figures, we risk alienating significant portions of our citizenry who use these roads daily. Second, we must consider the standards for such honors. Traditionally, communities name roads after individuals who have made direct positive contributions to the local area. Longtime residents, civic leaders, veterans, educators, those who served the specific community. So what does...
You left out national leaders. Please don't misrepresent the ordinance.
I do have the floor.
You purposely left out the ordinance. Yeah. Do not misread the ordinance.
What connection does Charlie Kirk have to Lake County? What local contributions warrant this permanent recognition? Third, this sets a concerning precedent. If we approve political figure namings without clear criteria, we open the door to endless partisan battles over our public spaces. Every election cycle could bring new demands to rename roads after favored political personalities. Our infrastructure would become a revolving door of political messaging rather than a stable community assets. And then finally, consider the irony of the location. Wellness Way suggests health, community, well-being, healing. Associating him with a divisive political figure fundamentally contradicts the peaceful, therapeutic connotations the name currently evokes. Lake County deserves leadership that brings us together, not initiatives that create unnecessary division. I'm sure there are many worthy local heroes, teachers, first responders, veterans, community volunteers, who would be more appropriate and less controversial choices for such honors. I respectfully request that you vote against this proposal and work toward naming policies that truly serve all local county residents. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I've already said it like 100 times a day. No clapping, please. All right, Janet Mahler is next.
If I could, Chairman, just real quick, can we please come up with a board policy right here that if somebody is disrupting the meeting more than twice, that they are removed by our deputies? Because at this point, this is just out of control. I've been up here for a year. If this was Tallahassee, let me tell you, if this was the state capitol, one time you interrupt a meeting, you'd be escorted out. One time.
You cannot.
We're going to have to do something about that.
Stop it, please. All right, we're going to have a discussion. Everyone has a chance to talk. All right, use your time at the podium to say what you want to say.
I'm going to use my time at the podium, and I'm going to ask that I not be interrupted, just as we did not interrupt you. My name is Janet Mahler, and I am a native of Florida. I am new to this area. This is my very first meeting, and I'm telling you, I am in total shock and awe as I listen to what's going on here. But I would like to share a thought about the proposal to name a street after Charlie Kirk. Street names are permanent markers in our communities. They become part of our maps, our addresses, our children's sense of place, and because of that, we need to take great care before attaching a public honor to any one individual. Mr. Kirk is a figure who inspires very strong feelings, both positive and negative. Some seeing him as a leader, while others view his words and actions as deeply divisive. This division itself is reason enough for us to take pause. A street name should unite, not divide. It should represent values the whole community can take pride in, like service, compassion, contributions, and uplift everyone. There's no urgency here. Our cities will always have streets, but we only get one chance to name them well. Time will give us perspective, and perspective will help us choose a name that reflects unity, shared history, and the best of who we are. So my request is simple. Let's not rush. Let's slow down, take a breath, and readdress this after our tense climate has settled and our heads are more clear. Let's honor people who bring us together. Let's make every street name one that future generations can walk down in pride. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jim Morey, and then CJ Blanchett. Jim? Is Jim gone? Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, fellow citizens, and members of the community. I'd like to first preface this by asking all the citizens here to review this video and recognize tyranny whenever you see it. Elections, they have consequences. My name is CJ Blanchett. I'm a resident, homeowner, business owner in Lake County, and I am the chairman of the Constitutional Party of Lake County. I preface my statement with this. I've met Charlie Kirk, and I presented at the Turning Point event a few years ago. I personally feel that some of the statements made about him are a tremendous disservice. However, my statements are not about Mr. Kirk, his beliefs, or his political views. It's about the actions of our commissioners in our county. I stand today to remind each of you, you were not elected to serve personal interests, special favors, or outside agendas. You were chosen by the people of Lake County to safeguard our resources, represent our values, and prioritize the welfare of those who live, work, and raise families here. The responsibilities of a county commissioner are not ceremonial. They are rooted in governance and stewardship. Commissioners are entrusted to ensure fair taxation, infrastructure maintenance, prudent budgeting, and protection of the rights and freedoms of the people who elected you. Every vote you cast should reflect the needs of Lake County residents, not outsiders, not lobbyists, not individuals who hold no stake in our community. The special recognition for individuals who do not reside in Lake County may appear harmless, like a symbolic nod or a street renamed. But symbolism in government carries weight and it sets precedents. When a commission extends honors to a non-resident, it risks three dangerous outcomes: erosion of trust, dilution of identity, and gateway to favoritism and influence. Recognition should be reserved for the men and women who invest their time, labor, and love in Lake County. Every county, like every family, has its own culture, its own struggles, and its own victories. By elevating outsiders, we risk diluting the very identity of Lake County. Our recognitions should tell our story, not someone else's. Today, it's a street renamed. Tomorrow, it could be preferential treatment, political leverage, or resources diverted from Lake County residents to outside interests. And once the door of recognition is open to non-residents, it can be walked through by those with money, power, or political motives. Commissioners, the people of Lake County demand your loyalty. That loyalty must be demonstrated not just in budgets and ordinances, but in the very symbols and recognitions you issue in the name of the county. To honor those who do not live here, who have not contributed here, and who are not accountable here is to betray the trust of your constituents. Instead, I ask that you lift up our teachers, veterans, farmers, small business owners, first responders, community volunteers that are the true heartbeat of Lake County.
Thank you.
In closing, I urge the commission to remember your oath, your duty, and who you serve. Lake County's voice belongs to the people of Lake County and no one else. In God, for freedom, thank you.
Ron, okay, come on. Ron, Mr. Van Syke?
I guess this afternoon, good afternoon. Mr. Sabatini, I want to commend you for bringing this forward. I don't know that I agree with it. I wanted to say a few things about it. Obviously you're definitely a strong right Republican. I am independent now. I've been Democrat, Republican. I don't really fit in either party very well. I am socially more liberal. I am fiscally conservative. So I fall in that more independent area. As far as this country goes, my ninth great-grandfather arrived here in 1632-ish, roughly, in what is now known as Battery Park. He was one of the first 500 people, West Indies company, that came down to what is now Lower Manhattan, New York. My seventh and sixth great-grandfathers grew up in Pennsylvania. Then we moved from Pennsylvania to Iowa, to Colorado. My third great-grandfather, or fourth, I lose track on the numbers, but grandfather settled in California. I grew up in Colorado. I lived there for 52 years before I moved down here. Why I came here to Central Florida was to learn. I grew up in a county that was totally white and Hispanic. We had no African Americans in our county. We may have had a few, maybe 100 Asian people in our county. County is about 12,000 people in Colorado. So I had a very narrow view of the world and came here to learn about diversity and to learn about people that were different from me and where I grew up. And I commend Charlie Kirk. I've never heard of him until he unfortunately was assassinated. Shows my generation age. I don't pay attention to the internet. But this fella is somewhere between the extreme left and extreme right of what you hear on the media and things. I am open for debate. I love debate. Healthy debate is good. But extremism and fueling fire and agitation is not healthy. So I would say that I'm against naming this road for this individual. Maybe in a year or two, when emotions are settled in the country and things, come back and look at it with a more wise perspective of his real impact on the country and see if it makes sense to move forward in that direction. But I think right now, the emotional state of the country, we need to just wait and pause on it. So I would say push it down the road a while. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck.
All right, the next card is Gavin Brown, and what are the odds of this? The card after that is Gavin Rollins. So, two Gavins.
To think growing up, we couldn't even find a keychain with our name on it. I would like to thank the commission for allowing us residents to be here today and have a say on this matter. I think and I hope we can all agree that hearing out the voices of all the people is what the bedrock of this great nation is all about. I do take a little aim at one comment, though. I do like fact-checking. Martin Luther King Jr. was not a Democrat or a Republican. He was just a great American leader who worked to not divide us, to unite us. Let me just start off by saying that I believe what happened to Charlie Kirk was truly appalling. I hope we can all agree that political extremist violence from either side is not the answer to political disagreements, nor reflect the American values representing our freedoms of expression and free speech with regards to our God-given constitutional rights. I feel terribly for the Kirk family, just as I did for the family of Minnesota State Senator Melissa Hortman and her husband, who were fatally shot inside of their home by an extremist gunman in June. Both of these cases were equally as tragic, and both should be remembered as such. These types of incidents, while higher in profile, sadly have become the norm in today's politically heated society. Both of these could have been preventable with better understanding of common sense gun control laws, which do have broad appeal across the political spectrum when discussed in such a manner. I'm sick and tired of hearing thoughts and prayers and deeply concerned. When you pray, move your feet is an African proverb popularized by civil rights leader John Lewis, meaning that prayer is not complete without corresponding action. What we should be doing is trying to stop these senseless political acts of extremist violence and hate from continuing happening daily in our schools, places of worship, and public places. These deaths are as equally as tragic, but sometimes get forgotten the next day. So I'm here today because I believe that we should be focusing this memorial for something more focused toward Lake County and its residents. Charlie Kirk already has plenty of other areas around the country already planned for such, which included a primetime televised national memorial ceremony. Why don't we take this moment to be more localized with our county resources and history and put up a memorial to show what makes Lake County great again? This is why I propose we focus our time and energy with this proposal to instead honor a truly beloved fallen hero who was killed in the line of duty and who called Lake County home. That person is Lake County Deputy Bradley Michael Link, who was also a U.S. Army Reserve veteran. He had served with the Lake County Sheriff's Office for 4.5 years and had previously served with the Polk County Sheriff's Office. Just like Kirk and Hortman, he left behind a loving family, community, and fellow comrades who still mourn his loss to this day. Deputy Kirk died while honorably serving this county in the line of duty and should have just as much attention and praise from this commission and community. Wouldn't it be more suitable and ideal to have a memorial to honor someone who fought to serve and protect us? Have a true, actual Lake County resident who was a brave American hero. I hope you believe, as I do, in supporting
We had 3 minutes.
and our local law enforcement. And let me just tell you this, in these dark dystopian times, let's remember Deputy Link, and let's look at
Are we at 3 minutes?
unite and not divide us, and that includes you, Mr. Sabatini.
How dare you use that deputy's name for your petty bullshit political argument? How dare you?
All right.
How dare you?
All right. I'm
Disgusting. You're a disgusting person. How dare you? Unbelievable, man.
all right. All right. I got it. All right. This is ridiculous. All right. No, everybody's to blame for that one. All right. Let's go to the next speaker.
Gavin Rollins, and I agree that Deputy Link should be memorialized. I think the Marine unit out at Hickory Point Park would be a great place for that. I know he loved the water, and that was a part of his career and service, and I attended his memorial, and I definitely wholeheartedly agree that he should be memorialized. I don't think it's an either or. I think we can hold up and lift up people who have had an impact on our community, and I think there's this misconception that just because Charlie Kirk was not a Lake County resident, that he did not have an impact in Lake County. I attended a vigil recognizing his life where we peacefully sang and remembered and talked about the impact he had. And I looked around and there were students from all across Lake County there. And I remember one particular parent posting on Facebook how she didn't really even know who Charlie Kirk was until one day she noticed a difference in the lives of her son. She looked, and her son's friends, she looked around and her son was dressing better and wanting to be more respectful and wanting to honor his parents and things like that. And those were some of the things that Charlie Kirk talked about: honoring your parents, having civil discourse, stepping up. He called the men specifically of our country to step up to the plate and be men. And one of the things that I think is so tragic about all this and has gotten lost in such emotion is the reason Charlie Kirk was on college campuses, and the reason that when people would come and ask him, why are you on college campuses? He said, because when discourse ends, violence begins. And he was cut down violently trying to have civil discourse. And that certainly, whether you agree or disagree with everything Charlie Kirk said, I happen to know him. He was a friend. He was an honorable man, and I agree with a lot of what he said. Not everything, but most of what he said. But whether you agree or disagree, agree with the idea of what this naming road stands for, which is the idea that we have to have discourse. We have to discuss with people we don't agree with. And that's how we do things as Americans, not violence. And I encourage you to name this road after him and honor Deputy Link.
Thank you. Tricia Nicholson, and then Danielle Olivani. Right.
Good morning.
Leave if you don't think you can.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I want to respectfully urge this body to reconsider the proposal of renaming or honoring Wellness Way after Charlie Kirk. When we name our streets, we are not only giving directions, we are making a statement about who we honor and what values we uphold as a community. Mr. Kirk is a national political figure best known as the founder of Turning Point USA. While some may admire his work, his record is deeply polarizing. According to the Anti-Defamation League, Turning Point USA has repeatedly promoted divisive content, including rhetoric targeting LGBTQIA individuals, communities of color, and immigrants. The Southern Poverty Law Center has reported on Mr. Kirk's dismissal of systemic racism as a myth and his labeling of diversity initiatives as poison. Major outlets as the Associated Press and the Orlando Sentinel have documented his opposition to protections for transgender youth and his spreading of election-related misinformation. These positions do not foster unity. They create division and leave many in our community feeling excluded. If we're renaming things, we should honor people who built this county with courage, service, and inclusivity. Fortunately, we have remarkable local figures whose legacy of service embody those values. Virgil Hawkins, a Lake County native who spent nearly 30 years fighting to desegregate Florida's law schools, paving the way for future Black law students. Clara Head Teague, an early citrus pioneer and civic leader who shaped our economy and community life. Henry Holcomb Duncan, he introduced the bill to create Lake County in 1887 and served as the first clerk of courts. Gail L. Ash, the first woman to be named mayor of Claremont, and is recognized for her contributions to the quality of life in Lake County. Any of these women, the 40 women on that wall, would be a better option. And if it is to honor gun violence victims like Charlie Kirk, why not use names that have been impacted here locally? We could say Parkland Avenue or Pulse Boulevard. I respectfully ask that the commission to honor one of these local heroes or locations rather than a national figure whose career has been defined by controversy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Marilyn Orr, and then Susan Palenko.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Susan Palenko, and I am a retiree and homeowner residing in Lake County for 20-plus years. I am a very patriotic adult child of 2 World War II veterans. My father flew 60-plus bombing missions, earning the Distinguished Flying Cross. Both I and my parents stand for the America of yesteryear, where differences are tolerated and respected, where people are not disrespected, illegally dealt with, or discriminated against because of their race, creed, sex, sexual preference, religion, nationality, or ethnicity. I am so very sorry for the death of Charlie Kirk, but the problem I have in affirming his life is that he simply did not affirm the life or have empathy for the lives of all Americans. And I notice Mr. Sabatini carefully left the room. His speeches were full of bigotry, intolerance, exclusion, and stereotyping. For example, on January 23, 2024, on the Charlie Kirk Show, he definitely said, "If I see a black pilot, I am going to be like this. I hope he's really qualified." That cannot be taken out of context. In 2025, he said, "America has freedom of religion, but in reality, large dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America." He also advocated for the actual stoning of gays. And I simply don't support the renaming of a road for someone who didn't respect and value the rights of all Americans, not just those who supported his beliefs. And I know I can vouch for my deceased veteran parents in not being in favor of the renaming of this road. So I ask you, Commissioners, to please rethink the renaming of any road after Charlie Kirk. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Orr. I oppose the naming of the road in Lake County for Charlie Kirk. I read Sabatini's statement when he said the dedication is meant to honor the life of a great American. Charlie Kirk is not a great American. He spoke racism, bigotry, and divisiveness. He spoke to all white colleges. He never went to a black college and had a word or advice to any of them. He didn't go to Florida A&M, FSU, University of Florida, because they didn't want him on campus. He spoke violence and separation, not of peace, not of harmony. He was not Christ-like, Christ spoke of love and kindness. This man didn't. Christ never bullied. This man did. No one's life should be taken away by a shooting like his was, and that was wrong. But Kurt spoke of living by the gun and dying by the gun. At the same time he was shot, children were shot, and no one is naming a street after them. A Minnesota congressman and her husband was shot, and no one is naming a street after them. So I oppose the naming of a road in Lake County, a place that I have lived all my life. I grew up in Lake County. I went away to college, came back. I'm here in Lake County. I taught in schools in Lake County. I will not ever be able to look at a sign saying Charlie Kirk. That's not what I was brought to Lake County to be.
Jim McTeague, and then May Hazelton. Is there Jim? If not, Jim McTeague?
Oh, I'm Jim McTighe.
McTighe.
It's long I, hard G, McTighe. McTigue. Anyway, I can see I'm not preaching to the choir here. Anyway, Simone Biles, the great American gymnast, the greatest American gymnast ever. And she had a problem with mental illness. And she was made fun of by a certain somebody that has no empathy, that empathy is not a word in our language. I believe empathy is a word in our language. It should be used. And then in 1933, they had a change of power in Germany, and they had a white supremacist take power. And that didn't go too well for everybody forever. They had a constitution, they had a Supreme Court, but that didn't matter. The guy got to do whatever he wanted to do. So we had another American hero go over there in 1936. Maybe you've heard of him. Jesse Owens, J.C. Owens, James Cleveland Owens went over there and got his gold medals. So what happened over there? They were not pretty happy with that because they just wanted the great white people to winning all the time. The great Aryan nation. So what happened after that? Normandy. I had family there. They went over there. Many of us had family go over to Germany and fight there. Some came home, some didn't. And we defeated that fascist nation, the Aryan nation. And then we didn't do it fast enough because there was a Jewish girl that wrote a diary, and she didn't make it. She got sent to a death camp. And I would rather see her on a memorial than some people that did some good things, did some bad things, but that's how things are. And I would vote for somebody else getting awards than somebody that was good and bad, sometimes really bad, sometimes really good. Some people like them, some people don't. But that's not the person to memorialize. I'd pick somebody else. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, Commissioners and Madam Chair. As a Christian, I did not have to grapple with how to respond to the murder of Charlie Kirk. Like the majority of Black people I know and every single one that I have talked to, in and out of this county, in and out of this state. I will continue to speak out condemning the violence and declaring Kirk's murder was unjustified. All acts of violence are horrible and must be condemned. However, I have to balance sympathy with the truth. I have listened to Charlie Kirk's podcast from beginning to end. He mocked and dismissed diversity, equity, and inclusion programs as anti-white. He denounced the Civil Rights Act of 1964 as a huge mistake. He even reversed his initial praise of Martin Luther King Jr., calling him awful and a mythological anti-racist creation. Recent statements and reports from 2023, 2024, and 2025 indicated that he continued to express views about blacks that have been widely condemned. He created a professor watch list for faculty he accused of spreading propaganda. Based on documented information, there's no evidence that Charlie Kirk changed his views on the least among us that Jesus preached about. This is the moral and Christian ground I stand on. My faith in God allows me to have sympathy for him, but it demands that I tell the truth. Historically, the United States has seen youth movements of larger scale and impact than the one created by Kirk. These include the Civil Rights Movement of the 50s and 60s, the anti-Vietnam War movement of the 1960s and 70s, the March for Our Lives in 2018. The historical scale and societal impact of these three movements are considered to be measurably larger in terms of participants, scope, and lasting change. Finally, a central part of Kirk's work with the Turning Point USA was to go to college campuses and engage in debates, often under the banner of "Prove me wrong." Prove us wrong today that he did not use racial and hateful language. Prove us wrong today that he did not perfect language that was not nonviolent in character. Prove us wrong that we just missed the context of some of the things he said. Prove us wrong that though it is left up to God to judge him, Kirk's own words prove that he would not have been the 13th disciple. In his view, the First Amendment protects all of speech, and I agree with Charlie Kirk's view. Thank you.
Michael Watkins and then Susan Warren. Suzanne.
Oh, excuse me. My legs don't got stiff. Oh, boy. Good afternoon. I've been a pastor in Lake County for over 30 years, and I've attended many of these county commissioners' meetings, leading in prayer. I've had to come and speak against some things I didn't agree with. I spoke for things that I did agree with, but I have never got on Facebook or in people's face disrespected them the way that I hear things being said by our sitting commissioner, Mr. Sabatini. You know, I've learned this. You ought to respect people if you want respect. It's not a one-way street. If you show respect, people will give respect. We can disagree, but yet still respect each other's. Calling people scumbags, cursing. Why do we do that? I don't understand it. But I will say this. I am against, in every form or fashion, any type of violence against anybody. I would not support a group or a people who would hurt someone. This man had a wife and kids. I did not agree with everything he said, but this is what's hard for me. There's a lot of things I did agree. When he talked about Jesus being the Savior and that family values meant something and that dialogue is important, I agree with that. I share it every Sunday. I believe in the fact that God sent his son to die for us. I believe in that. And I know my life was changed when I accepted the Lord. But there's some things he said that is troublesome, and it ain't taken out of context. It's taken right from his mouth, where he said he was unapologetic about it. The Bible says this about our mouths in James chapter 3, verse 9 through 10. With it we bless our God and Father, and with it we curse men who have been made in the similitude of God. Out of the same mouth proceed blessings and cursings. James says, my brothers, things are not to be so. These things are not to be so. One of the things that really troubled me that he said this about black women as a husband of a black woman, as a son of a black woman, as a father of black girls. He said about black women, you don't have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You are taking white people jobs. He said it. And I just challenge all of us. Let's don't make excuses for people. If they said it, they said it. I guess I got to ask the question, do we agree with it? Do we think that that's okay? Or will we stand against it? God bless you all.
Suzanne Warren, and then Lisa Benitez.
Hi, thanks so much for the opportunity to share my views in opposition of this memorial. Listen, you've heard a lot of great things said from a lot of people that oppose this, and I appreciate that. I'm not going to beat a dead horse, so to speak. I do feel very strongly, along with a lot of them, that this is not who we want Lake County to, the person we want Lake County to represent. I feel like he was very divisive. I mean, I have a daughter who is gay. I drive down that road almost every day, as does my family, and I would hate for her to see that and feel less than, or my black next door neighbor who feels less than because of his words. So again, I ask you kindly to please oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Benitez, and then Mary Ness. If there's not Lisa here with us, then Mary Ness. If Mary's not here, then Sheila.
That's me.
Sheila Ramos.
Yes, ma'am, Sheila Ramos. Here we go. So I just moved here to Lake County. I'm from Ithaca, New York. We don't go through this kind of stuff because black, white, yellow, green, purple, we all live each other. We all hold each other's hand and sing Kumbaya. Okay, this is new to me. This whole cultural thing is all new to me. Okay, I know about Mr. Charlie Kirk because I do watch the internet. I listen to his podcast, you know. He's neither good or bad, but he's not my favorite dude, okay? I wrote something. Oh, yeah. I reject this proposal because it sends the wrong message to people of color in our communities. This disgusting initiative to commemorate a man who made millions spewing hate against anyone that did not look like him or believe in his antiquated ideologies will make Lake County an unsafe space for long-term residents of different cultural backgrounds. If the county feels like commemorating someone, it should be a local hero. It shouldn't be someone that isn't from here, that has done nothing for us, you know, that means nothing to this community. It should be someone from here. Oh, and I also want to say I agree with everything all the other people here opposing this proposal have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Farnsworth.
Hello, I pretty much agree with everybody. I would just like you to hold off and think about it a couple of years and see how Charlie Kirk sits in history. And then name the road. Thank you.
Vivian Mitchell, and then Joe Famazzi. Vivian, is Vivian here? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Mitchell. I'm 82 years old. I was born and raised in Eustis, Florida. I'm here to speak today on the opposition of a man that has done absolutely nothing to represent me. I don't come over here often. When I come over here because I'm concerned. I'm concerned that this board will want to recognize a man that said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. Can you believe that? A mistake. I don't have any respect for a man that would make derogatory remarks against great women, such as Mrs. Michelle Obama, Mrs. Sheila Jackson Lee, who I'm related to, our Supreme Court Justice. These women, Joy Reid, these women have done everything to represent us. There are many, many, many great Lake Countyans that we can honor. And I'll tell you this, Charlie Kirk ain't one of them. Thank you very much.
Joe Famazzi, and then Choice Edwards.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Joe Famazzi, and I live in the Wellness Way area. I'm here to speak that I appreciate the sentiment to try to honor someone that lost their life to violence. I'd like to point out to the folks behind me that you maybe disagree with this individual, but can we agree that the spirit that this has brought forward of trying to bring both sides together to be able to shake hands, say that they still love each other even though they disagreed. If you can't understand that, I would like to point you to the widow's speech where she gave grace and love and forgiveness to the person that took the life of her husband, the father of her children. So today in this sentiment, why can't we say, can we come together and say we might disagree, but that we can do it without being disrespectful or rude or violent to each other? So why can't we show a little grace ourselves? He stood for, to me, he stood for love of God, love of family, and love of country. And now that's more, people are being brave. I can come up here. I might be outnumbered today with the people that disagree with me, but I can still get up here and speak with the courage to say it, regardless of what they think. So can we call this sentiment today? That's what the spirit of this is. It's not about the man's life. It's about what it stood for, of trying to bring both sides together. Charlie Kirk would have a mic to these people and give them their 15 minutes. So can we do the same? Or do we have to keep going down this road? You're not showing any respect by coming up here and saying that you can say you can disagree with him, but you don't have to be hateful. You don't have to make comments. And we need to give each other the same respect. Thank you.
Choice Edwards, and then Jesse Clemens.
Madam Chairwoman and members of the County Council, I empathize with Charlie Kirk's family with all of my heart. I'm in my 84th year on planet Earth and in my 24th year in Lake County. I am a registered, no-party affiliated voter for decades. During the 60s, the major civil rights initiative, I didn't have the guts of a John Lewis, but I still participated. I decided to become an elected official, so I was successfully elected to both my school board and my state legislature. Charlie Kirk said the civil rights law was a mistake. What do you think? Does modern Christianity teach hate? Should constitutionally protected though it may be, should we teach hate? Malcolm X, I do not memorialize. Why? I don't think it was appropriate, because Malcolm X taught hate. I deify El-Hajj Malik al-Shabazz because he, the former Malcolm X, like Jesus of Nazareth, taught love. If Kirk taught love, I would approve of such, but he did not. Do you want to perpetuate hate or love? Kirk believed in freedom, the freedom to hate. And like Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart, and I'll paraphrase him, said, referring to pornography, I know it when I hear it and when I see it. We need no memorials to hate, be it Malcolm X, the Confederacy, Willis McCall, black nationalists, white nationalists, the KKK, or Charlie Kirk. And Madam Chairman, perhaps this is one that you might want to have a referendum on. I thank you.
Jesse Clemens, and I just want everyone to know it's really hard to sit here and hear certain things said because I've spent hours going back and watching some of these podcasts, and I had been on the internet and seen so much garbage right after he had been shot. And so some of the stuff I'm hearing repeated today aligns with stuff that I saw that I went back and fact-checked. For example, the Civil Rights Act, when he talked about the Civil Rights Act of 1964, what he said specifically was how it is being applied today. It's gone outside of its original intent. He 100% agreed with the purpose and intent of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. He says it very clearly. And I will take as much time as you want on another day in another venue to walk through some of these things because he never said that he was against the original purpose and intent of the Civil Rights Act. So I think that that's really important because some of my black friends that are here today, I just want you to know that I wouldn't support a guy that didn't support what that original intent was about, okay? So I just feel like it's really important to state that, and you know what, he said there were 3 reasons, and I'm not going to go into them, but one of the primary reasons he said that the Civil Rights Act was being misapplied, it was being used to say that you couldn't require voter ID in 2025, in the year 2025, to vote. We all know everyone has a voter ID. This is an important discussion that our country needs to have. Should we really, come on, you're going to have to be removed. You can't yell things. You just can't yell things. If you're going to talk, you have to fill out a speaker card. Okay, we're going to get there, but if you keep yelling from the back of the room, we're going to have you go. So I just felt like that particular fact needed to be addressed because he was not, that's not what he stood for. What he stood for was having a debate about whether we should require voter ID today. So that's a perfect, excuse me, okay, we're getting really close to having people removed. You have your chance. You can come up and say whatever things you want to say, and we've heard a lot of things that have been mistruths, but I wanted to correct. Okay, all right. What's that? Well, I mean, look, all right, I really don't want to have a spectacle of somebody being removed from here. Do you have a speaker card? Okay, when you get there, you can talk. If you're going to yell anymore, then I'm going to have you removed. If you're going to yell anymore from your seat, you're going to be removed. Okay? All right, so we're going to move on. We're going to move on to Jesse Clemens. What's that? No, Jesse. Ronnie Murchison Rivera.
Good morning, Commissioners. How are you doing today? My name is Ronnie Murchison Rivera. I'm a Democrat, Mr. St. Bettini. I live right down the block from your office, don't worry. And I'm also running for U.S. Congress here in Florida 6th District, okay? And I'm currently a law enforcement officer. I live in my community, I live and I work here in our community. And I'm here, stand before you today to oppose this thing that he brought to you because it's sad. But let me be clear, my opposition is not about politics. This is about common sense. It's about respect for our community and about preserving what a memorial is supposed to mean. See, Charlie Kirk has no connection to our county. He has no family here, no roots here, no record of giving back here. He never lived here, never worked here, and he never served here. And many people in this community only know his name because of the tragic accident or killing that happened last week. Not because of anything positive that happened in Lake County. And at the same time, I want to be clear that none of us condone gun violence that ended his life. We all agree that that kind of act has no place in our country and our county. But condemning the violence does not mean elevating his legacy. It does not mean giving him a permanent place of honor in a county he didn't serve. And contrast that with our true heroes, our deputies, our police officers who never came home, the firefighters who run into burning buildings, the veterans who wear the uniform, and the teachers and neighbors who give decades serving our children, our community, and their families. Those are the people who deserve a memorial in Lake County. And just last year, and I can say this because I work with him, so yell at me. Just last year, this community came together to honor a deputy that was killed in Lake County. And I'm going to say his name, Master Deputy Link, who was ambushed and killed in the line of duty. That's who deserve it. And guess what? He got one on Highway 27 because what he did was he served this community. He sacrificed here in this community. His family is a part of this community, and that's what a memorial should mean. You want to go beyond that because you're saying he don't live in here? Well, let's go beyond that. Just a few days ago, 4 U.S. military people was killed in a helicopter crash. 3 police officers were shot and killed in Pennsylvania while protecting their community. But I don't see you proposing a roadway for them. Okay, if you give this honor to everybody, the meaning of such honor will be diminished. It would decimate the values that memorials were truly meant to preserve. And with that, I'm going to say I oppose.
Thank you. Cynthia Ramsey and then Lauren Salter.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cynthia Ramsey, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I come before you today as a Lake County resident who cares deeply about the values and unity of our community. For that reason, I respectfully urge you to table Commissioner Sabatini's proposal to establish a memorial for Mr. Kirk. Several of you have already said you would have waited, recognizing that this is not the right time. Public memorials are powerful symbols. Ideally, these memorials should bring together the people in our community, across backgrounds, across beliefs. As the comments today show, establishing this memorial at this point in time risks deepening divisions rather than bringing us together. As many of you have acknowledged, Mr. Kirk's work has generated passionate and sometimes vicious and spiteful responses on both sides of the political spectrum right here in Lake County. In fact, when I attempted to engage in a civil discussion on a Lake County social media site, probably not something anyone wants to do too often, complete strangers spewed profanities at me and told me I needed to leave Lake County. I simply asked what the county criteria was to establish memorials and if this would impact prioritization of any county needs. That's where we are. I hope we can agree, all of us here today, that memorials in public space should bring us together, including minority voices to the table to feel represented and heard. They need to represent our shared values, inspire common purpose, and strengthen our community. I also asked the board to reflect on how this proposal would set a precedent of using public resources to elevate political personalities. It puts us on a slippery slope that has potential to further divide us. What message does it send that we are not here, or we haven't already, within weeks of the unfortunate assassination of Melissa Hartman, already put a memorial in place? It has become a political issue, and that's not what our county needs. The timing of this proposal and how it could impact on the unity of our country and our county calls to mind the Confederate memorials pushed and established during periods of great division and anger in our history. Those memorials continue to divide us to this day. Tabling this proposal does not reject anyone. We're simply saying, let's take time to listen to each other and be thoughtful about how we want to strengthen our community for future generations. You taking this small but very brave act has great potential to be a catalyst to help us all take a step back and do our part to understand each other. That in itself would be an incredible tribute to Mr. Kirk, far beyond a sign in the road. Thank you.
Lauren Salter, and then Wilson Parker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lauren Salter, and I am a concerned citizen of Lake County. I want to start by addressing a few things. Almost everyone here who spoke before me spoke the truth. Almost everyone here spoke the truth and were very direct and clear, and so I don't want to go over everything that they've already said. But I do want to say a few words on two things: Christianity and context. I've heard a few of you mention that Charlie Kirk, being a devout Christian, is what enables him to have a memorial made after him. And that the words that my fellow Lake County citizens have said that he himself is on record saying are out of context. So I want to give you some context from the Bible. James 1:26 states that anyone who considers themselves religious but does not control their tongue, they deceive their own heart and have a worthless religion. Any person who keeps a rein on their tongue doesn't have to run after every statement that is repeated from what they've said and say that's out of context, that's out of context, that's out of context. Clearly, Mr. Kirk did not have a rein on his tongue, and I would argue his religion is therefore worthless. So let's count that out for why we're giving him a memorial. Secondly, this goes beyond left versus right. As a staunch liberal, I shudder to think that Charlie Kirk would receive a memorial highway in Florida before someone like the Honorable Senator John McCain, who fully fits the criteria for memorial based on LCC 69. And I think many others here would argue that someone, despite whether we agreed with him politically or not, who served his country with genuine bravery, genuine honor, genuine dignity, and dedication, could justify Charlie Kirk, a divisive shock jock podcaster, receiving a memorial before a decorated veteran, a survivor and prisoner of war, an actual already receiving recipient of the Presidential Medal of Honor, and a respected United States Senator. So let's be honest to the commissioner who proposed this, whose name I won't speak because I know he likes all the attention that he can get, good or bad. Let's be honest about what this is about. It's not about honor, it's not about dignity, it's not about devout Christians. It's about you trying to poke at people, trying to prod at people, trying to remind people that you disagree with, how much you dislike them. I would say hate, but I don't know your heart. Let's be honest about that we're wasting government time, citizens' time, resources. for a man who preached nothing but hate. This cycle is never going to end. You get this memorial up, it'll be something else. I promise you, Commissioner. This is not the way to go about it. Make the right choice.
Wilson, Parker, and then Julie Keene, or Kenny.
Name is Wilson Parker. So we're saying it's a roadside memorial. Roadside memorial markers may be permitted to commemorate those who have died as a result of a vehicle-related accident on a county road located within the unincorporated area. Now, did Charlie Kirk die in a car accident in Florida? Because I'm confused as to how that would make this official. I mean, I'm really just confused. And then just furthermore on Kirk, the guy is completely deplorable. He spreads white nationalist propaganda. He hates those that are not like him. Yeah, what happened to him is disgusting, but like, why in the fuck would we propagate and put up someone like that? That just shows divisiveness. Why would we do that? What sense does that make? Sabatini, he's a joke. He's like your little child. He can't take any criticism. He removes people's comments from Facebook. He blocks them if they do not line up with him. He's absolutely a child. I will make it my life's mission to make sure that he will not be a District 1 representative or any district representative. Like, that's all my time. Y'all are a joke if this really goes through.
Julie, is it Kenny?
Hi, thank you for your time. I love that we want to honor local people. I think that's really important, and I think it's powerful. But to oppose honoring a national leader because they were national, then we should stop honoring Martin Luther King. We should stop honoring George Washington, and we should stop honoring Abraham Lincoln because they were national and they were not local. You see, national means that they've influenced all of us. It doesn't mean that they lived here. And so today we're talking about, do we honor somebody for what they did and for who they were? You see, my story is in 2022 during the pandemonium. I had a 19 and a 21-year-old, both daughters. And they said, you know what? We're locked up. We're going to speak about our faith, and we're going to speak about our country, because a lot of the things that are taught in our history classes aren't actually accurate. So they started a social media account, and unfortunately, yet fortunately, the thing blew up. And the result of that was the people who came against them, people who mock things like this, they threatened to kill my daughters. We had to hide in a room because the police said these are credible threats. They were global, they were national, and they had our address. They canceled my daughters, they canceled my parents, random, found them, canceled my brother, and they said, we're going to come and kill you. And then they described it. So we had to hide. In that time, they had to change their names. So on their social media account, they were known for other names besides their real names. And unfortunately, people thought that was their names. They lost 80% of their friends because the friends believed lies instead of discovering for themselves what the real truth was. They were kicked out of their church. It was a mega church. And the church said to them, you cannot stand up for Jesus and politics. What would people say when they came in and knew that you had a social media account that spoke something like this? So they were asked to leave the church. But you know who didn't ignore them, who didn't push them out, was Charlie Kirk. He found them. He heard about them, and he said, I want you. Do you guys know what that does for a young adult who said, you're valuable? So he took them under his wings, and he taught them how to have good discussion. My girls were a little rogue. So he taught them how to have good discussion. He invited them to his TPUSA events. And at those events, I had to go with them because they were bombarded, because they were very well known, speaking on CNN, Fox News, the BBC, God TV, speaking in Washington, D.C., very well known. So I had to go and I had to protect them. And when I did, I learned some things. I learned that there was an event where thousands, tens of thousands, young men were coming together, young women were coming together, dressed in suits, dressed in professional clothing, learning to be good citizens. I learned that, and I saw them change lives and teach faith, family, and country, and that should be respected.
Rita Lewis, and then Reginald Green. Is Rita here? Yep, Rita. Reginald Green. Reginald?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I simply want to say this: leadership matters. We talked earlier about leadership. Leadership also leads to legacy. What will be your legacy? You got to consider that every time you make a decision. And if your legacy is going to be on the right side of history, a referendum, an opportunity to let history define what happens matters here today. I think that a knee-jerk reaction to what has happened, nobody here wants to see any violence, would even condone any violence, would go along with any violence. We always believe that somebody has a voice in these United States. To have that voice means a lot. And what it means is we chose you guys as leaders. Now that means you have a responsibility to listen to us and to do what your constituents would have you do. Personal things and vendettas or whatever you have, put those aside. You are a servant. And if you're going to be a servant, act like one. Serve this community. Serve in whatever capacity you were called to do. Not personally, but serve. That service should be simple enough to deal with truth. I'm going to say this. I could have came up and bashed him. First of all, I'm against it, and I'll let you know that. But I want you to understand that sometimes we think there are three truths. You think it's your truth, you think it's my truth, and the only thing that matters is the truth. And the truth is determined by God Almighty. When that truth comes out, give it time. Right now is not the time. So consider being the leader that you were called to be. My vote is no. What your vote should be should represent not what your personal opinion is. It should represent what the people are. And if you don't want to make that decision, put it to a referendum. Let the people decide what should be done. And the people will come out, and then you can follow what the people say. And if you don't want to do that, give it time to give yourself an opportunity to poll and survey the people that you serve. I thank you for an opportunity to stand to speak before you today. I didn't get into a personality thing, and if you want to debate, I'm open to debate. 3 minutes won't do me anything. I'm a Baptist preacher, and 3 minutes won't do anything for me. God bless you.
All right, thank you. Autumn Jakonski, and then Cassie Murray.
Hi. I apologize for not knowing the proper etiquette because I have never spoke at one of these before. I do know a few of you, and a few of you know my son. My son very specifically asked me to thank Commissioner Sabatini for making sure that everyone knew that this was actually going to be spoken about today. Because of you, my son wrote a letter, and that is what I want to read. This is from a 16-year-old. I hoped I would get to meet him one day, but that the opportunity has been taken from me and millions of kids like me. I don't know what Charlie Kirk meant to any of you, whether you agreed with him or not, but let me explain to you what he meant to me. When I was young, I was described as the smart kid. I did very well in school, and I was given a label. I was told that I was gifted. I started figuring out my place from a very young age. I knew where my moral compass pointed. What I wasn't told was that just by being me, my life was going to be more difficult. I spoke about a lot of things that my peers didn't understand. I found myself being friends with teachers and administrators because they would at least laugh at my jokes. Charlie spoke about things that people don't understand. He made a pathway for a younger generation to ask questions and to be open-minded. He gave us a voice and told us it was okay. He gave me the courage to speak about what I believe. I value what I learned from him the same as I value my education. In 2 years, I will be a voter. In 12 years, I will be coming back from college. I will continue to grow as a leader because of the example of Charlie Kirk. I have never driven down the road where you are considering the memorial, but when I do come back home, I hope I am able to drive the road and smile when I remember the legacy that he left all of us. His voice made an impact, and one day I hope mine will as well. That comes from a 16-year-old. You guys are all charged with being responsible for the people that sit in the room, the ones that were here earlier that have left. But what I think a lot of people don't realize is you guys are also responsible for kids like my son, who in 2 years will be your voting force. They will be the people that come back here to be your leaders. They are the ones that are our future. Charlie Kirk might not have been local, but to say that he did not affect us locally is absolutely incorrect. Go to the local high schools and ask the kids. He did affect people locally. My son very specifically, who might not have been brought to God by Charlie Kirk, but he was at least brought one step closer. Thank you, guys.
Cassie Murray? I know I've got the Murray right. Okay. Kara Groves. And then Greg Wilmore.
Good afternoon. So I already sent you an email last night, and I thought, I could just stand behind the email and not come here in person. But I decided, and I don't know if you remember or not, Commissioner Sabatini, but we did go to law school together. And as an attorney in this area, I will be back before you. And so I am here to say, I come in peace to some extent, but I do want to at least speak in what I wrote in my email. I know you folks have read it, but for the rest of the folks here. So I respectfully request, as a member of Commission 4, District 4, that the commission alternatively consider dedicating county funds to a debate program or similar community engagement activity which seeks to bring people from different walks of life together to discuss important issues. The attempt to name a roadway after Mr. Kirk seems like a slapdash response to the current events that I think Mr. Kirk would agree is not well thought out or reflective of his work. First, based on the documents attached to the agenda, I don't think LCC 69 is the appropriate provision for this. LCC 69 is entitled Naming County Facilities and Placement of Memorials. Now, I appreciate Attorney Marsh's clarification at the beginning of this, that this is not a renaming of a road, but to the extent that any commissioners or anyone in the town is going to actually be calling it the Memorial Highway, I think it's a distinction without a difference here, and that you would be required to go through the Office of Public Safety as you would with any other road name change. There are notice provisions that have to be reflected in that process under Section 18105. Beyond that issue, if the commission is truly looking to honor a legacy of free speech and debate to Mr. Kirk's ideals, it has the opportunity to allot county funds to a forum for its adolescent and young adult population. Using county funds or resources to name a road after him feels like the local government's attempt to gain easy brownie points with the federal administration in a manner that I think, because it is an empty lip service effort, that Mr. Kirk would disagree with. I was personally not a fan of him, but I do not think that he deserves such a tragic and violent end. We are at a time when the country could use more thoughtful local government officials to deal with continued violence in our communities. As someone on the other end of the aisle, please consider doing something that can be seen as further encouraging that discourse instead of a blanket stamp on his ideology and all of it. And I'm happy to be part of the discussion of having the community and adolescents engage, because we both come from a great school that encourages that. So go Gators, thank you.
All right. And I've heard LCC 16, is it reference, but I don't think we have, that's in our code.
It's a board policy. It was part of your agenda packet. I know it's come up a couple times. People have cited the roadside memorial marker section, but that's not what we're doing this under. This is under subsection C, which is statutes, plaques, memorials, and busts. This says the county may erect or install permanent statues, busts, plaques, or other memorials to honor, and there are 5 categories, one of which would be a person or group which has achieved significant recognition historically on the county, state, national, or international level. It allows it to be brought forward by the county manager or any county commissioner. Commissioner Sabatini brought this forward under that section of your board policy.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I think that's helpful. Greg Wilmore and then Charles Bolonger. Greg Wilmore. All right, Charles Bolonger.
Hello, County Board members. My name is Charlie. I'm a resident of Claremont. To be clear, Kirk did not deserve what happened to him. There's no room in America for political violence. However, physical violence and hatred are not the only kinds of violence. Kirk promoted violence through his words, and naming a road in honor of this man is a slap in the face to every other recipient of this same honor. Kirk was a divisive individual. He spread hatred, racism, sexism, bigotry, homophobia, transphobia with every speech. You can call these engagements debate. However, in reality, it was a professional debater relying on bad faith arguments and logical fallacies to win his debates. Now, whether you agree with those statements I just made is irrelevant. Half the country or more holds the views that I hold. We do not need to memorialize divisiveness. If you want to honor him on private property, that is your choice and right to do so, and that is the appropriate venue to do so. Honoring a man whose organization, Turning Point USA, was directly responsible for transporting the January 6th insurrectionists to the Capitol is despicable and shows the moral character of the people who vote in favor of this. In any sane world, Kirk would be alive and rotting in a federal prison for aiding and abetting an assault on the United States Capitol and attempting to overthrow a democratically held federal election. I've also heard multiple members of this panel bring up religion. Per the Constitution, religion has no place in the government. The separation of church and state is sacrosanct. For those of you voicing religious opinions up here on this panel, you are in violation of the separation of church and state. If you want to compare him to MLK, MLK was a champion of human rights for all, and not one trying to take them away from marginalized communities. Any board member who votes for this motion, let me make it abundantly clear. We will vote you out. Bigotry, hatred, and religion have no place in government or on our roads. Those of you who bring this motion cannot even be bothered to listen. You spend the entire time on your phone, probably posting hateful comments, and you can't even be bothered to stay in the room for the duration of your own motion. And when you are listening, you swear at your constituents, which is abhorrent. I yield the remainder of my time.
Jason Kellerman and then Jesse. Okay.
How you guys doing today? I'm a Lake County resident. I was born and raised in Pine Hills, Florida. I live in a mixed household. First and foremost, I'm a Christian. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm in favor that we honor Charlie Kirk and the values of Christianity. I believe that this dedication would serve not only as a recognition of leadership, but as a lasting symbol of the virtues that unite and uplift us. Charlie Kirk in his life exemplified a commitment to civics, engagement to free speech, and to mobilize the next generation towards responsibility and purpose. I'm all for it, guys. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Clemens. I stand under Reginald Green. I'm a Baptist minister. I come here today to say this. The memorializing of a highway is reserved for first responders, military, honorees, me being a Marine myself, also those of distinguished representation of the United States of America. There's nothing distinguished about what Charlie Kirk represented. There's nothing distinguished about who he represents. Charlie Kirk has no place in Florida. Myself, being an elderly, having a young Caucasian friend, I stand on both sides of the fence. But I don't stand with Charlie Chris. Mr. Smith, I don't expect you to vote for him being of District Street. I'm from Eustis. Mr. Sabatini, have you heard half of what went on here today? You spent most of the time in the back. If you got the name of road or highway, or name Charlie Chris or Charlie Kirk, go see Mr. Gilmore. He may have a road on his cow farm that needs a name, because we don't need it here in Lake County on public highway. And I yield the rest of my time.
Do we have anyone online?
Cynthia Doyle, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
My name is Cynthia Doyle. I feel an honor like naming a street should be for someone like John Lewis, who fought with all his might for civil rights and voting rights for all. Or if that's a bridge too far for you, I'm sure there are great men and women who live in Lake County and were involved in our community. Don't we have a fallen hero, a citizen who really fought for our country? Or maybe a beloved teacher? Charlie Kirk only appealed to a certain segment of our population. Why should those who oppose what Charlie Kirk preached have to wince and feel bad every time they drive on that road if it's named after him? Charlie Kirk was a celebrity podcaster, for goodness sakes. He was a divider of many different segments of society. He should not be put in the same status as someone who's done good for all of society. I do not wish to minimize the tragedy of what happened. I feel for his wife and kids and all who loved him, even you, Mr. Sabatini. I have a special empathy as I have been personally affected by some of those in our nation who love guns over people, including children. My brother was assassinated by a man using a 9mm Glock semi-automatic. I believe we must try to stop all violence in our country. Maybe we should make tougher gun laws instead of expanding gun laws to allow people who are not well or mature enough to have a gun with which to express their grievances. If we name roads after every person who was a victim of senseless violence, we wouldn't have enough roads to name. Mr. Sabatini, you stated that few fought harder for our country than Charlie Kirk. Say that to the families of fallen veterans, wounded veterans, or any of our veterans of war. My father died as a result of exposure to Agent Orange after 2 stints in Vietnam. I don't see a road named after him. And he actually fought for our country. Mr. Sabatini, please look to your right and look to your left. But you won't because you're looking at your screen and ignoring me. Look around the room. Install this picture in your memory because soon, not soon enough, but soon, you will never be looking out to the public with whom you hold such disdain again from this dais. We, the people, see you for what you really are. We will be voting you out the door. Those who hate a good half of society so deeply should never have a future in governance. And Mr. Sabatini, just so you know, I am not a communist. I am not a fascist. I do not belong to any political party. I am just a citizen of Lake County, Florida, who is fed up with the division in our society. Naming that road or any road after Charlie Kirk will only widen that divide, and I believe you know that.
Thank you. David Cunningham. David Cunningham.
Thank you, Commissioner Campion. I thought you were intentionally trying to forget, old boy.
Yeah, your card was over here on the left side of my screen.
Whatever. Let's move on here. Good afternoon. Chairman Campion and other commissioners, to include you, Sabatini. Thank you for our opportunity to speak. I want to talk about 2 or 3 things here real quickly. I'm a 42-year resident of Lake County, and I've been here long enough to have served in several positions. Eustis High School, 1993. We had a very unique program in which we were training students to take over a medical profession, all the way from the people that do the bedpans, hopefully to pre-med. And we had a very unique teacher. Matter of fact, he was the only one certified to do this in Central Florida. And we had a real good program, felt real good about it. I was assistant principal at that time. This gentleman, on some day, strange day, he was in the basement of Eustis High School, and the air conditioning was temperamental at best. He made the tragic mistake, and I'm a real person here, so I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. He came up and he went in the room, and it was hot, and he said, audibly to students, "Wow, I'm hotter than a pregnant nigger." The principal tried to defend that, but I'm going to talk about one guy, Jerry Cox. Jerry Cox was assistant superintendent, and he came over, and while the principal was trying to defend the program, and trust me, the principal was trying to defend the program out of the fact that we had the only thing like that going in Central Florida. And this guy was the only certified person to do it. But I distinctly remember Cox got angry enough, he pounded the desk because the principal was trying to say that the teacher had made a mistake. Cox counted the desk, and some of that Yale time can come to me, and said, "Jim, if it wasn't in him, it couldn't come out of him." So if it wasn't in Charlie Kirk, it couldn't have come out of him. Decision number 2. 1993, Eustis High School, cheerleader tryouts. Long story short, the pastor of First Baptist Church daughter didn't make the cheerleading squad. Serious kind of thing. When I got to school at 7:04, the pastor of First Baptist was meeting with the principal. The principal directed me to come in there, and that got to be a real big thing. Bottom line, Tom Sanders, somebody you could name a road after, came to the school, and he said we had to make a decision, and he went through the Rotary thing, and I'm going to ask you if you all would do that. When making a decision, I yield, and just give me a little second there. The basis of the decision ought to be made upon a 4-test criteria that the Rotary used. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned?
3 minutes.
Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? If you will apply that in making this decision, I think you will make a wise decision. And on behalf of, as a former educator and a former administrator at Eustis High School that happened to be working up there when Sabatini, I apologize to y'all. I might have given you a check back.
Your memory doesn't work because I was never there while you were there, buddy.
Anybody else online? Okay, we've got some people online.
Cassandra Brown, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Hi, Cassandra Brown, and I am a Christian, and I denounce violence in any form and by anyone's hands. I am speaking to you today as sane as anyone sitting on that commission, and for Sabatini to suggest otherwise is disrespectful as a commissioner. The chairwoman just got up and walked out. She's been there a while, so maybe she has something to attend to. But not once did she tell him that he would be removed from this meeting for yelling, cursing, and just all out poor behavior towards the constituents. It was complete, utterly disgusting the way that he behaved on that commission today. Not once. All the threats went to the audience, to the people that voted you in there, but none to him. He was allowed to curse and call names, and that is horrific. I am here today about the thing that he has put forward to memorialize a racist, homophobic, xenophobic that actually made a comment that Black women in government and media lack brain processing power. He also stated that gun deaths are worth it to maintain gun rights. My uncle was a victim of gun violence. His death was not worth it to maintain anybody's rights to carry guns. I am a proud graduate of FAMU Law. I am a proud Black woman, and I do have brain processing power. So for you to agree with these things and to go along with these things are a direct slap in my face as a Lake County resident. As someone who has dedicated over a decade to civic engagement and community organizing, I believe our public memorial should reflect our highest aspirations for unity, healing, and progress. They should inspire future generations and bring our diverse community together, not divide us. So before going forward with this vote, let's consider community input. Have you all even spoken with your constituents to see how they feel about this? We are the ones being most impacted, and it is not lost on me that not one non-white person stood in that commission meeting today to vote for this thing that he has put forward. Secondly, consider our values. Does this memorial align with Lake County's commitment to being welcoming and inclusive for all residents? Next, we will consider the long-term impact. What message does this send to our children, our families, and visitors about who we are as a community? I want my Black daughters to know that they do have brain processing powers. The relevance, what does this unalived person or his harmful beliefs have to do with Lake County? I've spent my career fighting for equity and justice. This work has taught me that our public spaces and symbols matter deeply. They shape how people feel about belonging in their own community. Lake County has a complex history that we must acknowledge honestly.
All right, I've got to cut you off because the buzzer just went off. And we do have a speaker system, so everyone knows if we have to leave to use the restroom, we actually can hear what is being said in the meeting, just for your benefit to know that we do get to hear what's going on. And I did ask Mr. Sabatini at some point if he needed to take a pause, just like I did ask other people to leave if they didn't stop outbursts. So anybody else online?
Terry Lewis, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Terry Lewis. I live in Claremont. I first of all, I just want to say I've never been to a board meeting. This is my first one. I've been watching since 9 a.m. And Mr. Sabatini, you are ridiculous. You are unbecoming of your office. You don't pay attention. You look at your phone. You're abusive. You're a bully. I so hope you're not elected again. When is your election up, by the way, sir?
I'll be elected again, ma'am. Trust me.
When is your reelection? When is your reelection?
It's not a Q&A.
All right, yeah, we're not Q&A. Just continue on.
All right. Okay. So I first heard about this renaming of the road with Charlie Kirk in the news. So it's already a national thing. And I've lived in a county before where we had representatives that did embarrassing things, and it really reflected poorly on the county. And I really like this county, and I just don't want it to go down that road. It's a terrible tragedy what happened. Nobody I know has taken any glee in this. If anything, we, or people like me, we have, we mourn every death. We are upset about, I beg for solutions, and there are none, or there are, politicians don't take them. So I just want to say it's horrible. It's horrible that somebody was killed for exercising his First Amendment rights. Is he a good debater? Absolutely not. It's rigged. I feel bad for the kids that try to go against him. He questions. He mocks. It's not good. Do I watch him all the time? No, because the first time I heard of him was when he wanted good patriots to raise money for the man who took a hammer to Nancy Pelosi's husband. So I think that's pretty horrible. His words are divisive. I know that, Madam Chair, you have debated that. I'd love to go down that road a lot more because a lot of people have repeated his words just today, and I don't know if it's gotten through to you. So anyway, I'm not a fan of his. He doesn't espouse the Christian values that I grew up with. And streets should not be named after people that have no connection to Florida. They should be named after local heroes, as many people more eloquently have said earlier today, or those with proven history of achievement. He's not really, to some people, he sounds great. I also noticed that
I need to stop you because the buzzard has gone off.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm very opposed to it. He's divisive. He spreads false lies. There's many people that have been killed, and I haven't heard any of you propose to name things after them.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else online? Yes.
Cassandra G., please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you might want to speak up just a little.
Oh, sorry. This is my first time, sorry. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Cassandra Gress, and I live in Claremont, Lake County. I'm here to express my concern about the proposal to place memorial signs honoring Charlie Kirk along a public roadway in our county. Even though this isn't an official renaming, placing honorary signage on public property still sends a strong message about who we are as a community who we choose to elevate and celebrate, and that message matters, especially when the individual in question has no meaningful connection to this county. Charlie Kirk is a national political figure, and it was a tragedy that he was killed in the manner that he was. But I just want to reiterate that he is not a local leader. He did not live here, work here, volunteer here, or contribute in any direct way to the betterment of our community. Honoring someone who has no ties to the area raises a fundamental question: why him? More importantly, Mr. Kirk was widely known for making divisive and inflammatory public statements. For example, he has repeatedly referred to public schools as government indoctrination camps and has labeled teachers roomers, contributing to a national atmosphere of hostility towards educators. He has promoted conspiracy theories such as the racist replacement theory, falsely claiming that immigration policies are designed to replace American citizens, a theory that has been linked to acts of political violence. After the January 6th insurrection, he praised the day as the most important day in American history since 1776. Though he later deleted the statement, the sentiment was clear. This is not a neutral figure. Honoring him on a public signage risks turning a shared community space into a political statement, one that many residents may strongly disagree with, as you guys are hearing today. Public roads should unite us, not divide us. I do believe that this is coming from high emotions after a devastating loss. I don't minimize his contributions to society, although I do believe it had more negative than positive. I just want to note that there are countless individuals, including veterans, educators, community leaders right here in our county who have dedicated their lives to serving others. If we are to be putting up memorial signs, those are the people that we should be honoring. People who reflect our shared values, our diversity, and our commitment to each other. So I respectfully ask that you reconsider this proposal, maybe even just tabling it when things are not so emotionally high. Thank you.
Anyone else online?
Corinne, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Karen Pearson. I wrote an email yesterday to all of you, but I thought if I had the opportunity to be able to speak, I'd like to. I would like to reject the proposal that we name a street after Charlie Kirk. I do give grace and condolences to his family. This is a political stunt to show the power of the Republican Party, and we are Americans first. I had no idea who this individual, Charlie Kirk, was. I was away when this all took place, and upon returning, I started to read up and listen to his speeches and debates, not just little memes, but actual speeches and debates. It is really sad that we are putting someone on a pedestal with such views that are un-American. He is also twisting faith into his narrative, and we are all of God's people, not chosen ones that he wants to choose. Here are just a few disturbing remarks and beliefs, and this was said. This was definitely said out of his lips. I saw the videos. Going after Black people, that they are only in position because of their color, and that they are not smart enough to be a pilot or a surgeon. Black politicians stole white people's spots. MLK was an awful person. George Floyd had it coming to him. 1964 Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake. He said that December 23rd at the America First convention organized by Turning Point, and he also repeated it in April 2024 on his podcast. Supporting KKK. Muslims only come to America to destabilize Western civilizations. In favor of the Nazi Great Replacement theory. Going after immigrants and all the less fortunate in our country. Going after Jewish people or their industry that they are involved in, the Palestinian people, that they do not exist. Gay people should be stoned. You are allowed to love who you want in this country. Do not yet let a young kid tell differently, especially to our college young students. He showed such rudeness in his debates. It scares me that he was going from college after college to use his ideology in teaching the young of our country. He was degrading women when they go to college, that they should only be taking the Mrs. classes to find a husband and not learn. A woman's natural place is under their husband's control. lies about the January 6th insurrection and the election, conspiracy crap about COVID and vaccines, protesting mask mandates. I myself had COVID for 48 days, and to see that he was saying that just floored me. That guy that attacked Pelosi's husband should be freed from jail, be a hero, and let him out. Gun deaths are acceptable in order to have the Second Amendment. Losing people along the way is not a problem. Daughters should not be allowed to have birth control.
I'm going to have to cut you off because you hit your time. Do we have another speaker?
The user labeled smart, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Can we just see how many speakers we have left?
Can you tell from the computer how many? Can you tell from your screen?
Should be the last one.
Last one.
I'm not going to speak on Charlie Kirk. I don't have any opinion on him one way or the other. I would like to clarify what Mr. Sabatini's proposal was. Originally, he made a proposal under LCC 69, which I find a little bit shocking that the commissioners weren't aware of. But he made a proposal to install a memorial while simultaneously saying that he was going to rename the street Charlie Kirk Way. One of the women sitting to the left of you, commissioners, has modified his original proposal 2 separate times since the meeting has begun. I'm wondering if there's any explanation for this. At one point, one of the women to the left very specifically stated that they were going to change it to installing a roadside memorial. She went further on to clarifying that she meant the brown and white signs. After somebody got up and spoke that Charlie Kirk did not qualify for that, she then changed it again. So can we just please clarify what the actual proposal is, what Mr. Sabatini wants to install on Wellness Way?
Is that it? All right.
There's one more caller. Clarissa Davis, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
So there's no answer to the question, obviously.
Yeah, we don't do questions, just comments.
Good afternoon. You also don't modify proposals 3 separate times after the...
Clarissa Davis, please state your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Clarissa Davis, and I am a resident of Lake County, Florida. And I'm calling because I am membership chair of Tri-City NAACP. And I would like to read, if I have the time and option, I thank everyone, I thank the commissioners and the chair. I would like to read our letter from our president, Ms. Deidre Lewis. Dear Commissioner, I am emailing you today in reference to tab number 24 in the regular agenda with the proposal from Commissioner Sabatini, District number 1, to discuss and receive direction on the installation of a permanent memorial on Wellness Way from US 27 to the Orange County line in memory of Charles James Kirk. Charlie Kirk may be regarded by some individuals, while others, including members of Black and Brown communities in Lake County, Florida, and throughout the United States, have a different opinion. Charlie Kirk's negative views and comments on minorities, our professional skills, our abilities, and the civil rights movement have been problematic and derogatory to Black and Brown people across the nation. Charlie's consistent attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion, along with his belief that racism didn't or doesn't really exist, shows that he was not a man who stood for all people. Negative comments have been heard around the world and have gone against the very things we've been fighting for here in America and worldwide, which is equality, diversity, inclusion, and the pursuit to live in the American dream. The taking of his life was wrong, but it would be just as wrong to honor him knowing he didn't stand for all people, but chose a few. Here in Lake County, I hope that the commission will stand for all its citizens when making decisions that affect us all. For these reasons, I am asking you to please reconsider and vote no and rename it any street, avenue, boulevard, highway, or erecting any monument after Charlie James Kirk anywhere here in Lake County. By doing so, you will be honoring the citizens for all which you serve. Respectfully, Deidre D. Lewis, President, Tri-City Branch, NAACP of Lake County, Florida, and all its members. Thank you.
Okay, no more callers. Okay, all right.
I move to approve the resolution and name Wellness Way a memorial designation after Charlie Kirk.
Didn't we already have a motion and a second for discussion? And then we were in discussion, and then we were taking.
Yeah, let me make a couple comments because
Okay.
I seconded it. And, I seconded it because this has been a huge event in the course of our history in the United States. And I heard a lot of people from, residents wanted to do something. I've listened to everybody. I've heard a lot. I'll confess, I knew Charlie Kirk some and would watch occasionally and listen a little bit here and there. I watched for hours. I'm not sure if I've seen everything. I don't know if I had that kind of time, but watched for hours. And I will say I never heard him suggest that somebody should be harmed. I want to make that very clear. I think he said some things that were certainly, people aren't going to like. I mean, I get it. I can point out podcasts and people on the other side that say things that I don't like. I certainly would never, ever wish this upon them and any person that's out there doing that right now. So I second it because I think we could do something. I respect the comments about like maybe we need a little bit of time. I think there's something we can do. We can resolve to do that today. I think the wording is going to be important. And I will say this, and I'm proud to profess I am an imperfect Christian. So I'm proud to say that first. But I'm also happy to see that Christians were, getting back in their Bible a little bit, studying and asking questions. I'm just saying that personally for me. I hope that doesn't. If it offends somebody, I'm allowed to stand up here and say that for me personally. That is my personal experience. So I don't think that the monument, if you will, should be, I don't think Charlie would want this. It'd be something about some long detailed thing about his life and his Christian faith. I can honestly say from what I've read and studied and listened to him that he wouldn't want that. I do think there's a message for all of us, everything that I heard from everybody in this room that could be displayed, and I don't know what that is, and we're tired today. Maybe we need time to think exactly what that would be. But I think the message is that this is a county, we're standing up, we don't want political violence. And I'm saying that for the Democrats that were murdered in Maryland or anybody. I think we should, the statement should be, because the words will be important, that we would be condemning political violence and that we are promoting discussion.
I think you're totally misconstruing what was proposed. What's proposed is a road designation. If you want, I'm all about doing an additional memorial if you want. We're not looking to do just like a big plaque roadside thing. I'm talking about like a road designation, very simple road designation. We've done dozens, if not hundreds.
I think though,
non-controversial, obviously.
I think though that where Commissioner Parks is going is that he wants, if this is to be done, understanding that it has upset people in the community, some people in the community. Just hear me out, all right? And yet other people who I've heard a lot from who love the idea of memorializing this because they really feel awful about how this happened and they feel that it is a positive thing. I think what Commissioner Parks is trying to do is come up with a way that we actually take this situation and we mold a message that is a positive message. And I think I like the idea of something like never, because Charlie Kirk said something like, we should never stop talking. When we stop talking, that's what leads to violence. So something along those lines of we should not stop talking.
So I'm just a little confused. So I definitely don't think we need a giant narrative editorial that goes into details of what he believes and and trying to like subnote and put footnotes on it. The best way to honor a great person who was assassinated, gunned down, is to name something significant after him. So just Charlie Kirk Memorial County Road, something like that. Simple. It's a simple honor. Sending a bunch of complex
You could
words.
write never stop talking, something like that. I mean,
No,
that's
it's just
where
the
I'm trying to
road.
come up with something that
Yeah, the number one way to honor somebody is take something significant and rename it after them. We definitely don't need more detailed arguments and words and trying to like contextualize, well, this is technically only because of this one event. Just name something after him. That's what the motion's for.
Right.
That's what's great. Now,
if you keep talking.
to be real, I think there might be a minor debate about, certain roads. If you have a certain road you think is more appropriate, I'm all in. I'm all in, 100%. But just naming a road is the best way to go. It's the total honor that this county can get behind. In terms of an artifact with context and details that talk about his life and what the meaning of it is, I've already talked to people in the community, some of which are here, about doing a small monument at Lake Sumter College, because obviously he debated on campus, and then you could have a little scroll that talked about elements of his life and what he brought to American discourse. But that's not for us. That's not for the county. For the county, this is a proposal to name a road after Charlie Kirk. 99% of normal people who aren't political activists are going to support it because he was gunned down doing something that we all should respect, which is being engaged in civic debate. He was killed because he spoke his heart and his mind in civic debate. And this motion is to name a road after Charlie Kirk. That's what it should be. Which road, if there's differences about which road, obviously, more than happy to shift it to an adjacent road. But a county road named after him is such a simple honor that doesn't need to be made more complex. It doesn't need to be sit here needlessly debated. If there weren't political actors in the room who are literally screaming, shooting middle fingers, this would be the most simple motion in the world. The reason why we're here for 6 hours and 50 minutes is you have people who are full of hate who are here. They hate Charlie Kirk. 99% of what they said they would equally say about Donald Trump if he was killed in Butler, Pennsylvania. The exact same words would have been said if we try to name something after Trump if he was killed. Let's just stick with common sense, name a road after Charlie Kirk, move on with the rest of this important county agenda, including tonight's meeting, which is very shortly away, and that's it. Please don't be reactionary. We talked about taking action. Taking action is doing something good to honor a good man. Being reactionary is, oh, wow, there's 11 really left-wing political actors in the room. Let's write a message that's very, very carefully worded. No. Name a road after Charlie Kirk. It's the right thing to do. No one will criticize you who voted for you. I'll put it that way.
Okay, all right, officer, we got to stop this. We got to stop this.
And if the preference is Schofield Road from the beginning of Wellness Way in 27 to the Orange County line, I'm fine with that.
Well, we're getting closer if you mentioned Schofield instead of Wellness Way, knowing how much went into.
I love Schofield Road. I think it's great. It's also a commuter road that is an entry point for a lot of people who are discovering the beauty and importance of Lake County and who see very quickly our cultural values, which is standing up for freedom and Americanism. So with Sean's concern, I'm happy to amend it to shift it to Schofield Road, which I think is in some ways could be better because it's it's a truly beautiful, scenic highway coming into the county. So I would move to amend my original motion for Schofield.
Okay, I mean, the second's fine, but
But we're still in a discussion, because I think we still have consternation here. And, I mean, I feel like we took the internet and everything really cruddy we saw on the internet and we see every day on the internet, and we just like brought it in here, and like we're inside of it, It's really horrible. And look, I don't see how anybody can not say that the internet is disgusting at times. And I feel like all of that came in here. And it goes both ways. I mean, there's ugliness going both ways. I just hate that. And again, what bothers me the most are are my black friends in Lake County, because I feel like they believe that this was actually, that Charlie Kirk was racist. And I don't think he was racist. And I wouldn't vote in favor of this if I thought he was racist. And I really firmly believe that. All right, are we gonna have to have you leave the meeting? Because I have the floor, and I'm gonna say this, and if you're gonna burst out again, then I'm gonna ask them to have you leave. I don't think he was racist. Charlie Kirk's organization, and the guy shooting birds at me, okay, could he please be escorted out?
This is crazy, crazy people.
See what I mean? This is like we're in the dark web, and now it's just all right out here for us to see. I think it's really unfair to characterize somebody as a racist because he wanted to debate something like DEI. It's okay to talk about it. Maybe it's not the perfect way to go about having a policy. When he talked about the Civil Rights Act, and he talked about the fact that we needed to be able to show ID to vote in 2025, that's important. These are important issues of the day. He never said to hurt people who are gay. He never said to stone someone to death. Never. Stephen King had to come out, the author, and actually retract that statement. Okay, this is the ugly garbage that is out there, and it's just not true. And you know what? I get it. If you believe it's true, then I understand why you're so mad and why you don't want us to do this, if you believe it's true. But it's not true. It's not true. For me, it's about being able to have open dialogue and open debate, and he was doing that in mass numbers across this country. And so a lot of people didn't know who he was, and then they realized who he was once this happened. But those of us who followed him, we saw, I mean, it was a massive effect he was having on college campuses. He employed people who were gay. He employed people who are black. That is part of his organization. He has chapters of people that are black Americans. So this idea that he was racist, that he was, a bigot, oh, and he was misogynistic too, right? Because he believed in traditional marriage. I mean, come on. I mean, it's like, this is ridiculous. There are people in Lake County that would like to honor the fact that a man who spoke on college campuses, interacted with young people, was wanted to encourage dialogue and make our country better, and he was gunned down, and they want to have some sort of a recognition of that. And he touched people in Lake County personally because either their kids were at college campuses where he spoke, or they were engaged in the organization itself. They have a right to be heard too, those people in Lake County. And that's what they'd like to see, is some sort of recognition, and this is a way to do it. And I think it's perfectly fine, but I do like having, I wish we could have a message or something about don't ever stop talking, because that's really what this is about. And that's kind of what's happened today, is people have tried to shut us down from even having the discussion, because when I started this today, I said, you can't even talk about it, because if you say the guy's racist, well, then we must be racist. If you say he's a bigot, then we must be bigots. That's how you stop people from talking. And that's gone on far too long in this country, and we need to stop it. And so out of principle, I just have to, I wish it was going on later, and I wish we could postpone it, but I don't want to ever go through this again. So I say that we make a decision today, and we go with Schofield Road, and we shape a very simple message about dialogue.
I don't want to limit the other commissioners' comments, but I move to call the question. I believe we should.
You can't. Okay. All right. Anybody else want to say something?
No comment. I would prefer that maybe there be more discussion on the road, not the naming of the road. I agree that we should not naming the road, but naming a memorial. We have a lot of memorials up currently today that people from Claremont drove by and probably never knew you drove by Michael T. Aikens Memorial Highway or Leighton T. Baker Memorial Highway. Y'all didn't know that, but you drove right past it. So I'm thinking that maybe there should be not just any road.
It's
and
not
not
any
a road.
It's not any road.
It should be
These are the two major
it
commuter
should
roads.
be, please, it should be a road that is significant for the people down there. So, I'm okay with approving the naming of a road. I just think that there needs to be more dialogue on what road.
Yeah, can I just please, I talked to staff.
Thank you for
looked
letting
at-
me finish my
Thank-
comment.
Thank you. But please, just, I mean, maybe because we're dwelling on assertions that were false, we're not focused on the things that matter. One of the things that matter is this is my district. So obviously I looked at almost every single prominent county road in my district, from the bottom at 474 down to Wellness Way, all the way, I'm sorry, from Four Corners all the way up to Wellness Way. And my ideal version was Wellness Way. My colleague, who's right next door, has a preference for a slightly different road, which I think is very slightly less prominent, but probably much more beautiful in terms of its traditional Lake County sort of features. I'm okay with that. I see this as a compromise. We're the two South Lake guys. I would hope that the board will trust our judgment on that and support the motion. It was not a hasty decision.
So you're not feeling good about Schofield? Because they did bring up going to Schofield.
No, I'm okay with whatever. I just thought maybe there needed to be more dialogue, but apparently y'all talked and you've got the road figured out.
Yeah, he changed
so.
the motion to Schofield. and
Okay.
he's-
Yeah, I'm, yes. Well, because that road's open now, too. That's the other part of it. So again, I'm not suggesting, I didn't bring up the idea of having a message at the bottom because, I appreciate everybody's input, but I genuinely thought there was something we could do to make a statement on that because I am concerned about political violence. So, or the lack of discussion, that happens on internet with keyboard warriors. And I think we do as a nation have to have more face-to-face discussion. I preached that all over the place even before this happened. That's why I was hoping maybe you could kind of incorporate a message like that, at the bottom. So it's not like I'm moved because somebody hates Charlie Kirk and I'm trying to compromise or something. These are genuine concerns of mine. So, and I'm just thinking maybe it's an opportunity for that message.
I personally, as a person who uses a lot of words, know that sometimes more words means less. And I think that the single most significant thing you can do to a person who is probably the most well-known victim of political violence in literally decades in this country is simply name something prominent, something beautiful after that person. I don't think we need extra words, extra prose layered on. I just think it's the single most significant thing this board can do to say we're against political violence is that as a way of pushing back against political violence in the country, naming something prominent and beautiful in honor of that person. That's it. It's a very simple motion. I think that's been made unnecessarily complex by partisan politics. Please, if I could just rephrase the motion, I move to name Schofield Road a memorial designation highway. I think the resolution is perfect. I would move to pass the resolution. The resolution just talks about the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which of course is now his greatest honor, and a few of his accomplishments.
Okay, so would the accomplishments are in a resolution?
Oh, yeah, the resolution's part of one of the attachments. I know there's a lot on the agenda, so probably, but it's a beautiful one-page resolution that talks about the Presidential Medal of Freedom, his birth, his life, his death, his...
Yeah, I was just clarifying for it's not on the
That's all.
sign, yeah.
And for the sign, just a simple sign, I think, is what obviously I prefer. I don't prefer a giant, a bunch of words that there's a word that somebody driving can't. In fact, it makes it less readable.
Chairman, can I speak?
No, we've closed it to public, to just the board.
I think with all the testimony, you shouldn't.
No.
No, we,
Hold off.
I'm sorry, but we're done with public comment. All right, so we had a modification of the motion, and we were waiting for
Yeah, I second that modification. I mean, I still think, I mean, I know I would hope there would be something else we could do for that message, the
I'd like
messages
to
that.
do more, but this is the bare minimum, I think. It happens to be one of the most significant things.
Yeah.
Since
we
you
sta-
say
if we
that,
stand
you
up-
say less words are better,
Correct.
why don't you suggest?
Charles Kirk Memorial Highway. It's just a plaque up there. It's just a sign. You'll see Schofield. It'll be some grass fields. One of the most beautiful farms in the entire state of Florida is right there. And it'll say Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway. That's it. That's all. I think simple is good. That's it. That's all this is about. It's not.
Would you want to reference the resolution number on
No.
it? Do we do that?
No, just a Memorial Highway.
Okay.
Yeah. And people come in, people are gonna stop, they're gonna take pictures of it, they're gonna be moved by it. We're gonna inspire other cities and counties and states around the country to stand up and honor this great man. That's it.
So, all right, from my standpoint, I guess I'll come up with my own wording. So if somebody says, what does this mean to you? I will say, this is what it means. I would prefer to have something like never stop talking, because I do think that that's really what this is about, is that when you try to shut people up and you try to not have dialogue and you try to label people so they're not allowed to actually speak about policies because you've labeled them, then that's a problem. And I feel strongly about that. But anyway, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Was there a second?
Yes, Commissioner Parks on Schofield, with just the naming, just the name, road name. So all in favor, say aye. All right.
very much.
Any opposed? Okay, all right, so we're moving forward with that. We have a couple more things on our agenda. Okay, let's see. Flood insurance coverage. Jordan and Carl.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carl Bursa. I am the floodplain administrator for Lake County and the Public Works Operations Manager. Oh,
You
a
get
little bit,
closer.
sorry.
Good.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's a little better.
All right, sorry. So I'm here today to talk to you about Lake County's flood insurance assessment. So our assessment is part of an annual assessment that is given to us by the CRS program through ISO and FEMA, letting us know what our flood insurance, the state of our flood insurance policies in the county are, how many there are. It's something that's vital for resilience and for us to make sure that we're paying close attention to when bad things happen, especially with the flooding situation, how we're able to bounce back from that. So just really briefly, I'm going to be discussing the NFIP insurance program, the CRS program, the benefits of flood insurance, and then our current Lake County assessment, and just a brief discussion, hopefully. So the NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program, was established in 1968. It does require that participants have to follow federal floodplain management regulations, specifically with building permitting, with evacuation protocols, natural hazard mitigation. And our flood insurance rate maps or firms are basically how we enforce this. People who have property that is in the firms, they actually have to abide by those higher standards and higher regulations. Lake County joined the NFIP in 1982, and our last update has been a little bit now, 2012. From what I understand, I spoke with the region about a week ago, and they said that we are on the list for an update, but they would not give me any sort of idea on when that might happen. So again, this is the NFIP insurance is publicly available in all participating communities. So basically, because we participate and you have a property that's in a flood hazard area, you can get flood insurance. Also, even if you're not in a flood hazard area, if you're in an ex-flood zone, you are more than welcome to buy insurance for your property. As I'm about to show you, we had a lot of folks who took advantage of that. It does have to be purchased separately. It is not part of your homeowner's insurance policy, and this is something that we do like to point out. Just because you have homeowner's coverage, it does not mean you have flood coverage 99.9 times out of 100. Our community rating system is something that we participate in. It is a discount program that actually makes it so that folks can get discount on their flood insurance based on the rating the community has. We are currently sitting at a Class 7 rating. We are completing our 5-year annual audit. At the conclusion of that audit, we will be rescored. I am really hopeful that we will be able to improve at least one class. If my efforts don't go unnoticed, I'm hoping for 2, but that's me being optimistic. That would get us up to a 25% flood insurance discount for everybody who purchases flood insurance in Lake County.
How much was that discount?
It would go up to 25 if I can get us to a 5. Right now, a 6 is the goal, but I like to stretch. I like to reach for the stars with that one. But right now, we have a 15% discount as a Class 7 participating community. It'd be a 20% if we get to a 6, 25% if we get to a 5. You can see here kind of a community map showing everybody who participates. And then in Florida, there are 244 participating communities. And if you'll notice that the lion's share of our communities are kind of hunkered around that 6, 7, and 5, 6, 7 area. Florida Building Code has such a strong flood damage prevention section to it that basically to get a Class 7 rating, pretty much all you have to do is participate in the Florida Building Code, make sure you're enforcing the Florida Building Code, and make sure that you're keeping track of the paperwork. So general flood insurance information for Lake County, there are 3,712 insurable properties inside of the special flood hazard area in Lake County. That it basically means that those are your principal structures, be they commercial or residential. You don't get to insure stuff like accessory structures, garages, and such. The number of policies enforced, you can see, is 1,353. This is 36.4% coverage. We really like to see that get higher. One of the most important things with NFIP-based coverage, if you own your home outright, if you don't have a mortgage on it, you're not required to carry flood insurance. As your floodplain administrator, I'd like for you to reach out to your constituents and let them know that even if they own the home outright, it's always a good idea to have it. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. This is just kind of a breakdown of the different building types and the different residency types and how they're insured and the policies enforced. You can see the lion's share of our property that is insured is the single-family residence, basically taking up 90% of what we have out there. There are a couple of duplex to fourplex buildings that are insured, and literally a couple too. And that's something that, again, we would like to kind of see that go up. And this is really great for me because this shows you where the different areas where we have flood insurance are. The AH and AO zones, we actually don't have those on there. I have to put that on there for the slide to get credit for it, so I just wanted to let you know we actually don't have those 2 zones in the county. But you can see we have a pretty solid contingent of the AE and A zones there. But I really like the fact that there are 721 X zone policies. That's great because 25% of our claims for flood insurance or for flood damage during Hurricane Milton came from outside the special flood hazard area. So this is something that even if you're not in a flood zone, floods can still happen. Floods don't like to obey lines. Just because it's, you're across the line saying, hey, I don't need flood insurance, but my neighbor does, that's something to consider. And again, the policies, we have that large number of X-zone policies, and that we've got a decent spread of the policies across the zones. I do think that the overall low number of policies, the 36.4%, I really would like to try to reach out to folks and help them to pick that policy up, because it's an important thing for us. It helps you out in the long run and makes us more resilient. And of course, the low policy numbers for duplex to fourplex units, that kind of surprised me. But I do think a lot of those are owned outright and they're used for rentals. So the recommendations from staff to help increase these numbers, obviously increasing outreach, that's something that I'm working on personally along with my staff. We're doing what we can to make ourselves available. If somebody wants to have us come and give a talk, we're more than happy to come and sit and discuss the benefits of flood insurance, talk about floodplain policies and regulations. We do, like I said, we've been reaching out and doing the strong social media campaigns. That's something that we, especially during hurricane season, we keep beating on that, because right now, as I'm sure you know, we've got one storm spinning out there. It's heading over to Ireland apparently, but we have 2 other areas of interest that are sitting there that may develop still, along with another thing down off the Central American Peninsula that might be a problem. But that's something, it's always something to consider this time of year. And finally, we do want to increase our efforts to improve our CRS rating. Class 5 is the most you can get to before there's a prerequisite for a Class 4 that I'm going to be reaching out to try to move to. Class 4 is a really big jump, and that's something that, once you start talking about a 30% discount on your flood insurance, that adds up real fast. And then, so I'll throw it back to you folks for a discussion and questions if you have any.
Do we have to give you certain
No, this is just
marching
literally
orders?
you can tell me what you want. This is for.
I didn't understand one of those comments, though, about how many claims or flooding situations happen outside of those that are in the
special flood hazard area.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. So we had 25% of the claims through FEMA. We backtracked and got the data. 25% of the claims that people claimed for flood insurance, they actually said, hey, I lost such and such during the flood. I had my downstairs flooded, my house flooded, something happened. 25% of all the insurance claims, the flood insurance claims in Lake County, were for areas outside the special flood hazard area.
Oh.
Yeah. Like I said, floods don't believe.
Is it because the zones aren't right, though?
So it's kind of a loaded question. The zones have not been updated since 2012, and I like to point out to people, technology has come so far. Think about the cell phone you had in 2012, what it looked like compared to what you have today and the capabilities. But then also beyond that, the development around here and the way that the topography is changing when people are going in and doing the mass grade events, we have to plan for stuff like that. We have to make sure that we're paying attention to that. And that's something that is another thing that they're asking. FEMA's asking us for more input on when people come in for map revisions and for large scale subdivision planning.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. I'm just kind of curious. How does Lake County become a Class 7?
How do we become a Class 7? So we are a Class 7 because the previous floodplain administrator did her job very well, and we actually had, when Florida Building Code got adopted, you have to first adopt Florida Building Code, which we do we adopt the Florida Building Code every time it's changed. And then in addition to that, there are paperwork requirements that we have to abide by. There are a lot of points that were left on the board, but again, she was a one-woman show, and she did a really good job making sure that we were getting everything that we were able to get to. But if you're only one person doing it, and you don't have a lot of people helping you, there's a lot of lift that goes in. There are a lot of documentation requirements, and if you dig down into it, I think that there are some points we left on the board last time, and I'm looking to harvest those.
So do you think we should be considered a Class 6 or a 5?
I think, based on my discussions with the folks who audited us, that they think that a Class 6 is a very real possibility. And I personally think that with some of the stuff that we've got going on, I'm going to reach for a 5. We might fall short this time, but I'm going to.
All you got to do is say Astor, and we'd be a Class 1.
If I could get Astor to a Class 1, that'd be awesome. But remember,
Boy.
Class 1 is great. Class 10 is not so great. And like getting Astor to a Class 1, that'd be. I actually don't think that we might have one. I don't know. Actually,
What about Emerald
I don't know
Lakes?
who we have as a
Yeah,
Class
Emerald Lake.
And Emerald Lakes.
Yeah.
Wolf Branch Road always floods.
Trying to work with folks who are in flood-prone areas and trying to get them to understand the importance of having flood insurance, and then building resiliently. And when they have the opportunity, when the structure's been removed, having whatever goes back there meet the code. It's an important part of my job.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there remember we had discussions about changing our ordinance?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that be an action that we could take that would help us with our grade?
That would actually, the couple of things that we had proposed would have gotten us probably, I think, between 25 and 30 more points, getting us toward the next class.
Okay, well, we're still working on it.
Yes, ma'am.
And even if, we still have the option, too, of adopting it despite Senate Bill 180, and if we get challenged, we get challenged. If we don't, then at least we've gotten it in motion. So,
that safe harbor letter.
yeah, so I think that we should just keep plowing ahead on that. Okay, all right, well, thank you, appreciate the presentation.
Thank
All
you.
right, moving down to our reports, the county attorney is out of the room for a moment.
Stepped out briefly.
But she can hear
caught her
us.
in the only time
But
she
she can hear us, so. County manager?
Just a reminder that we do have our final budget hearing adoption tonight at 5:05 in these board chambers.
Okay. Commissioner Sabatini?
No report, thank you.
Commissioner Parks?
All right, so I had wanted to add, well, I planned on bringing it up in my report today about Hartwood Marsh Road, so we have the slides.
Can we bring this discussion up at a different
I
time?
I think we can, but maybe, is there a time issue on this? Can we bring this up at the next? Do you see any time issue if we actually just make it an agenda item? Both. I'll say this, I'm sorry. But to make this an agenda item along with the 44B discussion, because I just don't think we ever finished it when we were talking a month ago about transportation. So if we could add that to the future, maybe next meeting.
We can put it on the October 14th agenda.
Okay, that's our first meeting.
The first one's the
zoning.
P and Z, which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
on the 7th.
I mean, I think it's fine as long as there's no time frames that are going to be
Okay.
blown by or anything like that for funding or anything.
No.
So, okay, so why don't we just do that then?
Can I say thank you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, anything else on your report?
No, nothing else. So.
Commissioner Smith? No. Commissioner Morris?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Campion? No.
I had just one thing I skipped over.
It depends.
I wish I could say it's a 10-second thing. It's really not. I at least want to make the motion. I think there's been positions everyone shifted a little bit on the SB 180 thing. I think we should join the lawsuit. I know it's a huge topic. It's the worst time ever to bring it up, but I mean, do we not feel like we want to join the lawsuit? I definitely do.
So I think that it's really smart, though, to let the other counties spend the money. And I think that we should focus our efforts on how they can fix that bill and push to get the bill fixed,
And
right?
they have offered to bring you up to Tallahassee and meet with Perez to say what is wrong.
Well,
with
they
this.
know what's wrong with it, but.
Well, but at least it gives you a platform that you can go in and say, this is affecting us in Lake County.
Right, no, I want it to be heard, exactly how it's affecting us. We just heard an example of how it's affecting us. I mean, as far as being able to change floodplain rules. And I mean, I guess I feel like if we can get the benefit of a lawsuit happening, then great, then we're not coming out of pocket for it. It also gives us a chance to point out the things that could be fixed, which I'm very skeptical about the fact that it would get fixed and that it would get fixed in this, because I think all of us have probably had discussions and we understand a lot more about, about why this bill even happened to begin with.
I respect everyone's view, but for me, I really do see the political thing and the legal thing completely different. I know it looks like, oh, if you try to join a lawsuit, it looks like you're criticizing them in a severe political manner. No, I think that there's serious legal issues with it. I don't think it's personally offensive to anyone to challenge it and say, hey, was this legally sufficient or not? I don't think they really are interested in defending it legally. They're going to do something on it. But politically, I think they're a lot more dug in than they're showing. So I do think we should be, careful and, smart about how we try to approach it politically. Fact, Florida Association of Counties is taking a very cautious, intelligent, I think, approach. But I just, to me, none of that works towards the idea of whether you sue or not. I think filing a lawsuit, which obviously isn't going to cost them much money to defend, is something that it's not like a super offensive thing. That's why I think we should join the lawsuit. But for me, because I don't think it somehow pulls away from the political side. I mean, this is really just testing the legal sufficiency of a pretty important law, pretty significant law, and that's it. So listen, I'm not going to make a motion if it's a 4-1, but
Well, it's not on the agenda, is it?
but it is something that doesn't require notice. It's just a ministerial. I mean, we could join a lawsuit right now, just without any notice.
Thought we had to have agenda items to conduct business.
Well, they want a resolution We have one prepared. I believe it's coming back the second meeting in October. We could certainly move that up to the first regular meeting of October.
And just so you know, I talked to a state rep from Volusia. I mean, he's like, hey, I think there's some good things about the bill, but I don't mind you guys like suing. I mean, obviously, you're talking about 160 members of the legislature. They all have different opinions on, but like a lot of them don't see a legal challenge as somehow a severe political attack. I think it's, hey, I think there's some serious legal issues with the bill. That's it. That's why I support it. I mean, obviously, and I support FACT's political approach on it.
Well, we took
Sorry
the-
to add this on so late in the agenda. It's just one of those things that keep falling through the. We bring it up at these meetings, but we haven't really.
What if we took the position that if it didn't get fixed this session, that we would pursue?
Well, I think because it's not that many facts involved with the case, I think they'll have a decision on the case in the next 6 months anyways, before the session ends.
I mean, I heard that within the next month, we're going to know it's going to be pretty clear when they have some of their committee meetings.
Okay.
Yeah, let them have the committee meetings, and let's see what the actual discussion looks like.
Yeah, no,
Really,
listen.
if there's really seriousness behind these statements of, we want to work on this, we want to fix
That's all.
it.
Sorry to add that late minute. It's just one of those things we bring it up, but I keep forgetting to formally put it on the agenda. Thanks.
All right, so do you have
Of course I have
words
a
of,
day.
is it like words of wisdom, or is it just,
It
is
is.
it going to make us laugh? We'll take either one.
Today is a great day because today is National, let's see here, hold on a second.
You know, you could just make it up and we wouldn't even know it.
No, I forgot the word.
National Never Stop Talking
It's
Day?
Restless Leg Syndrome Day. And I think everybody here has restless legs today, so let's just all stand up while we recess and come back down at 5:05.
All right,
Or
that's
at
good. It made us laugh too. All right.
We have a thrilling budget meeting coming up that everybody should be here for.
All right, we are recessed until we get back into session at 5:05.
Yeah.
Miss Marsh. Testing, testing. Test, test, test.
This is the Lake County Board of County Commissioners 505 budget meeting on September 23rd, 2025 in Board Chambers, Administrative Building, Tavares, Florida.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, it's just dumb. I mean, we still have fun, but.
We'll go back into session this September 23rd, 2025. And I'm going to turn things over to Allison Teslia, the Management and Budget Director, to give us a budget summary.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Allison Teslia, the Director for the Office of Management and Budget. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to hold the final public hearing to adopt the millage rates and the budget for fiscal year 2026. As a reminder, this is for the millage rates and budget overseen by the Lake County Board of County Commissioners, and the public hearing information for the school board or any other taxing authorities in Lake County is available in the back of the room. Okay, the agenda for tonight will include the presentation of the proposed millage rates over the rollback rates and the presentation of the final budget for fiscal year 2026. I'll then turn it over to the chairman to hold the public hearing. Following the public hearing, the board will have 3 actions: to adopt the final millage resolutions for fiscal year 2026, to adopt the changes to the tentative budget, and to adopt the final budget for 2026. Okay, the proposed final budget as presented includes $7.6 million for road resurfacing. It incorporates the approved project list for the infrastructure sales tax. It fully funds judicial support, the constitutional offices, and county departments. It includes the $16 minimum wage and wage adjustments for compression. It reflects a general fund operating reserve of $28.2 million, which is about 10.6% of the operating budget. And it includes $4.5 million special reserve for roads and infrastructure. Here are the department position requests for fiscal year 2026, the majority of which are related to public safety, public works, and water resources. Here are the updated millage rates reflecting the general fund millage reduction that was set at the first public hearing. Chapters 129 and 200 of the Florida statutes outline the procedures for the annual adoption of the tax rates and budgets, which requires that I identify the proposed millage rates for fiscal year 2026, as well as any adjustments that the board will consider. By the state's definition, the rollback millage rate is the rate when applied to next year's tax base, excluding new construction, which will generate the same revenue that was raised in the previous year. The proposed fiscal year 2026 rates are as follows. The Lake County General Fund operating millage is 5.0254 mils, which is less than the fiscal year 2025 rate of 5.0364 mils, and is a 5.58% increase over the rollback rate of 4.7597 mils. The Lake County Ambulance MSTU millage is 0.4629 mils, which is equal to the fiscal year 2025 rate, and a 5.81% increase over the rollback rate of 0.4375 mils. The Lake County Fire Rescue MSTU millage is 0.48 mils, which is equal to the fiscal year 2025 rate, and a 7.21% increase over the rollback tax rate of 0.4477 mils. The Lake County Stormwater Parks and Roads MSTU millage is 0.4957 mils, which is equal to the 2025 rate, and a 7.32% increase over the rollback rate of 0.4619 mils. The Lake County Wellness Way MSTU millage is 0.4585 mils, which is less than the fiscal year 2025 rate of 0.917 mils, and a 35.69% decrease over the rollback rate of 0.7129 mils. The proposed fiscal year 2026 Lake County Water Authority millage is 0.294 mils, which is equal to the 2025 rate, and a 4.96% increase over the rollback rate of 0.2801 mils. The current year proposed aggregate rate is 6.2371 and is 5.05% more than the aggregate rollback rate of 5.937 mils. Finally, the fiscal year 2026 public lands voted debt millage is 0.04 mils, which is less than the fiscal year 2025 rate of 0.0918 mils and does not figure into the rollback calculations since it was approved by referendum. Okay, I'll turn it over to the chairman for the public hearing.
Okay, this is a public hearing, and I'm not seeing any cards. Has anyone turned any cards in? Do we have anyone online? Okay, all right, well, then we'll bring it back to the board. And we have our separate millage rates and resolutions. I know last time we broke them out. We can try to do them all together. We might have some recommendations for changes tonight. So I'll open it up.
I think I made a statement this morning that I thought we could take another $500,000 out of the budget, but based on what our vote was this morning on the gas tax, I'd like to take the $500,000 that I recommended out of the budget and move it into the road program.
I'll second that, yeah. It's a good idea.
So just to be clear on context, so last week we did lower it 0.01 more. I would be in favor of changing it to 0.012, basically $500,000 last week, $500,000 more this week. I'd like to see $500,000 more, but it looks like there were some votes to stick with what we did last week or 2 weeks ago, but not do more as of today. Is that right? Just
No,
trying
but we're going to, the $500,000 that I was going to take out of the budget.
Okay.
You were going to make up the difference with the gas tax.
Difference and put it in the road budget. So the millage stays the same.
All right, you were going to support it as long as there was a gas tax.
Right.
But you're saying you won't support it now, but you would rather take 500,000 that you.
500,000, right.
Move it over to road.
Move it over to the roads.
Resurfacing.
Resurfacing.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, yeah.
Okay, is anybody, I mean, I'm still in favor of what we talked about today, and I would support an additional reduction to the budget.
Yeah, I would move, I mean, listen, totally think everybody's got a good idea here. I would make a motion to
Wait, we've already got a
reduce it.
motion on the floor, and we got a second.
And a second.
That one first.
But just.
Wait a minute.
Maybe I'm a little slow because of today, but we already
You
reduced.
made a motion. It was seconded by Parker.
Okay, thank you. I helped you today, you helped me just now.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. And I got discussion on it, too.
Okay.
If after anybody else. The reason why, obviously it's different if you, as Commissioner Morris alluded to, if you had the gas tax, we've been concerned about two things on this board for years. Having to deal with, outside of having to deal with minimum wage being increased and trying to keep employees, our pay is competitive. We would have had a chance, I think, with the gas tax to be able to use that for reserve, which is 1 and 1A is reserve and roads. So we don't have that ability anymore, but I like Commissioner Morris's proposal, 500 grand more towards roads, shows a commitment towards it. It shows fiscal constraint to the other commissioners that may have questions. It shows fiscal constraint to the public because we're not spending on, we're spending on what their 1 or 1A item is on roads. And I mean, I just look at these, like this is two telling graphics for me. And I don't know if you want to put these up, but these are the famous dollar graphics. Can you put them up?
I'll send it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's two of them. And I don't know, just put them side by side. If you could, thank you.
No discussion.
So if you see the.
I'm not wedded to any position yet.
Yeah, all right, and that's good. We'll have a good discussion. We can have a good discussion on this. And yeah, no, that's perfect. So you see just in 2 years here, this dollar figure, this 29% out of every dollar, that's for us, for, what we do. I mean, we're already down to, now it's 27. We have the constitutional and other issues, other users of the general fund that keeps increasing. I mean, we're cutting and cutting and cutting with these guys. We've only added, our staff is who I'm pointing to. We've only added, the only people we've added basically are for public safety, which is what everybody wants. So, I mean, that piece of the pie is getting smaller and smaller. So this would only, cutting the millage rate is not just this year. It's next year it's 500,000 this year. Next year it's 550,000 that you don't have, unless, because I don't want to raise the millage rate at all. So, and the new growth that's coming, I suppose if it's a lot, we might have a good problem on our hands. But that's going to continue to go. We've had good growth since 2022 to 2024. That incredible growth, the 12 to 16%, and look what still happened. We're down to 27%. So that's my concern about it. I appreciate both sides of it, and But that's why I like Commissioner Morris's proposal, so.
The only thing, I like it as well. The only thing I would like to know is where is that $500,000 coming from?
Yeah, so it's gonna,
So we have a project that's not quite shovel-ready that we would propose taking the capital funding from. It is capital funding, though, so it's a one-time slug of funding.
So is it 500,000?
Well, the project is more than that. I would take
Okay, so we have
500,000 from that
500,000.
project, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so if you go down that road, though, and we take the vote, and the vote passes to do what you just described, we still could have a motion to reduce the millage.
Totally.
Right? I'm just making,
First motion, just,
It depends on where you want to take it from. You want to take it from live stream? You want to take it from the?
the first
you're gonna take it-
motion,
where
no,
you
we've
gonna
got,
take it from?
I thought the first motion was keep,
The first motion is to.
The first motion is a fund transfer, my understanding.
right, it's a fund transfer.
Which I think I would support, but then I would just do a second motion. I don't know if it'll be supported, but a motion to decrease another 500,000, basically 0.01 of the millage rate.
I thought the motion was keep the millage rate the same.
It is.
And then, so I seconded that. To keep the millage rate the same, but 500,000 out of,
That's what the current
So
motion.
since they're entangled, can we restate the motion so that way it's, because I mean, it's a motion to pass the millage rate at the rate that's proposed now, plus a fund transfer. I would vote no on that, only because I want the millage rate very slightly decreased again.
The motion was to keep the millage rate at what it is and to take the 500,000 that I thought we could get out of the budget and move it over at a fund transfer to the road department.
So if I could clarify the motion, because we do have to approve the millage rate first. So what I'm hearing now, your motion is a status quo millage,
Yes.
and then we'll vote on that, and then you can have your other,
Okay.
we'll do the changes after the fact.
Okay.
Well, I thought his motion included both of them.
You-
Status quo millage.
But he
and
really-
the transfer.
You
of-
really need to do the
Really
millage
needs to do 'em
separately.
separate.
It's state statute. So if we could do the millages, and then we can come back and address that change.
but yeah, and Commissioner Smith, I mean, I'm going to be right there with you on the 500,000, so.
And if you want to do all of them, the millages individually, we can do that as well.
Okay, so we need you to amend your motion to just address keeping the millage the same.
Okay, I'll amend my motion just to address the millage, which is what is presented.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Aye. All right, now we're going to the next millage.
Can you pull up the millage presentation? Okay. And you can, so that was the general fund countywide millage status quo, and that was approved 3-2. So with the remaining millages, you can take them all together, or you can take them individually, whatever the board's pleasure.
I'm not going to vote for the fire rescue MSTU because of the,
That's different, that's the assessment.
oh, that's a different
Mhm.
one. Okay.
Move to approve all the millages, unless somebody wants to discuss it.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. Now moving to changes to the 2026 tentative budget.
Okay. So a summary of the changes that were made since the tentative budget was approved on September 9th includes the incorporation of the drug treatment court budget, rebudgets for capital projects, which the most significant were rebudgets. There's $5 million for the detention center chiller project, and $2.7 million in adjustments that were related to the transportation improvement plan. It incorporated updated PO carry forward estimates, grant award adjustments, and other miscellaneous charges and adjustments. Okay. So the next requested action, we're requesting approval to adopt the changes to the fiscal year 2026 tentative budget totaling $15,071,135.
So would this be the appropriate time then to make a motion in favor of the budget, but to add the requirement that transfer happens that you initially
500,000
requested.
out.
You can request that. The bottom line wouldn't change based on what you're saying, so the changes would still equal the 15 million and change. And then you can give the staff direction to make that change to the 500,000.
Which would be out of the capital.
Correct.
I move to transfer all the drug court money to road resurfacing.
You can't.
Okay. I withdraw the motion.
I make a motion to approve the budget.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Is there, I guess you've got the consensus that we want to make that transfer.
So I've got the consensus. You are approving the changes. $15,071,135 has been approved. And then we also have consensus to take 500,000 out of a capital project and move it to road resurfacing.
And with the understanding that that road resurfacing fund, if we needed that for hurricane response, that would be something that would be brought back.
We would bring
forward,
it back
like
to the
any
board.
use of reserve funds.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Any reserves would have to come back to the board before they were utilized.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes.
All right, and then finally, we're requesting approval to adopt the final budget resolution 2025-119 for the fiscal year 2026 budget totaling $1,052,083,591.
All right, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. That is the end of our,
Is this the first
Agenda.
time we had $1 billion, or is that last year too? Last year we had it. Okay.
okay. Yeah, if you'd like to go back to the short reports that we had today and revisit your reports.
No, I don't want to do that. I just wanted to thank the staff that's here, the team that's here. As we customarily do every year at this time, budget process is uncomfortable, sure, but appreciate you all. Jennifer, Melanie, appreciate you. Thanks for working so hard and at least trying to help us look good, so thank you.
Yeah, and I would like to echo that as well. Thank you to staff. Thank you for the sheriff's support today. We truly appreciate that. I know a few times I just kept looking back there at the back of the room to make sure that everybody was still where they were supposed to be. So, but appreciate the hard work getting us to this point. We know that it's a lean budget, and you guys work hard to keep it that way so that we can be responsive to the residents of Lake County and the taxpayers of Lake County. But we really appreciate the hard work that you do and the customer service that you provide. It means so much. So thank you.
And I would just like to say that thank you for Jennifer and all the staff, because y'all really put a lot of work into keeping our budget as low as possible, and it gives you about a 2-month break before you start it again.
The budget is 12 months a year, sir.
All right. Okay, well, with that, we'll stand adjourned.